Chapter 1007. Shanghai Wan arrived in Chang, and when Zhang Changzong picked up Shanghai Wan and sent her to the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square, the news spread in Chang, and as soon as the news spread, the officials in Chang were greatly relieved. The arrival of Shanghai Wan meant that the emperor's cleansing of Chang had come to an end. Next, the focus should be on a series of matters related to moving the capital. Shanghai Wan was a female official of the inner court. Because she was in charge of the Institute of History and the Hanlin Academy, she would have dealings with the officials and scholars in the capital, in Chang, and she did not need to contact the local officials, and the local officials would not visit a female official of the palace. The internal and external systems were separate, and there was a clear distinction between them. Moreover, in terms of rank, Shanghai Wan was only a sixth-rank official in Chang, and even a county magistrate was a fifth-rank official. A group of officials were all of a higher rank than Shanghai Wan. It was too embarrassing to fight to visit an official of a lower rank than oneself, especially a female official of the palace. Wu Zetian had also considered this, so she sent Shanghai Wan to Chang, and she was a female official of the palace, and in Chang, and she was in charge of matters related to the palace. She would not have any dealings with other officials, so it was easy to hide the secret of her pregnancy. Yang Fan had already made some arrangements on the island. The guards were sent to the periphery as much as possible to create a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere inside. As for the guards that Lu Qiantian sent, they were all driven away by Yang Fan's people. The reason was that the two imperial envoys, Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wan were living on the island, and the island's defense was under Yang Fan's sole responsibility. Lu Qiantian was eager to have less contact with them before the political situation became clear, so he immediately withdrew his people. In this way, the island in the middle of the lake became Yang Fan's world. Wan moved into the villa of the founding marquis, while Zhang Changzong moved into the Lu villa with Yang Fan occupying a courtyard of his own. After Zhang Changzong settled down Shanghai Wan, he quickly left. Xue Huai was so favored in the past, but once he did something that made the empress unhappy, he would also end up in a puff of smoke. Zhang Changzong naturally took this as a warning. Yang Fan knew that Wan had just arrived at the island in the middle of the lake, and the attendants were busy arranging their own accommodations. At this time, it was not quiet to come and go, so he waited patiently. With great difficulty, he waited until evening. He estimated that the other side had quietened down, and then he flew over the 2-feet-high wall and, without anyone noticing, snuck into Shangguan Wanner's residence. The defense on the island was tight on the outside, but loose on the inside. After all, it was not a time of war. There were only 2 villas on the island, and the people who lived there were 3 ministers, 1 civil, 1 military, and 1 internal court. There was not a single person who should not be here, so there was no need for the layers of defense. The 2 villas did not even have halberd guards. However, Yang Fan had already learned from Wanner's letter that there were a few Plum Blossom Palace guards accompanying them. These women were all highly skilled, so Yang Fan did not dare to be careless. After he snuck into Wanner's residence, he was still very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. After Shanghai Wanner saw Zhang Changzong off, she first ordered someone to boil water for a bath, washing away the dust from the journey. She changed into a loose and comfortable robe, and then lay down lazily on the couch. Her belly was becoming more and more cumbersome, and after sitting for a long time, she felt her back ache. It was more comfortable to lie on her side like this. Shu Xiaomiao carried a bowl of fresh goat's milk and quietly called out, "Sister." Wanner had been in the carriage the entire way, and now lying down felt like she was standing on a boat. Hearing Shu Xiaomiao's voice, she tiredly opened her eyes and looked. Lazily, she said, "Leave it there for now." Shu Xiaomiao made a sound of agreement and placed the goat's milk on the low table. Wana said, "You are tired, go rest." As she spoke, she turned over. She had a big belly, and it was not convenient to turn over. After turning over, Wana let out a long breath. She was very tired, but she could not sleep. She knew that Yang Fan would definitely come to see her. Suddenly, someone behind her sat down on the side of the couch. A hand gently rested on her waist. Wana thought it was Shu Xiaomiao who had not left and lazily said, "Why are you not going to rest?" But she immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly turned her head and saw Yang Fan sitting on the side of the couch, looking at her with a deep gaze. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Yang Fan's eyes slowly became moist, and Wana's eyes were already misty. Two clear tears gradually condensed. "Langjun," Wana called out, and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Slow down your body right now." Yang Fan was startled by her agility. He was afraid to touch her body, so he was a little flustered. It was not until Wana threw herself into his arms and hot tears wet his shoulder that Yang Fan's frozen arms slowly came down, and he gently hugged her. Wana lay in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan used his chin to gently rub the wet, soft hair on her head, which gave off the fragrance of honey locust. He softly said, "I'm sorry to trouble you." After a long time, Yang Fan gently lifted Wana's body and gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. Seeing the plum blossom-shaped flower between her eyebrows, Yang Fan couldn't help but tease. "In the past, you didn't like to dress up. You always looked plain. Why are you paying attention to your appearance now that you are pregnant?" When Yang Fan said this, his expression suddenly changed. The flower between Wana's eyebrows was bright red, and it added a bit of charm to Wana, who was always beautiful. At first glance, Yang Fan also had a feeling of amazement, but sitting so close, he naturally found something strange. He immediately reached out to touch it. "Langjun." Wana quickly grabbed his hand, but Yang Fan's fingers had already touched the flower between her eyebrows. The feeling from his fingertips told him that it was not an illusion. Her eyebrows were injured, and that was why Wana had painstakingly painted the flower to cover up the wound. Yang Fan's expression immediately darkened. He asked, "How did you get injured between your eyebrows?" The arrow wound on Yang Fan's chest was shocking. Although it had already healed, if someone saw the dark arrow scar the size of a copper coin and thought about where it was, they would be secretly afraid. Speaking of which, Wana's flesh wound was nothing, but all women cared about their appearance. Yang Fan especially cared about his woman. He knew that with Wana's environment, it was impossible for her to have any flesh wound. Unless something happened, Wana knew she could not hide this from Yang Fan, and she did not want to hide it. After all, it was all in the past. Nestled in Yang Fan's arms and told him everything that had happened. Although this matter had long since passed, Yang Fan still felt shaken to the core when he heard it. If the Empress-killing intent had been slightly stronger at that time, Yang Fan was secretly shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but hold Wana's hand tightly. He complained, "That was too risky. Wana, when you first found out you were pregnant, you should have aborted it." "I didn't want to." Wana's voice was soft, but very firm. "You know, every time I see Xiao Man's children and hear them call for their parents, I feel sad. Even in my dreams, I want a child of my own. When I suddenly found out I was pregnant, I was not afraid. I was only full of joy. At that time, I decided that since God gave it to me, then I must give birth to it. You shouldn't have hidden it from me. But if I told you, would you have any good ideas?" Wana said softly, "If I told you about this, you would not be able to do anything. I am someone from the palace. You cannot make me disappear for no reason. If you forcefully interfere, the result will be worse. Once you know, you will not be able to stay out of it. So, I did not tell you. Yang Fan was full of regret and said, "It is my fault. That day in the palace of 3 Yang, I was 2. I made you suffer so much." Warner gently threw herself into his arms and smiled sweetly. At the time, I was also afraid, but when I was really pregnant, I was only full of joy. I did not suffer. Giving birth is a mother's life and death trial. Which woman would not want to go through this trial? What's a little flesh wound like this? Yang Fan held her tightly. After a long time, he slowly said, "I am a bit regretful. If I did not want to do something at the beginning, but wholeheartedly planned to take you away, maybe I could have thought of a way. Then you would not have to take such a great risk to give birth to our child." Yang Fan's fingers once again touched the flower between Warner's eyebrows, which were as red as blood. He said in a low voice, "A painting that dyed the world with blood cannot rival the cinnabar between your eyebrows. Even if you control the world, it is just a flourish." Warner said softly, "You can give up power, glory, wealth, and glory, but can you give up your responsibility? Can you let your children live in seclusion with you in the mountains? Can you let them live in seclusion as mountain people? You have subordinates who follow you, friends who trust you, elders who value you. We are born human. Every one of us has something we must do." Yang Fan was speechless. He could only quietly hold her tight. Warner smiled and said, "Besides, if you and I really left at that time, how could you recognize Xiao Man? Everything is arranged by God. Fortunately, it is over. Don't think too much. Let me lie down. It is a bit uncomfortable to sit like this." Hearing this, Yang Fan quickly let go of her and pulled over a pillow for her to lie down. Warner gently touched her belly and happily said, "In another 3 months, you can see our baby son." Yang Fan deliberately let the atmosphere lighten up. He touched Warner's belly and smiled. "How can it be a son? What is wrong with a daughter? When she is born, she will be as gentle and beautiful as you." Warner glanced at him and said, "Hypocrite, who doesn't want a son? I want to have a son." Yang Fan said, "It is good to have a daughter. I will prepare a dowry for her, and I will have fulfilled my responsibility as a father. If I have a son, as the father, I will have to work hard to earn the family business for him." Warner giggled and rolled her eyes at him. She said, "My son does not depend on you. Since I was put in an important position by the saints, the property, shops, and thousands of hectares of farmland that my family did not use as officials have all been returned. Now, my mother is in charge of it. Won't these all belong to my son in the future?" Yang Fan was surprised. Thousands of hectares of farmland. 1 hectare was 50 hectares. 1,000 hectares. That was no less than 50,000 hectares. Warner leisurely said, "To be precise, it is 1,680 hectares. Our family has always been the biggest landlord in Qi province." As she said this, she sighed regretfully and said, "When we were in trouble, a lot of it was divided up by others. Those were the aristocratic families that had contributed to the country. We can't get it back. Otherwise, not counting the donated farmland, our family would have at least 3,000 hectares of land." Yang Fan had been hurriedly estimating how many hectares was 1,860 hectares. He had just estimated it to be around 80,000 hectares, and then he heard 3,000 hectares. He really was tongue-tied. This Xian Zong sect leader had only been in power for a short period of time. In reality, he hadn't even calculated how much property he controlled. Hearing that it was in units of 10,000 hectares, he couldn't help but be shocked. In reality, in the early Tang dynasty, just the rewards the court gave to meritorious officials were hundreds or thousands of hectares. For example, Peiji had once received thousands of hectares of land from Gaozong. The Shangguan family was a family of officials, and they were the powerful ministers of Gaozong dynasty. It was not strange that they had such land. When the Shangguan family was at its peak, if they added on the land of the farmers that had submitted to them, the Shangguan family probably had tens of thousands of hectares of land. If it wasn't so, how could those prestigious families influence the local government and influence the court? Hearing this, Yang Fan suddenly thought of a problem. If Wanner really gave birth to a son, then all of Wanner's dowry would be left for her son. Xiao Man's son and a new son. Could his shops compare to 80,000 hectares of farmland? As a father, the pressure was as great as a mountain. Wanner didn't know that by casually showing off her property, she had put such great pressure on her man. She hugged Yang Fan's arm and said coquettishly, as soon as Zhang Changzong left, "I was waiting for you to come. Why did you only come now? Is Zhang Changzong bothering you?" Yang Fan came back to his senses and replied, "He did not spend too much time at my place, but you have quite a number of people here. I saw in your letter that you even mentioned that there were internal guards accompanying you, so you were very careful. I had arrived a long time ago and had been hiding in the dark. I only dared to show myself after Xiao Miao left." Wanna smiled and sighed. "It's hard on my good husband. A great general has to be a little thief that climbs over walls and burglaries." Yang Fan glared at her. Wanner giggled and said, "Don't worry, the internal guards accompanying you are only Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. You don't have to worry about those two. You just have to be careful not to encounter the other guards. As for the inner chambers, there are a total of 8 palace maids, with Shu Xiao Miao as their leader. You don't have to avoid them." Yang Fan was surprised. "You mean," Wanner gently raised her round and cute chin and smiled sweetly, "I've been waiting for an imperial edict since I was 14. It's been 20 years now. If I still can't make a few confidants, won't I let you look down on me?" Yang Fan thought to himself, this isn't just a matter of making a few confidants. Although the emperor relies on you and wants to protect you this time, the people he sent must be chosen by the emperor. In the end, the people he chose are almost all confidants that Wanner can entrust her life to. Just how much power does she have in the palace? Yang Fan had always felt that among his women, there was no need to mention Princess Taiping. She was the woman who was the coolest to Empress Wu Zetian. She was talented and wise. As for Xiao Man, not only was she skilled in martial arts, she was also good at managing money. Anu was a know-it-all. She was good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, singing, dancing with knives and swords, cooking, and even the art of war. He really didn't know what she didn't know. Gu Zhuting was a Jianghu heroine. Once she entered Jianghu, she was a dragon among men. Only Wanner, although she had the reputation of being able to weigh the world, Yang Fan had never been interested in poetry. Although she helped the emperor deal with government affairs, that kind of great ability to rule the world was too far from the life of a mortal. Yang Fan had never felt anything. In his impression, Wanner had always been a graceful woman with a temperament like water and a personality like a chrysanthemum. But today, he realized that to be able to sit in such a high position for 20 years, how could she be easy to deal with? Among the few beauties around him, the only one with great ability was probably Wanner. She controlled people well and handled matters well. How could she be the delicate and pitiful little girl in his heart? Yang Fan was sincerely convinced and said, "In the past, I really looked down on you. From now on, I can only worship you." Wanner winked at him and said in a sweet voice, "I have always let you bully me without complaint or regret. How could I have the ability to make you worship me? There is a Taoist saying that all living things reinforce and subdue each other. One thing must subdue another. I am the woman that you have subdued. Chapter 1008. It was a sunny day in May in Chang, and it was a good day for an outing. A group of people escorted several carriages and quietly left Long Qingqi's island. They first turned to the house that Yang Fan had set up on the left side of the lake. Yang Fan had paid enough wages and hired enough workers, so the house was built quickly. A courtyard was on flat ground, with connected houses, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions. Everything was beginning to take shape. Judging from the scale, it must be a big house as big as a noble's. The Yang family was not short of money. As long as it was not over the limit, it could be as luxurious as possible. Yang Fan did not disturb the craftsmen, who were in the middle of their work. The carriages stopped to the side. Warner had already been instructed by Yang Fan to know which courtyard was prepared for her. So, after the carriages stopped and the bamboo curtain rolled up, her bright eyes turned and found the place. Warner had never seen an elegant and beautiful courtyard, but this house meant a lot to her. It would be her home. Although she wasn't free right now, and it would be difficult for her to spend a long time with her beloved, she was still filled with boundless joy as she looked at the elegant courtyard that was gradually taking shape. The carriages quickly left the construction site and continued south. The curtain was put down. Warner leaned on the soft cushion and stroked her bulging belly. She imagined that she and Yang Fan would sit in the flower bushes and bamboo pavilions, and the cute child would run and jump on their knees. She was a little dazed for a moment. Warner had been in Chang, and for more than a month. During this period, she had only met with a few eunuchs who stayed in the Chang, an imperial palace, and asked about the renovation of the palace. In fact, it was not her, but Xu Xiaomiao who showed up. Xu Xiaomiao said that he had measles and wore a dew hat when he met with the eunuchs. Only those who were very familiar with Warner could tell it was real. Nowadays, the imperial city and the palace were all under construction. The palaces in the palace needed to be repaired, the courtyards cleaned, and even the silt in the ponds cleaned. Chang and was flattening the streets and cleaning up the city. Even the moat outside the city was being cleaned, so there were laborers and craftsmen everywhere. It had not rained in the past few days, so it was inevitable that dust was flying everywhere. Therefore, they did not roll up the curtain until the carriages and horses had left Chang, and the place they were heading to was Fanchuan, which was once the territory of the famous Han Dynasty General Fan Kuai. Fanchuan, Xiujiang, and Bashang were all located in the southern suburbs of Chang, and the scenery there was extremely beautiful. Today's outing was Zhang Changzong's idea. After staying on the island for a month, Zhang Changzong started to feel bored. Although the island's scenery was beautiful, looking at it every day made him feel bored. In addition, he had already given all the gifts he needed, and there were not many visitors. Zhang Changzong decided to invite Yang Fan to travel with him. Warner was about to give birth in a little more than a month. These days, Yang Fan accompanied her every day. They were very affectionate. At this time, how could he be in the mood to accompany Zhang Changzong? Zhang Changzong invited him again and again. When Warner heard about it, she became interested and wanted to come with him. Although Warner had a big belly, she was also a restless person. She could not do anything in the palace before, but now she had the opportunity to wander in the mountains and enjoy the wild, especially with Yang Fan accompanying her. Naturally, she wanted to go. Seeing that she was very interested, Yang Fan decided to go to Fanchuan. The carriage rumbled, and suddenly a dozen riders caught up from behind. The riders were dressed in bright clothes and riding fast horses. At first glance, One could tell that they were from a rich family. Yang Fan and his group were originally traveling in a light carriage. The bodyguards had all changed into casual clothes, and at Yang Fan's request, they deliberately kept a low profile. Their appearance was even weaker than that group of people. The group of rich servants who came later were accompanying a young master. This young master was Du Wentian from the Du family of Jingzhou. The Du family was a Guanlong aristocratic family. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, they had always been famous and famous. Because the mansions of the Du family of Jingzhou and the Wei family of Jingzhou were both in Fanchuan, south of the city, there was a saying in Chong, and Wei Du in the south of the city go to Tianqiwu. Today, the Guanlong aristocratic family had completely declined, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. As one of the top aristocratic families in Guanlong, the Du family was still an extremely powerful family in Chong, and because of the Shanghai Yang Fan's carriages could not travel too fast. Therefore, when they heard the urgent sound of hooves behind them, Yang Fan's people consciously moved to the side of the road, wanting to let those people pass first. Du Wentian did indeed intend to pass the people in front of him, but when he got close, he couldn't help but slow down. With just one glance, he noticed the several women surrounding Wan Er's carriage. On the left and right were Gowing and Lan Yiqing. Behind them, on horses or donkeys, were a few palace maids dressed in green. All of them had delicate features and graceful figures. As a man, the first thing he noticed was the women in this group, especially the beautiful women. Even older men were the same, not to mention that this young Master Du was originally a young man, and he was most fond of women. When they heard the sound of hooves, Gowing and Lan Yiqing gently pulled on the reins and turned their heads to look. Both of them were dressed in tight clothes with graceful figures and beautiful faces. Du Wentian was stunned when he saw them. His gaze swept over Lan Yiqing's face, and he only felt that this young girl was delicate and adorable, both happy and angry at the same time. Then he looked at Gowing, who was valiant and heroic, but also had an indescribable beauty. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but secretly praise her. When he saw the clothes of these two beauties and their position, he knew that they were the attendants of the woman in the carriage. If the attendants and maids were already so beautiful, then what about the master of the carriage? If the master was ugly, he definitely wouldn't have chosen a group of beautiful maids to serve by his side. Du Wentian's curiosity was piqued by the maids who knew the master. He whipped the horse faster and caught up to the carriage. When he looked into the carriage, he saw that the curtain was actually lifted, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. When women from rich families went out, they would definitely wear a curtain to cover their faces, but inside the carriage, they didn't have to be so particular. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was rolled up, and was also looking out curiously. Du Wentian saw what she looked like with one glance. With one glance, Du Wentian's heart shook. The beauty in the carriage looked to be about 20 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and she had almond-shaped eyes and eyebrows. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. Her delicate and alluring appearance was just like a ripe honey peach, and she had an astonishing charm. Du Wentian had seen many people, but he had never had such a breathtaking feeling. Even though Wan was pregnant, only her belly was slightly bigger. Her facial features were slightly fuller than before, and there wasn't much change. It was because of this that she was able to hide from Wu Zetian for so long. At this time, she was sitting in the carriage. Du Wentian couldn't see her figure, but he could see her face from the small window. Wan who was originally beautiful, had become much more charming ever since she got pregnant, especially after she put on a plum blossom makeup to hide the scar between her eyebrows. She had an even more astonishing charm. Du Wentian looked at her age and charm and guessed that she was not a girl who was about to be married. Du Wentian relied on his family background and good looks to ruin the reputation of many good girls. Now that he saw the woman in the carriage was married, his interest didn't diminish. Such a beauty was originally hard to come by, and he was not willing to let it go so easily. He immediately slowed down the speed of the horse and stopped behind Yang Fan and the others. Xingjiao Temple was in front of them, and they could already see the magnificent temple complex. After Master Xuanzang passed away, he was first buried in Bailu Plain, Ba Shang. Later, he was buried here during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, and he built a spiritual pagoda and temple for this. Thus, Xingjiao Temple's position in the Buddhist world of Chang was established. One originally believed in Buddhism, and now that she was pregnant, she wanted to go to the Buddha to pray for her child. As soon as they saw Xingjiao Temple, Wan wanted to worship the Buddha. So she poked her head out and gave an order to Lan Yiqing, who was beside her. Lan Yiqing drove the horse forward and reported Wan Er's order to Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong didn't agree, and Yang Fan didn't have any objections. He just wanted to accompany his woman, so he gave the order, and the group slowed down. Du Wentian followed them all the way, and when he saw that they were going to Xingjiao Temple, he quickly dismounted in front of Xingjiao Temple and pretended to go to the temple to worship the Buddha. He quietly called over a trusted servant and gave a few orders. That trusted servant often helped Du Wentian with his affairs. He immediately led the horse to the tree, and while tying the reins, he casually talked to one of Yang Fan's guards. "Is your master also going to Xingjiao Temple to pray? How should I address your master?" The guard answered, "My master's surname is Yang." The servant sent by Du Wentian was secretly shocked and thought, could it be someone from the Yang family of Hongnong? This time, I'm afraid young master won't have any ideas about their women. The Hongnong Yang family's legacy was even longer than the Du family's. Starting from the Western Han Dynasty's Prime Minister Yang Changxing, then his great-great-grandson Yang Zhen became a military officer and was known as the Confucius of Guanxi. Yang Zhen's son Yang Bing, grandson Yang Xi, and great-grandson Sun Biao were the 4 generations' 3 dukes. The Yang family's name was known throughout Guangzhou. The descendants of Yang Zhen's son, Yang Feng, were also high-ranking officials. From the 3 Yangs of Western Jin to the Yang brothers of Northern Wei, they were all famous. The royal family of the Sui dynasty, the Duke of Yu, Yang Su, and his son, Xian Gan, all the way to the loyal Yang family. This kind of old aristocratic family had a very strong foundation. Although Du Wentian was lustful, if the other party was from the Yang family of Hongnong, he would have to restrain his lust. This person was unscrupulous in front of those he could subdue, but he never provoked those with a strong background. Therefore, although he had a bad reputation, the elders of the Du family knew nothing about him. The noble servant's mind was racing, but his face showed a happy smile. He said, "Is your master a descendant of the Yang family of Hongnong?" "Ha, then he is not an outsider. My family and the Yang family of Hongnong are friends." "Which branch of the Yang family does your master belong to?" Yang Fan's bodyguard tied up the horse and lightly replied, "My master has nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." He then turned and left, not wanting to talk to him any longer. Wanner got off the carriage and walked into Xingjiao Temple with the help of Xu Xiaomiao. Du Wentian also pretended to go to the temple to offer incense and caught up. When he saw that the unforgettable beauty was pregnant, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Xu Xiaomiao, who was supporting Wan. Xu Xiaomiao was a mixed blood. She was very beautiful and had a unique charm. When Du Wentian saw her, he couldn't help but covet her. At this time, the servant had already rushed in front of him. Du Wentian asked in a low voice, "Who are they?" The servant answered, "They said their surname is Yang." Du Wentian frowned and said, "The Yang family of Hongnong?" The servant smiled and said, "No, I have already asked clearly. They have nothing to do with the Yang family of Hongnong." Du Wentian thought about it carefully. This group of people had a master, a servant, and a pregnant woman, so they must be from Chang. But in his impression, except for the Yang family of Hongnong, there did not seem to be any powerful family in Chang, and with the surname Yang. His desire for lust rose again. His lustful eyes glanced at the graceful figure of Shu Xiaomiao, and then looked at the strong and graceful figures of Gaoing and Lan Yiqing. He thought to himself, "Let's have a taste of these little beauties first. As for the beautiful woman, it won't be too late to seduce her in the future." Thinking of this, he smiled and ordered, "Follow them." In front of Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan couldn't be too close to so he walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Changzong. Had someone to take care of her, so she didn't have to look back all the time. He didn't know that during this outing, he would be targeted by an ignorant and lecherous person, which caused such a big trouble. Chapter 1009. The Xingjiao Temple was very popular. At first, the reception monk did not notice Yang Fan and his group, but when Shanghai Wan donated a large amount of money, and Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong also added a stroke to the merit book, the glowing and solemn reception monk immediately greeted them with a smile. After some small talk, Wana used her mother's surname and called herself Zhang Wan. She came here with her husband to pray for Buddha to protect the child in her belly. So Yang Fan became her husband. Yang Fan was now a big shot in Chang, and so he changed his name. Changed her surname, and he changed his name. In front of the reception monk, Yang Fan became Yang Qiao. The two of them said this in front of Zhang Changzong, but Zhang Changzong did not know that their pretense was actually the truth. He secretly praised the two of them for covering it up so naturally. The reception monk was very enthusiastic and good at talking. Buddhism also needed to attract more repeat customers, so that the incense would be more prosperous. The reception monk politely offered to accompany the guests to tour the temple, and also asked the abbot to bless the female donor. Was a Buddhist, and Yang Fan also wanted good luck, so he naturally agreed. Du Wentian pretended to burn incense and worship Buddha, and at the same time, he asked someone to approach Yang Fan and his group and eavesdrop on their conversation with the reception monk. He learned that the person's surname was Yang Qiao, and his wife's name was Zheng Wan. He had never heard of such a person, so he naturally became more courageous. The Xingjiao Temple was composed of 3 parts: the hall, the sutra tower, and the pagoda courtyard. Although Yang Fan and donated a large amount of money, they could not go deep into the hinterland, so they mainly toured around the hall area. After leaving the Grand Hall, they first went to see the 18 Arhats Hall, and then to see the diamond sutra carved on the wall. Wanner was very interested in it, and she also listened to the reception monk's explanation with great interest. Although the reception monk was a bit unscrupulous, he had a deep understanding of the sutra, and they got along very well. Although Yang Fan found it boring, as long as he accompanied he was not impatient. Zhang Changzong impatiently followed the receptionist monk, blindly listening to his explanation of some Buddhist scripture. He called out to Yang Fan, took a few imperial bodyguards, and called a young acolyte to lead them on a leisurely stroll. The reception monk accompanied Yang Fan and Wanner as they walked around the front of the temple. When they arrived at the east room behind the main hall, he stopped and said to Yang Fan, "The abbot's place is not good. Please go to him. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and invite the abbot." "Master." Yang Fan nodded to thank him, and was about to go with Wan to the room. Yang Fan smiled. There were many pines and bamboos in the yard. It was quiet and pleasant. In the middle of the pines and bamboos, there was a wall with 1,000 Buddha statues carved on it. Wan was very interested, so she let Yang Fan go into the hall first. If a man was not in the mood to wander around, not only would he feel bored, but his body would also be exhausted. This had nothing to do with the strength of his legs. Yang Fan had no interest in Buddhism, and his feet were already hurting. At this moment, he was not as energetic as the big-bellied Wan. He saw that the courtyard was quiet, and Wan had Gao-ing, Lan Yiqing, and the others with her. He was not worried about accidents, so he went to sit in the hall. Du Wentian had been quietly following behind Wan. Seeing that the master and the mistress had separated, he immediately came over. Yang Fan only sat in the hall for a while, and then he heard a quarrel coming from the courtyard. The woman's voice seemed to be a sapling. Yang Fan frowned and immediately walked out. When he walked out of the door of the hall, he happened to see Zhang Changzong's fair and clean face red with anger. Zhang Changzong pointed at a young man in a scholar's robe in front of him and screamed like a fighting cock, "Beat him to death!" A few guards beside Zhang Changzong rushed forward. The young master in the scholar's robe was Du Wentian. He had his own slaves who were also proficient in martial arts, but they were no match for the imperial guards. In a short while, they were all knocked down by the imperial guards. Zhang Changzong also personally stepped forward and kicked young master Du, who was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. When Zhang Changzong gave the order, Yang Fan happened to appear at the entrance of the hall. Seeing the situation, he did not stop it in time. Wan was beside him, and since she did not stop it, there must be something hidden. Moreover, these palace guards were Zhang Changzong's people. Even if he wanted to stop them, they would not listen to him. Yang Fan saw Wan standing at the side, frowning slightly. Gao-ing and Lan Yiqing's faces were full of anger. He walked over and asked Wan, "What is it?" Wan said, unhappily, "This lecher took advantage of Xiao Miao." Xiao Miao's pretty face was red as she stood at the side. Her little chest was puffed up, but it made her look even stronger. This Du Wentian did not only use such despicable methods to seduce women. With his family's talent and handsome appearance, he naturally had his ways to seduce women. But today, Yang Fan and his party were obviously accompanied by a male master. It was impossible to get close to the women. From the way Yang Fan and his party acted, although they were not from a noble family, they were definitely from a wealthy family. This kind of family would not be easy to get. Instead of getting close to them, it was better to get close to them. If they felt pain, they would obediently offer up their women to avoid disaster. Therefore, Du Wentian's method was to get beaten up. If the young master of the Du family was beaten up because of a small conflict, he would have enough reason to use the Du family's power and connections to pressure the other party. At that time, beautiful and cute girls like Xiao Miao, Gao-ing, and Lan Yiqing would be at his fingertips. Unless their family background was similar, who would offend him for a few pretty maids? In addition, this was also a test. The information his subordinates had gathered was not very detailed. This could also be used to find out more about the other party, although he was already 90% sure that this group of people were not from a powerful family. If his judgment was wrong, with his family background, he would only be casually taking advantage of a maid. As long as he revealed his identity, both parties would just laugh it off. Having made up his mind, Du Wentian took advantage of the moment when Xiao Miao walked past him to relieve herself and pinched the girl's perky buttocks. Who would have thought that what awaited him was not a slap from the girl, but a violent beating? He was beaten so badly that he did not even have the time to reveal his identity. At this time, Zhang Changzong's interest in traveling had run out, so he let the young monk lead him back. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by Zhang Changzong. What was Zhang Changzong's temper? He thought that he was the one who proposed this trip, and he was the one with the highest status in the group. Now that tree sapling was humiliated, it meant that the person he brought was bullied. Wasn't this a slap to Zhang Changzong's face? Hu and Chang, and dared to touch his whiskers. Zhang Changzong was furious and immediately attacked. Although thought that Du Wentian was elegant and gentle, there were too many people with a golden appearance. Xu Xiaomiao had no reason to slander him. But now that Zhang Changzong had come forward to teach him a lesson, she naturally did not have to say anything. Yang Fan asked about the situation and also felt extremely disgusted with the young master Du, but when he saw that Zhang Changzong and his group were extremely ruthless and had beaten Du Wentian and his slaves badly, he stepped forward to stop Zhang Changzong and said, "Lu Lang, please calm down. You don't have to dirty your hands and feet with such a vile person." Zhang Changzong gave Du Wentian a heavy kick in the face before he stopped. Those slaves hurriedly climbed up in pain, picked up their young master, and ran away. They had always acted according to Du Wentian's eyes. Today, they did not know why the young master did not reveal his identity. They thought that the young master had other plans, so they did not dare to say anything. But they did not know that Du Wentian had long wanted to reveal his identity, but as soon as he made his move, he was punched in the nose. He almost fainted from the pain and could not speak at all. The slaves of the Du family dragged Du Wentian away. Zhang Changzong was still angry and said, "If it was not for Erlang's words, I would have cut off his cheap hand and tongue today." Yang Fan laughed and said to Xu Xiaomiao, "Who asked you to be so beautiful that even I want to talk to you?" No wonder that libertine was lustful. Now that Lu Lang has helped you vent your anger, quickly come forward and thank him. Xu Xiaomiao felt a little shy after being praised by him. This little girl had fallen in love with Yang Fan when he was still a bald little monk. Even though she now knew that he was Shanghai Wan'er's lover and it was impossible for her family to be with him, she was still happy to receive his praise. Xu Xiaomiao slowly came forward and bowed to Zhang Changzong to thank him. Zhang Changzong felt that he had gained face, so he laughed and let it go. Yang Fan did not take today's matter to heart. After all, it was the young master who was in the wrong first. So what if he was beaten? It was good to teach this lecher a lesson. Not long after, the abbot of Xingjiao Temple came and gave a blessing. Then they left Xingjiao Temple to continue sightseeing. Du Wentian was carried by his slaves and hurriedly escaped from Xingjiao Temple. They only stopped when they reached a forest. They wiped the bloodstains and bandaged his wounds. Du Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He felt that his two front teeth were loose. He touched his nose and immediately screamed. The bridge of his nose was swollen to a frightening degree. Zhang Changzong's kick had not held back at all. Du Wentian did not dare to go home in this state. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He bared his teeth and said with hatred, "Take me to the city to heal my wounds." "Chenjia, you follow them. You must find out who they are and where they live. If I don't take revenge, I am not a man." Yang Fan and the others left Xingjiao Temple. After walking for another 10 miles, they saw a silver river flowing around the forest. The forest was green. Further ahead was a gentle hillside. In front of the sparse forest was a rather flat meadow. The green grass was like an exquisite carpet. The sun shone through the branches and leaves on the open grassland in the forest. The light and shadow were mottled, and there was a kind of tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Zhang Changzong was a hot-tempered person, but his temper came and went quickly. He had already forgotten what happened in Xingjiao Temple. Seeing the beautiful scenery in the forest, he excitedly said, "Let's rest here." Yang Fan and one also liked this quiet and wild place. The two of them nodded, and the guards and maids started to get busy. They set up tents in the forest and spread out felt mats on the grass. Some people set up stoves to make a fire, some people fetched water to cook, and some people gathered materials from the ground to pick up some mountain food and wild fruits. They also brought a few jars of good wine. They had a picnic and a feast. But what kind of status did these three have? Yang Fan was a bit better. He didn't want to be a burden when he traveled and wanted to be free and unfettered. One grew up in the palace, and Zhang Changzong came from a noble family. Both of them were people who never got tired of eating fine food. When they traveled, it had become a habit for them. Therefore, they were extremely extravagant and large. Naturally, they couldn't hide from Du Wentian's spies. Du Jingting, the master of the Du residence in the south of the city, was reading a letter. The letter said that Prince Gaoyang Wu Chongxuan, Princess Annal and her husband, and the 5 princes of Prince Xiang, Li Dan's family would come to Cham. And Du Jingting was immediately tempted. The Guanlong family had benefited greatly from the coup in Cham, but they were not satisfied. How could they be satisfied with just seizing the Shandong aristocrats' benefits in Guangzhou? They not only wanted to suppress the Shandong aristocrats, but they also wanted to restore the Guanlong family's former glory. There was no limit to their desire. The empress's return to Chang was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Everyone knew that the empress wouldn't be around for long, and they also knew what it meant for the empress to move the capital to Chang. And for the past 10 years, under the empress's despotic power, the Guanlong family was like 1,000 trees in the dead of winter, lifeless. Now that the winter was about to pass, their long-dormant ambitions were stirring. I need to establish contact with the Wu and Li families to deal with the changes in the future. Du Jingting immediately made a decision. In his eyes, Zhang Changzong didn't have much value. A family with thousands of years of history wouldn't care about this kind of meteor-like politician, but one of the Wu and Li families would definitely become the ruler of the world, so it was necessary to make friends. Du Jingting thought to himself, I should let Tian go greet them. They are about the same age, so it's easy to establish a relationship. If there are any changes in the situation, as a father, it'll be easier for me to save the situation. The plan was decided. Du Jingting raised his head and asked, Where's Wentian? The housekeeper bowed and said, Lang Jun went to Xingjiao Temple. Du Jingting frowned and ordered, Go find him quickly. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 1010. Chun Jia was a servant of the Du family and was loyal to the Du family. He was about the same age as Du Wentian and had been Du Wentian's companion since childhood. Therefore, he was deeply trusted by Du Wentian. After watching the other servants escorting the young master to Cham and city, Chun Jia went to look for traces of Yang Fan and the others. The 5th month of the year was already past the best time to go for an outing. Although there were many tourists on the Fan River, most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. There weren't many families like Yang Fan's group. This Chun Jia was quite persistent. As he searched, he asked around. Finally, he found Yang Fan's group. Chun Jia was very clever. He watched from afar and did not approach them. Occasionally, he would see 2 or 3 tourists wandering around, and he would go over to talk to them. From afar, it was even harder to tell that he was following them. In the evening, Zhang Changzong, Yang Fan, and the others returned after they had enjoyed themselves. Chun Jia carefully followed behind them. When they entered Chang and city, it would be easier for him to follow them. Chang and city was under construction everywhere. Craftsmen and laborers were all over the city. It was inconvenient for pedestrians to go in and out, and the streets were crowded. No one could find Chun Jia hiding among them. Chun Jia followed Yang Fan's team all the way to Longqing Square. He did not feel anything until Yang Fan and the others' carriages arrived at the Longqing Pond and drove along the only road to the island in the middle of the lake. Chun Jia was stunned. As a local of Chang, and often traveled with the young master, he certainly knew where the island in the middle of the lake was. He also knew who was living there. Chun Jia did not dare to act rashly. He only watched from afar until Yang Fan and the others' carriages all landed on the island in the middle of the lake. Chun Jia then turned around and slipped away. Du Wentian moved into the mansion of the Du family in Chang and invited a famous doctor who was good at treating bruises and injuries to treat him. He was gnashing his teeth and cursing Yang Fan and the others when Chun Jia hurried back. Du Wentian's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped up and asked, "Did you find out their identities and residences?" Chun Jia wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Du Wentian immediately waved his hand to dismiss all the maids in the hall. Chun Jia then moved in front of him and whispered, "Lang Jun, I'm afraid we've kicked an iron plate this time. We really can't afford to provoke those people." Hearing his words, Du Wentian calmed down a little. There were many hidden talents in Chang, and even if the Du family was in its heyday and was known as the heaven-quenching ruler, it could not cover the sky with one hand, not to mention now. Did that group of people really have a great background? Du Wentian hurriedly said, "Cut the crap and tell us where they came from." Chun Jia told him in detail how he followed Yang Fan and the others. Du Wentian could not help but be stunned. Chun Jia whispered, "Lang Jun, the family's master, is surnamed Yang. The young man who ordered people to beat you is even more beautiful than a woman." Du Wentian slowly took a breath and only felt that his loose teeth were a little sore. He said, "Yang Fan surnamed Yang? The beautiful young man is Lulang Zhang Changzong?" Chun Jia lost his voice and said, "Yes." When the man, surnamed Yang, went to stop the beautiful young man, he called him Lulang. In this era, friends who were familiar with each other often called each other by their seniority. When Du Wentian attended a gathering of friends, there were always 5 or 6 Dalang and Erlang, but Lulang and Qilong were not rare. Therefore, when he heard Yang Fan call Zhang Changzong Lulang, he did not think much about it. However, although there were many Lulang in Chang, and there was only one living on the island in the middle of the lake in Longqing Square. For a moment, Du Wentian was dumbfounded. Chun Jia looked at the young master sympathetically and knew that he could not get back at him. Chun Jia comforted him in a low voice. "Fortunately, they do not know who we are. It was just He looked at Du Wentian's nose, which looked like a clown with plaster. He did not say a small conflict, so he changed the topic and said, "Lang Jun, let's just forget about it." What else could he do if he did not forget it? In Du Wentian's view, if that General Zhongwu really wanted to deal with him, it might not be impossible. But if it was Zhang Changzong, he really had no chance. Yang Fan had kept a very low profile in Chang, and this time, although the turmoil in Chang and was planned and led by him, not many people knew the inside story. Many people only knew his name because of the assassination attempt. Everyone knew that it was because this unlucky guy had taken the blame for someone else and almost lost his life with an arrow. This had infuriated the imperial court and caused a great purge in Chang, and because of this, Hu Qianxian of the censor and Chun Xianlang of the Ministry of Justice, who had been saved by him, regarded him as a friend and often visited him. As for Yang Fan's identity as the head of the Xian clan of the Succession Hall, most of the descendants of the aristocratic families in Shandong knew about it, but only important figures like the clan leader and the leader of the Guanlong family knew about it. These people all kept this secret to themselves and kept their mouths shut. It was the same for Du Jingting. His son Du Wentian naturally did not know the details. Du Wentian dejectedly sat back in his chair and waved his hand weakly. Chen Jia understood and was about to bow and leave when Du Wentian suddenly stood up in shock. This sudden movement affected his wound and caused another wave of pain. Du Wentian hurriedly held his nose and said in a low voice, "If that person surnamed Yang is Yang Fan, and that beautiful youth is Zhang Changzhou, then who is that beautiful pregnant woman Zheng Weiner?" The master and servant looked at each other, their eyes gradually revealing a look of inconsolable shock. Chen Jia stammered, "Lang Jun, it can't be?" Du Wentian grinned, hideously. Then who could she be? Du Wentian hurriedly paced in the room. Chen Jia chased after his figure and stammered, "Then what does Lang Jun plan to do?" Du Wentian suddenly stopped and sneered, "Don't let me know the truth. Otherwise, I will make you suffer." Chen Jia hurriedly moved in front of him and whispered, "Lang Jun, that Zhang Changzong is the most favored person in front of the emperor. We can't afford to provoke him." Du Wentian coldly glanced at her and said darkly, "Who said that if I want to take revenge, I have to go into battle? Not even the emperor can control the mouths of the common people." The next morning, in Wan Er's boudoir, a ray of sunlight shone in, filling the room with a soft light. Wan leaned against a pillow on a low-legged embroidered couch. Holding Yang Fan's hand, she gently drank goat's milk. After drinking a bowl of goat's milk, Yang Fan put the bowl back on the gold-embroidered table and picked up a wet handkerchief from the table to wipe the corner of her mouth. Wan said, "Prince Gaoyang, his wife, and the Prince of Xiang's fifth son are coming to Chang. And today, when the sage moves the capital to Chang, and there will be no less than 300,000 people accompanying him. If such a large number of people were to move all at once, the prefectures along the way will certainly not be able to handle it. After moving into Chang, and there will certainly be chaos for a while. It seems that the sage intends to move in batches. Next, the imperial family will move one after another." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I think that this is only one of the reasons. The emperor is currently paying great attention to balancing the power and influence of the Wu and Li families. Unfortunately, she has overlooked the rise of Second Zhang." Wanner's black brows slightly furrowed. She quietly said, "The emperor's love for Second Zhang has blinded her eyes. Second Zhang's great power is indeed not appropriate. In reality, Second Zhang should not be so passionate about power. Their power is a rootless tree. Forcibly seizing it will only bring disaster to them." Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, "But how many people in the situation can see clearly if you advise Second Zhang to only seek wealth and not to be tainted by power? They will only think that you are trying to harm him." Wan sweetly said, "I naturally won't be such a meddlesome person. I am just expressing my feelings." After a pause, Wan said, "Do you know that the sage actually wanted Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing to come to Chang? And, oh," hearing this, Yang Fan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Prince Tang Changwang and Prince Yixing were both the sons of the current crown prince, Li Xian. Prince Tang Changwang was Li Zhongfu, and Prince Yixing was Li Zhongjuan. Li Xian had 4 sons. The eldest, Li Zhongruan, had been beaten to death by Wu Zetian for insulting Zhang Changzong. The youngest of the remaining 3, Li Zhongmao, was still a child. Only Li Zhongfu and Li Zhongjuan had grown up. Yang Fan also felt that having the crown prince's sons move to Chang and first was a positive political signal to the world. Their statuses were more important than the Prince of Xiang's sons in politics. However, the Empress had sent the 5 sons of Li Dan, the Prince of Xiang. Now that Wana mentioned it, He understood that there must be a reason. One, said, and Lu heard that the sage wanted to send her husband to Chang, and so she begged Wu Chongshuan to bring her along. Wu Chongshuan had always doted on and feared Lu. He did not dare to disobey, and naturally agreed. The sage was very unhappy when she heard this, so she sent the prince of Xiang's son instead. Lu was the crown prince's daughter. Wu Zetian had originally wanted to send Wu Sanxi's son and the crown prince's son to Chang, and as representatives of the royal family. But once Princess Lu came along as the crown prince's daughter, she broke the balance. So the empress sent the prince of Xiang's son instead. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Didn't she just give birth?" Wan'er smiled bitterly and said, "So what?" Lu gave birth less than half a month ago, and then she called her friends out of the city to play. This Lu has always been willful and unruly, but Wu Chongshuan just happened to listen to her and listen to her. Who could do anything to her? Yang Fan thought to himself, she's not just willful and unruly. She's clearly short-sighted and doesn't care about the big picture. What a stupid woman. She was born with such a good body for nothing. Yang Fan could imagine that Li Guo'er's actions were just because she was willful and unrestrained, or perhaps she still had some vanity to show off. After all, in Luoyang, her status as a princess was nothing, and there were many people with higher status than her. But in Chang, and before the Son of Heaven and the other powerful ministers and relatives arrived, her status would be the most respected. But once she made this request, Wu Chongshuan would naturally not dare to disobey, and Wu Sanxi would certainly be happy to see it happen. Once the ship was already on the ship, her parents could only mourn behind her back. They had always been cautious around the empress and did not have the courage to persuade their daughter to change her mind. If they did, their intentions would be too obvious. Not many people knew about this family affair. One, who was in the emperor's presence, knew everything, but how could outsiders know? The officials outside could only speculate that the emperor planned to have the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, control the military and government respectively, and then have the crown prince, Li Xian, control the monarch, forming a tripartite balance of power. In this way, the officials who were loyal to Li Tang would most likely submit to the Prince of Xiang, who understood the difference between real power and false reputation better than them. This was originally an excellent opportunity for the Crown Prince's faction to make a name for itself, but it had unexpectedly helped the Prince of Xiang. Li Xian having such a stupid daughter was truly a misfortune for his clan. One saw him tilt his head in thought and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Yang Fan came to his senses and sighed. One, if we have a daughter, we have to teach her well. If we have a daughter who wastes the family's fortune, she'll really anger father and mother to death. Wanner giggled and rolled her eyes at him. "You're so annoying. How can you compare my child to Annel? If I have a daughter, she'll definitely be an obedient and adorable little lady." Yang Fan laughed and brought over a plate painted with gold and silver. On the plate were cherries that had been washed by spring water, bright and glistening. Yang Fan picked up a ripe cherry that was so red that it was almost black and offered it to her. Wanner opened her plump red lips and sucked the cherry into her mouth. Her nimble tongue even took the opportunity to lick the tip of his finger, overflowing with charm. Yang Fan was captivated by her gaze, and then he saw that her lips were wet with cherry juice. They were moist and glistening, extremely alluring. He couldn't help but feel his heartstrings sway. He couldn't help but bend down and kiss those tender and alluring red lips. Pressing his teeth against her, he hooked out her little tongue and began a lingering kiss. An uncontrollable moan came from the bottom of Wan'er's throat. Wan'er was also aroused by his kiss. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his neck. Although Yang Fan had recently stopped taking supplements, his desire was still aroused. And Yang Fan had been husband and wife for a long time. Whatever Yang Fan could feel, she could naturally feel. Quickly retracted her body and giggled. Lang Jun, you're up to no good again. I don't dare to serve you now. Yang Fan glanced at her belly with hidden bitterness and said, I know. In this big world, this little guy is the biggest. Wanner giggled and made a mischievous face at him. She said, Well, you have to be jealous of your own child. She bit her lip and suddenly said, Lang Jun, you've been in Chang and for almost a year. Have you never touched a woman's body? Yang Fan was startled. Suddenly he cried out in grief. Isn't that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I have 3 beautiful wives in vain. Now, I've been a monk for almost a year. This is really a great injustice. Softly snorted and glanced at him. She said, What about Miss Gu? She's like a delicate flower by your side. Haven't you plucked her? Yang Fan did not hide Gu Zhuting's matter from he had already told her about Gu Zhuting's existence. Yang Fan had planned to wait for Gu Zhuting to finish her work on Ba before bringing her to meet They were going to be sisters, so there was no need to hide it. Yang Fan dejectedly said, I really haven't. Although knew that he was pretending to be pitiful, she still couldn't bear to see her Lang Jun like that. Her pair of charming eyes glanced at Yang Fan. She shyly lowered her head and said softly, Lang Jun, go and take a bath. Yang Fan was stunned. He raised his arm and sniffed. He said blankly, I just took a bath after practicing martial arts this morning. I didn't even sweat. Why would I take a bath in the middle of the day? Blushed and turned her head. If you don't want it, then forget it. Yang Fan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, I want it, I want it. Of course I want it. He jumped up and ran. Wanner gently bit her plump and sexy red lips with her teeth, listening to Yang Fan's movements. Her pretty face gradually became flushed and a touch of charm appeared. Chapter 10:11. In a pavilion 10 li away from Chang, and many people were waiting for Royal Prince Gaoyang's carriage. Although the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had left the capital at the same time as Wu Chongxuan, they had deliberately delayed their journey and arrived at Chang, and at the same time as Wu Chongxuan and his wife. This saved the Chang and officials a lot of trouble. Today, only Lu Qiaotian and the county magistrates of Chang and Wanyan counties had come to greet Wu Chongxuan and his wife. After all, this was a relative of the emperor and not a court official, so the local officials could not make a big fuss. The others were mainly relatives of the emperor and noble families. Many dukes and marquises, who rarely went out and rarely saw each other, all showed up today and chatted with each other. Thus, the waiting process was not lonely. Duguyu was also in the welcoming crowd. This time, the Guanlong family had taken advantage of the Shandong gentry's weakened strength to plunder a lot of benefits. Duguyu had played a big part in this. So his status in the Guanlong family was now much higher than before. The number of people who greeted him had also increased. In the forest to the side, Du Wentian looked down at the pavilion and said to Chunjia, Are you ready? Don't make any mistakes. Chunjia nodded and bowed. Don't worry, Lang Jun. I won't make any mistakes. Du Wentian nodded and reached out to remove the plaster on his nose. The plaster was very sticky, and when it was removed, Du Wentian grimaced in pain. Chunjia circled around him, wanting to help but not daring. Du Wentian clenched his teeth and suddenly tore off the plaster, tears streaming down his face from the pain. In the distance, a row of carriages appeared with fluttering banners and drums. There was a commotion in the pavilion as the nobles tidied up their clothes and went forward to greet them. They did not line up neatly like the officials greeting their superiors. When officials greeted imperial envoys, they only needed to line up according to their rank. Those of the same rank could also be lined up according to their status and seniority, so the line was very orderly. However, these nobles and aristocrats all had similar statuses, so it was inevitable for them to exchange pleasantries. Duke Zhang, please, Li Wang, please, I wouldn't dare, thank you for letting me. Royal Prince Gaoyang, Wu Chongxuan, and Princess Annal, Li Guo's carriage could already see clearly. Half a li away, Chun Jia was hiding in a thicket of wormwood that was half the height of a person. She stared at the guard of honor, who was slowly walking over. When she saw that the guard of honor had arrived, Chun Jia tightened her grip on the horsewhip and struck the horses, but with all her might. The horse let out a miserable neigh as it dragged a cart full of firewood and galloped away. This Chun Jia was really ruthless. That horsewhip ruthlessly stabbed into the horse's buttocks. Although that horse was an old horse that could not run very fast, suddenly having its buttocks pierced was really unbearable pain. This dash was really as fast as an arrow. There was a small path from the forest to the official road in front of them. The path was very straight, so although the horse was startled, it ran along the small path out of habit. At the intersection of the small path and the official road, Wu Chongxuan's guard of honor had just arrived. The nobles and officials were still trying to be modest when they suddenly heard someone cry out, "The horse is startled! The horse is startled!" Everyone looked over in surprise and saw a horse pulling a cart full of firewood toward the official road, crashing into Prince Gaoyang and Princess Annal's guard of honor. A coarse-clothed coachman chased a few steps with his horsewhip. He discovered that the people on the road were very ostentatious and didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He immediately abandoned the horse and cart and turned around to flee into the forest. At this time, they finally reacted and all cried out, "Quickly stop the startled horse! Don't disturb the prince and princess carriage." Although they said this, who could react in time? At this time, there was a shout from the side, and a fast horse whizzed through the grass on the side of the road, quickly intercepting the startled horse. Because they were about to reach Shirley Pavilion, the curtain of the carriage had already been lifted. Princess Annal, who was sitting in the carriage, also saw the startled horse and the rider, who was rushing forward without any regard for his own safety. This rider was very decisive. When he saw that the startled horse pulling the cart full of firewood was unstoppable, he immediately pulled out a snow-white sword. Li Guo's pretty eyes narrowed slightly as she saw the rider rush in front of the startled horse. The sword in his hand swung down, and a streak of blood shot up into the sky. This sword was extremely sharp and unexpectedly cut the horse's neck in half. Although the horse's head was cut off, its momentum didn't decrease. The horse's body collided with the precious horse under the rider's legs. The precious horse was knocked back a few steps and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The rider on the horse rolled a few steps, and when he got up, his face was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was horse blood or his head was injured. If Yang Fan was here and saw this scene, he would give him a thumbs up and praise. Great minds think alike. The person who stopped the startled horse was Du Wentian. This move of his was similar to the one Yang Fan had used on Vermilion Bird Avenue. However, Yang Fan had been injured by an arrow and wouldn't be able to recover in a few months. He had to find a way to justify his injury, and Du Wentian's move was to cover up his embarrassment of being injured so that he wouldn't be ridiculed by others. Yesterday evening, the second steward of the Du residence hurried to Chang and to see Gue Wentian. Du Wentian didn't avoid meeting him. He and Du Jingting were father and son and were destined to be the head of the Du residence in the future. If he told the steward to shut up, how could the steward dare to meddle? The steward conveyed Du Jingting's order for him to come out and welcome royal Prince Gaoyang. Du Wentian couldn't help but worry. He didn't dare to disobey his father's orders. But how could he face others in this state? No matter how he thought about it, Chen Jia was smart enough to help him think of such a solution. Although Du Wentian wasn't good at fighting, his horsemanship was excellent, and he also had a sword that could cut through iron like mud. He was able to play the role of a righteous man who stopped a startled horse. Du Wentian's face was covered in blood as he was supported in front of Wu Chongxuan and Li Gua. Wu Chongxuan couldn't help but go forward to comfort him and express his gratitude. Li Gua also got off the carriage and said with a smile, "What is this Longjuan's name?" Du Wentian was covering his nose with a handkerchief and mumbling in response to Wu Chongxuan when he suddenly heard a sweet voice. He looked over and was immediately stunned. In fact, it wasn't just him. When Li Gua walked out of the carriage, not only were many young people dazed, but many middle-aged men were also stunned. She wore a jade green gown, and her figure was graceful. Her breasts were soft, and her waist was thin, and her curves were graceful. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. When the sun shone on her, it was as if she was emitting a soft and bright halo. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal woman, but more like a fairy who had descended to the world. Even the history books, which had always been concise in language, rarely described her appearance, and would not add any comments when mentioning Princess Enlil. There was a special note: her beauty moves the world. One could imagine her unparalleled beauty. Now that she had appeared, she had stunned the entire audience. There were more than one or two people staring at her without blinking. The Princess Annal of today was no longer the Li Gua, who had been buried in the mountains for 16 years. She knew how beautiful she was. Seeing Du Wentian's dazed look, she smiled arrogantly and said in a gentle voice, "I still haven't asked the name of this Langjun who helped me." "Ah, Du Wentian from Fanchuan greets your highness." Du Wentian came back to his senses and quickly bowed. Princess Annal's eyes turned, and she said sweetly, "So you are a disciple of the Du family from Fanchuan. Thank you for your help." "Young Master Du Wentian repeatedly said that he didn't dare to." He lowered his eyes and looked at Princess Annal's dress. He didn't dare to raise his head again, afraid that he would be shocked by Princess Annal's unparalleled beauty and embarrass himself. However, he didn't know if it was just a psychological effect, but he felt that she was beautiful just by looking at her dress and the slightly exposed embroidered shoes. When the Chong and officials brought Wu Chongxuan and his wife into Chong, and Abdullah brought his little attendant Abbas to the island in the middle of the lake to pay his respects to Yang Fan. Abdullah came to bid farewell to Yang Fan. He was Shunmu's subordinate, but his identity as an Arab merchant was not fake. Arab merchants were the agents of a merchant, and they were entrusted by the merchant to travel thousands of miles to foreign lands to do business. These merchants were usually wealthy merchants who could rival a country, and were respectfully called Tudeji. Abdullah had a Tudeji in Dashi and another in the Tang dynasty. The Tudeji in the Tang dynasty was naturally Shunmu. Abdullah was the bridge that connected the two rich Tudeji in the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate. Abdullah's business was very big. On this return trip, he brought a total of 500 camels with him, and the whole team had thousands of people. The caravan was now gathering at the northern suburbs of Chong, and Abdullah took a break from his busy schedule and came here to bid farewell to Yang Fan. On the embroidered couch, one of her slender fingers, which had been dyed with nail polish, gently wrapped around the jade flute. Her red lips, which were not even a speck of red, gently leaned forward. Her starry eyes were half open and half closed. Her shyness was extremely seductive. She opened her mouth and was about to play a heavenly tune when she suddenly knocked on the window 3 times. Abdullah rushed to the island in the middle of the lake. Lon Iching, who was patrolling outside, asked him about his purpose and hurried back to knock on the window to warn him. The window was closed, so the people outside naturally did not know what was happening inside. But Warner was about to do that shameful thing and could not help but feel ashamed. When Yang Fan heard the 3 knocks on the window, he knew that there was a guest looking for him. He could only suppress his desire and hurriedly got up, leaped over the wall, and quietly returned to his residence. The 2 villas were very close to each other. Outside the back of the house was a desolate bush, so it was very convenient for him to sneak around. Ha ha ha, my dear friend, Abdullah is about to return to Dashi. Today, I have specially come to bid farewell to you. When Abdullah saw Yang Fan walk into the living room, he opened his arms and welcomed him with a laugh. Yang Fan was in a very bad mood. Any man who had his plans ruined at such a crucial moment would not be in a good mood. Yang Fan pulled a long face and cupped his hands, saying, "This trip to Arabia is full of dangers and obstacles. I wish you a safe journey. It is a pity that I, Yang, am busy with work and cannot host a farewell banquet for you." Abdullah said, "I will leave immediately and have no time to drink. I have only made 2 friends in the East. One is Shenmu and the other is your Majesty. Before we leave, I have a big gift for you." Abdullah winked at Yang Fan mysteriously and said, "Last time, I wanted to give you a few beauties, but you did not want them. This time, I believe that you will definitely accept it. She is too beautiful. She is the pearl of the desert. I believe that you must be itching to ride her." Yang Fan had known him for a long time and knew that the nomadic Abbasid Caliphate people were used to riding to express their sexual love. He thought that Abdullah was going to give him another beauty, but this time Yang Fan did not reject him. He really did not want to be a monk anymore. If Abdullah was going to give him another beauty, he decided to half refuse and half accept. Yang Fan, whose willpower had been tortured by his desire, was dragged out of the living room by Abdullah. Pointing to the courtyard, Abdullah proudly said, "Look, isn't she beautiful? She is a charming little beauty. Look at her graceful waist. Look at her beautiful fur. Don't tell me that you don't want to ride her?" Yang Fan stared blankly at the little beauty in Abdullah's words. The little beauty raised her head and playfully snorted at him. This is a very beautiful Arabian filly. Chapter 10:12. On Ba, the vast fields of crops were green and lush. When the wind blew, there was a rustling sound. The rustling sound was soft and pleasing to the ear. The light and fresh fragrance of the plants went straight into the heart and spleen along with the rustling sound, making people feel comfortable from the inside out. Yang Fan stood on the ridge of the fields and gazed into the distance. Next to him was an old elm tree, under which his little Arabian beauty was calmly grazing. The purebred Arabian horse was the royalty of horses, and its physique was also the most beautiful. It had a handsome head, a broad forehead, short ears, bright and spirited eyes, a long neck, a round buttocks, well-developed muscles, and tough hooves. Regardless of the color of its fur, its skin was black. The Arabian horse possessed astonishing speed and endurance. In 6 hours, it could run 250 li. This was a true divine steed that could travel 1,000 li in a single day. Moreover, it had a gentle temperament, sharp intelligence, and a rather high intelligence. It could easily understand its master's intentions. For example, right now, its reins were not tied. With a single order from Yang Fan, it docilely circled around the old elm tree, nibbling at the weeds beneath it. The lush green sprouts were just a few steps away, but it would not take a single step closer. Even in Dashi, purebred Arabian horses were considered treasures. Their owners would often bring them into their tents for protection. They only used female horses and did not trust foals. They only kept a small number of male foals for breeding. They would never mix their blood, much less sell them. Abdullah had not been bragging. The gift he had given to Yong Fan this time was truly priceless. Even 1,000 beautiful female slaves would not necessarily be willing to exchange their own Arabian steed for it. In the distance, a woman rode over. She was dressed in a snow-white robe, a silver-white sash tightly wrapped around her slender waist. As the horse galloped, the female rider straightened her back and shoulders, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she straddled the saddle, exuding an enchanting rhythm. When she got close, the woman tugged on the reins, and the maroon horse reared up. With a long neigh, the horse's hooves stomped heavily against the ground. Before the horse's hooves touched the ground, the female rider dismounted, her pearl-white, pointed satin boots firmly planted on the grass. "Aleng!" Gu Zhuting happily called out to Yong Fan. Her pretty face was flushed. Perhaps it was because she ran too fast, but it was not impossible to see Yong Fan's excitement. The blush made her face look even more beautiful. She really hadn't seen Yong Fan for a long time. At first, it was because she was too busy. Too many things had piled up in the days when she was not at Boz. Later, it was because Wan from Shanghai had come to Chang, and compared to Xiaoman and Anu, she only felt that Xiaoman and her Lang Jun were childhood sweethearts, and Anu was younger and more talented than her. As for Shanghai Wanner, she could only look up to her. In terms of background, she was the daughter of an aristocratic family. In terms of status, she was the female prime minister. In terms of talent and learning, she was the head of the Hall of History and the Hanlin Academy. She was the most talented woman in the world. In terms of fame, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Gu Zhuting's sensitive feelings of inferiority intensified. She felt ashamed of her inferiority and did not dare to meet him. Yong Fan gradually understood. He knew that she was deliberately delaying and did not dare to leave Ba's side. Moreover, Wanner also wanted to meet this sister. Therefore, Yong Fan took the opportunity to ride the horse and came to Ba's side. However, he did not go to Ba's town. Instead, he waited in the fields. When Gu Zhuting received the news, she hurried over. Yong Fan smiled and said, "Seeing you ride a horse is a wonderful enjoyment. I admit that my horsemanship is not bad, but compared to you, I can't look at it. My horsemanship is only average. How can it be compared to Lang?" Gu Zhuting smiled bashfully. Just as she was about to reply modestly, she suddenly saw the Arabian horse grazing under the old elm tree. She could not help but exclaim. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes stared at the Arabian horse with dark green satin hair. She could not bear to look away. Yong Fan whistled. The horse immediately trotted to his side and rubbed its nose intimately against him. Yong Fan stroked the horse's mane. He smiled at Gu Zhuting and said, "What do you think of this horse?" Gu Zhuting nodded her head. She walked over and circled the horse twice. She asked doubtfully, "This is an Arabian horse?" Yong Fan did not know much about horses. This time he rode a fine horse out of the city. Although he felt that this horse was fast and stable, as swift as the wind, it was indeed different from ordinary horses. But because he did not know much about horses, he did not think that it was anything extraordinary. Hearing Gu Zhuting's words, he could not help but ask, "You recognized it?" Gu Zhuting nodded and said, "In the past, during the 60th birthday of Tang Jinkai, the governor of Yuzhou, old Master Cui, tried to buy an Arabian horse as a birthday gift. Governor Tang was overjoyed, and from then on, he regarded it as a treasure. However, old Grandfather Cui's horse is a little mixed in color." It is not as beautiful as this horse. Yang Fan knew that the Yuzhou governor's office governed 6 provinces: Yuzhou, Yi, Yan, Northern Yan, Ping, and Tan. It had great military power and was a high official in the north. Fanyang Lu clan, Qinghe Chui clan, and the other great clans of Shandong relied heavily on him. For the Tang governor's birthday, the great clans of Shandong would probably give him lavish gifts. During Yang Fan's wedding, he had seen Xue Huai and Princess Taiping compete in wealth. The gifts given by the two could be considered priceless. Moreover, the great clans of Shandong had 1,000 years of history and relied heavily on the Yuzhou governor, with the intention to win him over. The gifts given by the governor would definitely be better than what he received. However, the Tang governor's gift of an Arabian horse showed how valuable it was. Only now did Yang Fan understand how valuable this horse was. This gift from Abdullah could not be said to be insignificant. Recalling how he was displeased when Abdullah interrupted his wedding, Yang Fan could not help but feel guilty. When Abdullah returns from Arabia, I must offer him a banquet as an apology. Yang Fan saw that Gu Zhuting had been staring at the precious horse as if she couldn't bear to part with it, so he smiled and said, "Let's try riding it." Gu Zhuting pointed at her own nose in surprise and asked, "Me?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Of course it's you." Gu Zhuting hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no, no. This is Ah Lang's beloved horse. How could I dare to ride it?" Yang Fan whispered, "It's just a horse. The one I want to ride is you." Gu Zhuting's pretty face immediately turned red, although Run Wei and the others had very consciously retreated when the two of them saw each other. There was no need to worry about this flirtatious words being heard by others. However, her face was still very tender, and she was so embarrassed that her face was completely red. Her pair of big, watery eyes were wet. Seeing her embarrassment, Yang Fan did not continue teasing her. He smiled and said, "Come, try riding it. Horses are meant to be ridden. But this is a horse. A horse is also a horse. No matter how good a horse is, it is not as precious as you in my heart." "Are you saying that a man is not as precious as a horse?" Gu Zhuting bit her lips and nodded lightly. She pulled the horse over and leaped lightly onto its back. Her slender waist and long legs were in perfect proportion. The moment she sat on the horse, her fine silk trousers tightened around her thighs, revealing her smooth and round curves. Especially when her legs were clamped tightly around the horse's abdomen, her thighs tightened. Yang Fan looked at that graceful curve and thought about the feeling of such a pair of round, slender, firm, and smooth thighs clamped around his waist. Little Air actually shook its head and wagged its tail. Recently, Yang Fan had really been extremely dissatisfied with his desires. Fortunately, Gu Zhuting kicked the horse's belly, and with a light shout, the horse shot forward like an arrow, saving Yang Fan from making a fool of himself. Arabian horses are not only adept at long-distance running, they are also as fast as the wind in short sprints. Gu Zhuting's equestrian skills are superb. Even though it is her first time riding this horse, she is able to control it with ease. Riding on the back of such a fine horse, she does not feel the slightest jolt. It is as though she is flying in the air. The 4 hooves of the horse seem to be floating in the air, calm and agile. From afar, Yang Fan and the rest could see that Gu Zhuting's movements are no longer as obvious. It is as though she has become one with the horse and shot into the distance like an arrow. Gu Zhuting left quickly and returned just as quickly. In a short moment, she disappeared from everyone's sight, but in the blink of an eye, she flew back, arriving in front of Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting pulled on the reins. The horse did not raise its hooves or whinny. It did not move much, but steadily stopped there, and Gu Zhuting's hair that was thrown straight behind her slowly floated down. Yang Fan raised his finger and praised. Good. It is indeed a good horse. Your equestrian skills are good as well. From now on, it belongs to you. Gu Zhuting had just dismounted from the horse. Upon hearing these words, she was shocked and said, No, 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 this horse is too valuable. When old Master Cui gifted the Arabian horse to the Tang governor, Gu Zhuting was one of the escorts. She saw with her own eyes that General Zhao Huan of the Anong Protectorate offered 4 Xinluo beauties, a pair of Goryeo twin sisters, 2 blonde Slavic female slaves with skin whiter than snow, and 3 Goryeo pearls in exchange for the horse. However, the offer was flatly rejected by the Tang governor. It is said that after Tang Shouxing obtained the horse, he treated the horse even better than his own son. He personally washed and fed the horse and did not allow anyone to interfere. Because the horse came and went freely in the backyard, one of his most beloved concubines was startled by the horse. She whipped the horse once and was beaten half to death by the Tang governor. She was then thrown into the washing room to become a female slave. Now, Yang Fan did not even think about it and gave such a precious horse to her. In Yang Fan's eyes, this was just a horse. No matter how rare it was still an animal. However, in Gu Zhuting's heart, there was an indescribable feeling. Gu Zhuting's heart was agitated and her eyes reddened. She was on the verge of tears. Yang Fan looked at her flattered and grateful look and couldn't help but find it funny and funny. He thought that after getting along with her for this period of time, she had already dispelled her inferiority complex. He didn't expect that this woman was still like this. It was really not easy to correct a deep-rooted concept. Yang Fan gently embraced her shoulder and said in a gentle voice, It is just a horse. There is no need to be like this. Even you are mine. Isn't your horse also my horse? Just take it that you are helping me take care of it. When I want to ride it, I can still ride it. Gu Zhuting hugged Yang Fan's sturdy waist and said softly, And she sniffed and said softly, I am also willing to be ridden by A Lang. A Lang can ride me whenever you want. Yang Fan's half-dead little brother suddenly felt hot blood rushing to his head. It immediately stood up like a flagpole. He really wanted to get on the horse and ride her away like the wind, but looking at the guards standing on the ridge of the field, they were an eyesore. Chapter 10:13. Gu Zhuting followed Yang Fan back to the city. Her head was lowered and her face was red. She did not say a word and did not even raise her head. She was so embarrassed, not because she had said those bold words of love to Yang Fan, but because Yang Fan had switched horses with her on the way back to the city, giving her the Arabian steed. Gu Zhuting excitedly asked, A Lang, does this horse have a name? Yang Fan answered casually, It's called Beauty. The expressions on the faces of Ren Wei and the others immediately turned strange. Gu Zhuting thought that Yang Fan was teasing her in public, which was why she couldn't suppress her embarrassment. She didn't know that the name of this precious Arabian steed was really Beauty. Abdullah's bad taste was truly harmful. When they were about to enter the city gate, the road became crowded and chaotic. The moat was being repaired, and the purplish-black silt that was cleaned up had not been transported away. After entering the city, there were also construction works everywhere. Some places were so narrow that they had to dismount and walk on foot. While leading the horse, Yang Fan leaned close to Gu Zhuting's shoulder and whispered to her, When we get back, I will bring you to see someone. Gu Zhuting's heart skipped a beat, and she became nervous. Of course, she knew who Yang Fan was bringing her to see. For a moment, Gu Zhuting was even more nervous than an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Seeing her pale face, Yang Fan could not help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? She is not a man-eating tiger. Gu Zhuting quietly swallowed and whispered, I don't need to see her, right? Yang Fan said, she can't leave the palace often. This is a rare opportunity. Xiao Man and Anu have known her for a long time, and they get along well. What are you afraid of? She is gentle and easy to talk to. Even if you avoid her this time, you will still have to meet her in the future. Besides, she also wants to see you. Gu Zhuting stammered, but your servant only knows martial arts. I don't know anything about poetry. In front of her, I'm afraid I have nothing to say. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This pitiful appearance was really lovable. Yang Fan comforted him. Don't worry, she's not a sour and rotten Mr. Winter Roast. She doesn't recite poems when she's with me. Don't you know Kuju? She's a Kuju expert. You can talk to her about Kuju. Gu Zhuting agreed and followed him to a footboard in the tunnel. She could not help but ask, Alang, this is the first time I've seen her. Should I prepare a gift for her? Yang Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Gu Zhuting's way of thinking was really a little petty. Not to mention Taiping and Wanner, even Xiao Mang and Anu, who had followed the emperor since childhood and was the imperial guard captain, and who was the personal maid of a young master of an aristocratic family, had vast knowledge and experience. At first, Gu Zhuting gave him the impression that she was a ruthless female killer who came and went like a ghost. She was a forthright woman with a Jianghu flavor. But deep down, she was a little girl from a humble family. Only he knew her true colors. Yang Fan wanted to comfort her, but on second thought, there was no need to make her obey him. She was already a little uneasy, and he should give her some confidence. Thinking of this, Yang Fan changed his mind. He smiled and said, You're really thoughtful. Let's go to the East Market and buy a nice gift. Among the two cities of Chang, and the West Market was far from the three major inner cities, Taiji Palace in the west, Daming Palace in the east, and Xingqing Palace in the south. Most of the businesses in the West Market were daily necessities such as clothes, candles, biscuits, and medicine. It was bustling and more prosperous than the East Market, but most of the goods were ordinary. The East Market was close to the three major inner cities. Most of the people living around it were royalty and dignitaries. Therefore, most of the shops in the city sold expensive goods. Although there were not many customers, they sold expensive and luxurious goods. Tens of thousands of treasures could be found everywhere. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you'll eat for 3 years after opening. In the Eastern Market, there were 220 lines of goods. The goods were arranged in different lines, and the rare and precious goods from all over the world were all gathered here. The ancient capital of Chang, and had a profound history. Princess Anil wandered around in high spirits and felt that this trip was worthwhile. Chang and was bounded by Vermilion Bird Avenue. The east of the city was Wanyan County, the west of the city was Chang and County, and the East Market was under the jurisdiction of Wanyan County. The new county magistrate, Huang Jianyu, was dressed in casual clothes. He led a few calm and experienced plain-clothed constables into the crowd, secretly protecting Princess Anil and her party. Today, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had arrived in Chang, and the officials of Chang, and once again came out to welcome them. Because Wu Chongxuan had arrived a day earlier, he also went to welcome them. The relationship between the Wu and Li families was good, because Li Xian and his wife had done their best to cater to the Wu family after their marriage, and the rise of the second Zhang, the Wu and Li families had developed a strong sense of crisis. Their relationship became even closer. This was especially true after Zhang Changzong's slander had killed Wu Yanji, Li Zhongruan, and Li Xianhui. Because Wu Yanji was a member of the Wu family, Li Zhongruan was a member of the Li family, and Li Xianhui was the daughter of the Li family, and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. The Wu and Li families shared a common enemy and became even closer. Because of this, Wu Chongxuan naturally had to go to the Tenli Pavilion to welcome them, but Princess Anil did not go with him. Originally, as the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, she did not have to welcome other members of the royal family. It would have been enough for her husband to show up. However, she was also a daughter of the Li family. This time, it was her cousin who had come. It would be inappropriate for her not to go. Some people speculated that Li Guo'er's actions were to avoid arousing suspicion. She did not want outsiders to think that the Wu and Li families had joined forces, especially since Zhang Changzong was in Chang. And in order to avoid arousing the second Zhang's fear, she chose not to show up because of her sensitive identity. In reality, Li Guo'er was not that scheming. There was only one reason why she did not go to welcome them. She did not care about these cousins at all. Even if it was her own brothers and sisters, she was very indifferent to them. Would a person who had thrown her son to the nanny the moment he was born and followed her husband to Chang and to relax care about her relatives? Most of the people who accompanied Princess Anil were rich and noble ladies. There was also a man, and that was Du Wentian. Du Wentian's righteous act of stopping a frightened horse yesterday could be considered a blessing in disguise. First, he was favored by Wu Chongxuan and his wife. Then, something else happened that brought Du Wentian and his wife closer to each other. Because when the Wu family rose, Wu Zetian had already lived in Luoyang for a long time. Therefore, the Wu family had no foundation in Chang, and let alone a mansion. Therefore, Lu Xietian prepared a temporary residence for the couple. After the banquet, Lu Xuantian and the others escorted the couple to their residence. When Princess and Lu arrived there, she was very unhappy. The courtyard was exquisite and beautiful, but the standard was a little small. It was fine to use a courtyard with 3 entrances as a temporary residence, but Lu was vain and advocated luxury. She thought that, as a princess, her status was the most honorable in Chang, and if she was given such a courtyard as a temporary residence, it would be unfair to her. Princess Anil's expression immediately darkened, making the Lu residence very awkward. Du Wentian came to the rescue in time and invited the couple to stay in the Du family's mansion in Chang. And because of his act of stopping the horse, Wu Chongxuan had a good impression of him and actually agreed. Du Wentian was overjoyed and hurriedly welcomed his goddess back to his own mansion. That night, because they were staying in the same mansion, Du Wentian tossed and turned for half the night without sleeping. It seemed that because of this, he had developed a special relationship with the beauty. However, he could only let his imagination run wild. Although he was lustful, he did not dare to have any ideas about the princess. This morning, Wu Chongxuan and the others went to welcome the Prince of Xiang's 5th son. Because Du Wentian had been injured yesterday, Wu Chongxuan advised him to stay and rest. Du Wentian took advantage of the situation and stayed. In his view, Princess Anil was the crown prince's daughter. As long as he could curry favor with Princess Anil, he would be able to establish a relationship with the Li family. Princess Anil was also the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. If the Li family lost its power and the Wu family ruled the world, then he would be currying favor with the future crown prince and crown princess. This was much less risky than being too close to the Prince of Xiang's 5th son. He did not realize that he actually wanted to have more opportunities to get close to this stunning beauty. Even if he knew that there was no chance of getting intimate with her, as long as he could get closer and see her beautiful smile, he would be very happy. Just like this, he also followed Lu on her outing. Lu entered and exited shops that sold precious jewels and precious clothing. As long as she played with them for a little while or lingered for a moment, the observant Du Wentian would immediately obediently pay the bill for her. At present, The servants following behind were already carrying bags of all sizes, all of them the princess purchases. Yesterday, Du Wentian's heroic act of stopping a startled horse had already won Princess Annel's favor. Adding on the fact that he had lent her the luxurious residence, Princess Annel's favorable impression of him was even greater. Today, he was tactful and generous, so Princess Annel was even more pleased. Although the plaster on his nose made him look rather ridiculous, he was tall, elegant, and very handsome, and she began to like him a little. Princess Annel became more and more affectionate towards him. Every word and smile of hers was extremely flirtatious, causing Du Wentian to fall head over heels for her. Along the way, he felt light as a feather, as if his bones had no weight at all. Just a bright glance from a beauty, a bright smile, and he made him forget everything else. Anlu was probably afraid of living the first half of her life in poverty. Now that she had become a princess, what she liked the most were luxurious residences, delicious food, jewels, and gorgeous clothes. It was as if she wanted to use these to make up for all the hardships she had suffered in the first half of her life. Seeing a rather large clothing and hat shop in front of her, Anlu immediately walked over. At this time, Yang Fan was leading the horse and walking shoulder to shoulder with Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan knew that Gu Zhuting was nervous about seeing Wan, so along the way he tried to tease her with some light topics. Gu Zhuting's nervous mood gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Li Gua raised her head and saw the two of them talking and laughing in low voices. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty, a perfect match. Li Gua's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. She puffed out her chest and strode towards them. Chapter 10:14. When he saw Princess Annel, Yang Fan was slightly startled. He knew that Princess Annel had arrived in Chang, but he didn't expect her to appear here today. Gu Zhuting was originally half a step behind him. When Yang Fan suddenly stopped, she didn't react in time. She hurriedly took another step forward and was shoulder to shoulder with Yang Fan. She quickly took another step back and still maintained a distance of half a step behind Yang Fan. A woman couldn't walk in front of her man. This was a rule passed down from the older generation, and she had always remembered it. The Li Guirer in front of him was still so beautiful, but what was different from before was that in the past, her beauty had a kind of vitality unique to wild women, like a clear spring in the mountains. Perhaps it was because of the pampered life, or perhaps it was because of the change in status. The Li Guirer now had a bit more grace and arrogance in her beauty. Because she had given birth, she had more of a mature woman's charm. This charm perfectly blended into her beautiful appearance. From her perfect figure and beautiful face, it was impossible to tell that this was a little married woman with a child. In fact, it was the same from the psychological point of view. As arrogant and willful as she was, she never had the awareness of being a mother. Li Guirer hated Yang Fan to the core. She only had kindness towards Yang Fan. When had there ever been hatred? But to her, kindness was always easy to forget, but hatred was hard to forget. Even if it wasn't hatred, it would only be a gap between them, and it would ferment in her heart as time passed. She hated Yang Fan because Yang Fan was the only man who made her willing to lower herself to please and flatter him, but he abandoned her like a pair of worn-out shoes. She hated Yang Fan because Yang Fan was the only person in the world who knew how poor she used to be and how she could only use her body to please men in exchange for benefits. The more men crawled under her skirt, the more she remembered Yang Fan's disdain. Every time she saw Yang Fan, she, who was already as high as a phoenix, would remember the shame of being inferior to a chicken when she was down and out, and this shame eventually turned into her bone-deep hatred towards Yang Fan. She glanced at Yang Fan, and then at Gu Zhuting, who was standing next to Yang Fan. She just saw Yang Fan, and Gu Zhuting, whispering softly, and his eyes were full of gentleness. When did he ever have such an attitude towards her? In terms of beauty, identity, and age, what did this woman have to compare with her? When Princess and Lu quickly walked forward, Du Wentian and the other noble women also quickened their pace, wanting to catch up. However, they soon realized that the princess had met an old friend, so the noble women tactfully stopped in their tracks. Du Wentian naturally didn't dare to cross, and immediately stopped. He did not recognize Yang Fan. The day before yesterday, when he followed Shangguan Wan to the main hall of Xingjiao Temple, he was pretending to offer incense. The person who was sent to eavesdrop on Yang Fan's conversation was his subordinate, and when he was beaten, what left the deepest impression on him was Zhang Changzong's appearance. When Yang Fan walked out of the hall, he was already beaten black and blue. Then he was carried away by someone and did not have the time to look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan calmly bowed to Princess and Lu and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yang Fan calmly bowed to Princess Anil with a smile and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." General Yang, you're really lucky. The hatred in Princess Anil's eyes disappeared in a flash, and then turned into a kind of charm that could turn people upside down. She looked up and down at Yang Fan a few times, and said with a smile, "I heard that General Yang was shot by an arrow on Vermilion Bird Avenue, and looking at you now, you're already much better." Yang Fan smiled, and said, "Thank you for your question. Your Highness, I'm lucky. And that arrow was extremely dangerous, and almost hit my vitals. Fortunately, it only pierced through my chest, and didn't hit my heart, so I didn't die." Princess Anil giggled, and said sweetly, "No wonder people say that good people don't live long, and scourges live for thousands of years." Gu Zhuting didn't know about the grudges between Princess Anil and Yang Fan, and when she heard her words, she thought she was teasing. To use someone else's injury as a topic of teasing, it meant that the two were very familiar with each other. Yang Fan already had many dealings with the royal family, and Gu Zhuting had also heard about his affair with Taiping. She immediately thought to herself, "Lang and this princess don't tell me, no." As if sensing Gu Zhuting's attention, Princess Anil's gaze shifted to her, and looked at her like she was looking at a commodity, and said lightly, "This is your woman?" Yang Fan stretched out a hand and put it on Gu Zhuting's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Yes, she is my woman." When Princess Anil said, "Your woman," and when Yang Fan said, "My woman," their tones were different, and they had already exchanged blows. Gu Zhuting didn't realize that when she heard Yang Fan admit her identity in front of outsiders, she was both embarrassed and happy, as if she had drunk honey. Princess Anil smiled faintly, and her gaze suddenly focused on the Arabian horse that Gu Zhuting was leading. After taking a careful look, she said with uncertainty, "This is an Arabian horse." The Arabian horse was very different from the Central Plains horses, but those who didn't know what an Arabian horse looked like would not be able to recognize its origin. Unexpectedly, Princess Anil was able to recognize it in an instant. In fact, this wasn't strange. There were no princesses of the Tang dynasty who were weak and delicate, and most of the noble ladies knew how to ride a horse. When Anil had just returned to Chang, and she was in a hurry to enter the upper class, and she didn't want to be looked down upon by the daughters of the nobles. As a result, she put in a lot of effort to learn the manners and skills that a noble lady should possess. She was a woman who wanted to be superior to others in every aspect. Once, when she was traveling on horseback with a noble lady, she specially requested Wu Zetian to borrow an Arabian steed from the Imperial Stables Division. It was a tribute that the envoy sent by the Kingdom of Abbasid Caliphate hoped to strengthen the trade between the two countries to the great Zhou Emperor. At that time, Princess Anil was being doted on by Wu Zetian, and the imperial horse supervisor was flattering her, recommending the horse to her, and introducing its abilities in detail. However, Princess Anil gradually incurred the disgust of Wu Zetian, and she didn't receive such treatment. However, she still remembered the characteristics of the Arabian horse, and as a result, she was able to recognize it at a glance. Yang Fan was surprised. "Your Highness actually recognizes the Arabian horse? Good eyesight." Princess Anil's eyes instantly lit up. None of the relatives of the royal family in Luoyang had such a horse. Back then, when she borrowed the Empress's horse, she was in the limelight, but it was a pity that it was a borrowed horse. She didn't expect Yang Fan to have one. On the horse, Anil said, "I like to ride horses. I wonder if General Yang is willing to part with it?" Yang Fan shook his head. "My apologies. This horse is a token of love from me to Miss Gu." Princess Anil smiled, and her smile was charming, but her eyes were getting colder. "I have asked, and General Yang is still unwilling to part with it?" Yang Fan said indifferently, "Your Highness, why must you snatch away someone else's love?" The smile on Princess Anil's face disappeared. She glared coldly at Yang Fan and said, "Yang Fan, don't be arrogant just because you're favored. What general or minister? In the end, you are just a dog reared by the royal family." Gu Zhuting felt deeply uneasy. As an assassin, she dared to assassinate a governor at the age of 13. If the order was for her to assassinate the emperor, she would also dare to do it. Deep down, she was a person who revered hierarchy and valued etiquette the most. However, she didn't fear the imperial power and dared to challenge the highest authority. It might sound contradictory, but it wasn't contradictory at all. When she jumped out of a circle, she could look down on all the rules in that circle. There was nothing that she needed to respect. When she jumped into a circle willingly, she had to follow everything in that circle. Now, she was no longer a female assassin. Her life had gained a new meaning because of him. She cherished everything she had now, and she deeply loved the man beside her. She had to consider everything from his perspective. The person before her was a princess, a member of the royal family. Gu Zhuting couldn't help but consider the predicament that this conflict would bring to her man. Thus, despite her reluctance, she whispered, "Aleng, since Princess likes this horse, I will gift it to your Highness. In any case, I don't usually ride a horse." Before Yang Fan could speak, Li Gua sharply said, "Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to say the word gift to me." She turned to Yang Fan and arrogantly raised her chin, saying, "I want you to give it to me." Yang Fan ignored her and turned to Gu Zhuting. "Ting, you don't need to compromise yourself for anyone. Your man is able to achieve what he has today because he fought with his life on the line. He didn't do it because he wanted to flatter a princess." Li Gua was enraged by Yang Fan's sarcasm. She was a noble princess, and she was more beautiful than Gu Zhuting. She didn't understand why Yang Fan didn't care about her, but treated a lowly woman like a treasure. Li Gua was jealous and hateful. She blurted out, "Who is she? Status, identity, age, and beauty? How can she compare to me? She's just a lowly servant that shamelessly clings to the rich and powerful. She's worthy of you treating her like a treasure." Gu Zhuting's face turned as white as paper. She didn't fall in love with Yang Fan because of his power or status. However, the difference in status between them was an obvious fact. The reason why she often had feelings of inferiority was because of these facts. Now that she was being insulted like this, she could not refute it with words. She bit her lower lip tightly, and a trace of sweetness gradually seeped into her mouth, corroding her heart. In the distance, the group of noble women and Du Wentian seemed to be able to tell from their expressions that they were not old friends who had met and chatted in a friendly manner. Their curiosity made them perk up their ears. Unfortunately, they did not have super hearing like Yang Fan. Because they were standing too far away, they did not hear a word from the street. Yang Fan was furious. He didn't understand what was wrong with Li Gua. Speaking of feelings, they didn't have any feelings for each other. That day on Huang Zhuling, she was skilled in bed. She didn't bleed, but it already made Yang Fan vigilant. Later, he understood that she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself in order to escape from imprisonment. Yang Fan looked down on her a little more. Then he figured out her real identity. Yang Fan started to distance himself from her. When he gradually found that there was something wrong with this woman's character, he kept a respectful distance. Speaking of hatred, there shouldn't be a trace. Yang Fan had helped her family. When did she have any hatred? If it could be said that Yang Fan had used her and then abandoned her, then her love turning to hate could also be considered a reason. But Yang Fan knew that he didn't love her, and she was only using him. After Princess and Lu returned to the capital, Yang Fan was not ignorant of the various scandals that gradually spread. This woman would never firmly place her heart on a man. Since she was heartless, how could love turn to hate? But other than these things, he really couldn't think of how he had offended her to make her hold such a deep grudge against him. He didn't know that there really was a kind of person in this world. Zhang Kuo was so ruthless that it was difficult to use common sense to guess. When Yang Fan had spied on Huang Zhuling, she had coincidentally been bitten by a poisonous snake, and her life was hanging by a thread. Yang Fan had the heavy responsibility of rescuing the Prince of Luling. Even though he knew that saving this peasant girl could expose his identity, he still sucked the poison out of her to save her life. However, she took advantage of the moment when Yang Fan turned to leave to grab a sharp stone and fiercely throw it at the back of Yang Fan's head. Yang Fan dodged the attack and caught her. She immediately argued that it was because she didn't believe that Yang Fan was a herbalist and was afraid that he would harm her. At the time, Yang Fan had already picked up the medicine basket and was preparing to leave, so how could he have any ill intentions towards her? When had she ever cared about her chastity and reputation? The reason why she wanted to smash her savior to death was because she had taken Yang Fan's previous joke seriously. In order to conceal his true identity, Yang Fan had said that he was a herbalist, so he had taken her pearl of average quality as payment. The only reason why she wanted to smash her savior to death was to take back her pearl. This kind of person was extremely narrow-minded. She wouldn't care about the kindness of a gushing spring, but she would haggle over every ounce of hatred. This kind of person, just like when she was born, the heavens had stuffed a vicious air into her heart. How could she be treated as a normal person? Yang Fan was enraged. His face darkened, and he said word by word, "You're asking about the difference? Then let me tell you. The difference between you and Miss Gu is the difference between a whore and a woman." Gu Zhuting was stunned. She didn't think that Yang Fan would actually dare to insult a princess. That was a princess, and the reason why he was like this was because she had been insulted. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Princess Lu was also stunned. She didn't think that Yang Fan would dare to speak like this. She looked at Yang Fan in shock and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yang Fan's face was as cold as ice, and he said coldly, "Commander Jia Xing of the Yellow Bamboo Ridge, Brigade Commander Jia, and a few of his team leaders are all dead. As far as I know, their trusted subordinates and soldiers also met with various accidents. I'm sure you know the reason best, Miss Zhou Kai Air." Princess Lu took a step back, her face as pale as paper. Yang Fan smiled coldly and said, "Your Highness, please open your eyes wide and take a good look at Miss Gu. What do you see in her eyes? It's a pool of clear spring water. It's filled with dignity, chastity, loyalty, and purity. But in your eyes, I only see greed, indulgence, vanity, and shamelessness." Li Gua felt as if she was struck by lightning, and couldn't help but take another step back. Yang Fan said disdainfully, "A body that can be sold at any time, no matter how beautiful it is, it will still stink. What do you have to compare with Miss Gu?" Princess and Li's lips trembled, and she couldn't say a single word. When Yang Fan revealed the secret and called out the name Jiu Kai Air, it was as if her skin was torn off, and she was completely beaten black and blue in front of Yang Fan. For a moment, she lost the courage to clamor. Chapter 10:15. Yang Fan looked at Li Guo'er disdainfully, then took Gu Zhuting's arm and walked towards Long Mao's store. Long Mao's store was not the oldest clothing store in Chang, an East City, but it was the most famous one. Seeing that Yang Fan had left, Du Wentian and the noble women gathered around. Du Wentian was very alert. Even though Li Guo'er quickly concealed her emotions and her face returned to normal, Du Wentian still saw a flash of resentment in her eyes. Du Wentian pretended to be curious and asked, "Your Highness, who is this person? He seems to be very familiar with Your Highness." Li Guo'er said lightly, "He is the loyal General Yang Fan." Li Guo'er's expression had completely returned to normal, without a trace of resentment. After saying this, she walked towards the Long Mao old store. She was not willing to be humiliated like this, and she did not have the self-restraint of a gentleman. As long as there was a chance, she would immediately take revenge. Du Wentian jumped in fright. Only now did he know that the person just now was Yang Fan, but when he saw Li Guo'er angrily walking towards the clothing and hat shop, he understood in his heart this Princess Lu and that General Zhongwu were definitely not friends. There must be a grudge between them. Du Wentian rolled his eyes and immediately followed in. After knowing that the person was Yang Fan, he was worried that Yang Fan would recognize him. But he immediately realized that the relationship between Princess Anil and Yang Fan was not harmonious. This matter was becoming more and more interesting. As a young master of an aristocratic family, he had lived like a prince since he was young. He had never suffered such a big loss. His previous encounter in the Jujiao Temple was a painful experience that he had never experienced before. It was not that he did not want to take revenge, nor was it that he did not dare to, but he did not have the ability to. Now, he found a great opportunity in front of him. And now, he found that Princess Anil and Yang Fan did not seem to get along. If he used this princess, thus he followed her in without any scruples. Of course, there was another reason. He was afraid of Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wanner, but he wasn't afraid of Yang Fan. He didn't know Yang Fan's true background, and a mere loyal general wasn't enough to make him retreat. Although Gu Zhuting had never visited a shop like this before, with her eyesight, she could tell the moment she entered the shop that the things in this shop must be very expensive, and not just ordinarily expensive. Sure enough, there was a young lady from a rich family buying something in the shop. The maidservant was settling the bill. The shopkeeper said the price was 18,000 coins, but there was only a pair of boots on the counter. Gu Zhuting could not help but pinch her purse worriedly. The monthly allowance that Yang Fan gave her was several times more than when she was working under young Master Jiang. In addition, she was now the helmsman of Chao Quan, so she also had an income. So, she, who had always been thrifty, had saved up a large sum of money. At least in her eyes, it was a large sum of money. She even felt that she didn't need her parents, who were not well off, to help her by a very decent dowry. But now, she found out that she would have to spend all of her savings in this shop in order to buy a decent meeting gift. "Tinger, what do you think of this half-arm?" Yang Fan saw that Gu Zhuting's eyes were fixed on a half-arm, so he stopped and asked with a smile. This half-arm had sleeves that reached the elbow and waist length. The color was light white, and there were fine patterns on it, but it didn't look very obvious. The small lapel revealed a playful look. This kind of clothing material with hidden patterns was very laborious, so it was very expensive. But because of this, the clothing was even more beautiful. Gu Zhuting had never worn this kind of high-quality clothing material before, but she had seen this kind of clothing material on the young lady of the Chui family. The shopkeeper of the Long Mao old shop was named Xin. Xin came forward and said with a smile, "Customer has good eyesight. This half-sleeve is made of curling silk, and it is exceptionally exquisite. With the young lady's beauty, you will definitely look even more beautiful with this kind of good material." Curling silk, what is it like? It is not like silk and silk. It should be like the bright moon on Tiantai Mountain, a 45-foot waterfall spring. There is a wonderful writing in it, and the floor is covered with white fireworks and snow. This kind of fine texture and gorgeous patterns was produced in UD because the production was limited and it had to be used as a tribute to the palace. It could be said that it was hard to find among the common people. This half-sleeve is not bad. I want it. Princess and Lu barged in. She hadn't even seen what kind of clothing Gu Zhuting had taken a fancy to. So she said, arrogantly, jealousy and anger intertwined together, making her instinctively want to attack Yang Fan. In her heart, no matter what, Yang Fan would not compete with her in terms of wealth. What's more, Du Wentian from the Du family was paying the bill with her today. She wanted Yang Fan to lose face in front of her woman and be even more humiliated than she was just now. Shopkeeper Xin hurriedly went over to her and said with a smile, "Young lady, this half-sleeve costs 30,000. Princess and Lu waved her hand and said indifferently, "Wrap it up." Du Wentian immediately took a step forward and ordered, "Pay up." Chen Jia immediately walked up, and while taking out her money pouch, she said proudly, "No need to say the price. Just wrap up the things that we have taken a fancy to. We can afford it." Gu Zhuting glanced at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression. Courage must be matched with ability. Courage without ability would be arrogance. If it was a battle of martial arts, a battle of life and death, Gu Zhuting would not show cowardice in front of anyone. If it was a battle of martial arts, she had skills that could dominate the world. If it was a battle of life and death, she wouldn't care about her life. But if it was a battle of wealth, it was a battle of money. Yang Fan looked at her pitiful appearance like a little girl and felt both angry and amused. When he had first interacted with Gu Zhuting, he hadn't seen her expression like this. At that time, she knew that he had inherited the position of the sect master of Xian sect, but she dared to meet him with a sharp blade. She knew of Master Zhang's identity and background, but she dared to assassinate him without hesitation, just to get justice for herself. But now, Yang Fan quite enjoyed the feeling of this remarkable female assassin relying on him, so he smiled and didn't speak. Gu Zhuting bit her lip and continued to walk around the shop. Her gaze quickly locked onto a piece of silk. This was a silk piece of silk that had flower patterns woven from gold and silver threads. It really was very beautiful. But before the shopkeeper said a price, Princess and Lu pointed at the silk and said loudly, "I want this silk as well." The shopkeeper had a smile and hurriedly said, "Little girl, this silk is 18,000. Princess and Li's chin rose slightly, and she said disdainfully, "I said there is no need to discuss the price. Ben Gong doesn't have the habit of discussing price. Wrap it up." Yes. The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed and ordered the worker to wrap it up. Chun Jia hurriedly went forward to pay. At this time, it wasn't just the clever shopkeeper who saw that something was wrong. Even the noble matrons that followed Princess and Lu also saw that something was wrong. It seemed that this princess was fighting with someone. A pair of soft-bottomed embroidered boots lined with silk, a knee-length jacket with a lapel and small sleeves, a silk-striped skirt, a plain silk scarf. Wherever Gu Zhuting's gaze went, Li Guo would buy it. In just half an hour, Almost half of the things in the shop had been swept away by her. Gu Zhuting's forehead couldn't help but drip with sweat. The rest of the clothes were even more expensive. From the goods that were just bought, she estimated that the lowest price of these clothes would be at least 50,000. It would be difficult for her to buy them all. Yang Fan was undoubtedly a very considerate man. He could see Gu Zhuting's uneasiness. He couldn't bear to continue teasing his woman. He smiled and whispered to Gu Zhuting, just take whatever you like. Don't worry about money. Gu Zhuting whispered, this is a token of my sincerity for you. You shouldn't use Alang's money. Yang Fan said, even you are mine. Isn't what's mine yours? Gu Zhuting bit her lips and didn't say anything. Her heart was warm as if a drop of honey had dripped into it. It was slowly moistening and making her feel sweeter and sweeter. Yang Fan didn't hesitate to have such a fierce conflict with a noble princess for her. She had already completely surrendered to him. She was so grateful that she didn't know what to do. Now that he was so considerate, she was even more grateful. She quietly looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of sweetness and tenderness. She didn't know why she was so lucky. She thought that the ultimate fate of an assassin was to die alone in some unknown corner. But now her fate had been completely changed by this man. She was really willing to do anything for him as long as he liked it. Shopkeeper, may I ask about this Nikhang moonlight dress? Gu Zhuting politely asked the shopkeeper. As she expected, before she finished asking, Li Guo proudly said, wrap it up. Du Wentian waved to Qinjia. Pay. After saying this, Du Wentian quietly took out a handkerchief and wiped his temples. He didn't expect that the princess would be so tough. Although he was rich, he couldn't be so extravagant. At first, he still had the mentality of watching the fun, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Fan casually wandered around and suddenly saw a big-sleeved gauze gown. This was an evening dress worn in the boudoir. The material was as thin as cicada's wing. He imagined that his woman didn't wear any underwear and only covered her body with this gauze. Yang Fan couldn't help saying, shopkeeper, this dress. Li Guo said, I want it. Du Wentian couldn't bear it anymore. He quietly leaned over and whispered, Your Highness, the money I brought has been spent. Li Guo fiercely glared at him, but Du Wentian didn't see it. He lowered his head, very ashamed, but his heart was not without resentment. Today, he knew that he would be accompanying Princess Enlu to the Eastern market, so he specially brought money. But Li Guo was not throwing away money. She was simply extravagant. Even if he had a mountain of gold, he couldn't afford to spend like this. Li Guo ordered her maidservant coldly, Pay up. Yang Fan looked at her and smiled. He turned his head and said to shopkeeper Xan, Old shopkeeper, this dress, I think it's just ordinary. Do you have better clothes in your shop? Until now, Xian had not seen him buy a single piece of clothing. As a man, he had brought his female companion to go shopping, but he had been slapped in the face like this, and yet he could still be so calm and composed. He could not help but feel contempt in his heart, but he was an extremely shrewd businessman, so naturally he would not show the slightest contempt in his attitude. But even if he didn't show it in his attitude, his behavior couldn't be picky. He politely smiled and said, Our shop has a treasure. Because we are afraid that it will gather dust, we don't display it outside. Would you like to see it? This treasure of our shop, the price, is not cheap. Chapter 10:16. Yang Fan said indifferently, Take it and have a look. I only choose what I like. As for the price, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or cheap. Good. Shopkeeper Xine smiled faintly and turned his head to instruct a few assistants. Take care of a few esteemed guests. I'll go get the things. The shopkeeper was very cautious. He personally went to the back hall to get the clothes. After a while, he came out with a beautifully made camphorwood box. He put the box on the counter and opened it. There were several layers of Sichuan brocade lining inside. Sichuan brocade was an extremely expensive material. This dress was made of camphor that could repel insects and was lined with Sichuan brocade. One could imagine how expensive it was. For a moment, his action attracted everyone's attention. Shopkeeper Xin removed the several layers of Sichuan brocade and took out a dress. He shook it gently and unfolded it. Suddenly, the room was filled with light. The light reflected by the dress was like rippling waves. With the slightest movement of the dress, the walls, the clothes, and the faces of the people in the room seemed to be flowing gently. There was a moment of silence in the shop. Everyone was stunned. Yang Fan couldn't help but show a surprised look. Although he didn't know much about clothes, he could see that the dress was gorgeous. He didn't expect that this shop would have such a treasure. With a proud expression, shopkeeper Xin announced in a clear voice, "Dear customers, this is the treasure of our store, this monofilament jade birdcage skirt." Yang Fan moved closer to Gu Zhuting's ear and said, "This dress is good. Buy it." Gu Zhuting noticed that every item in this shop was priceless, but this dress was so dazzling that it was obvious how precious it was. She could not help but whisper, Lang, this dress, I'm afraid it's worth hundreds of thousands of yuan." Yang Fan said, "Money is not a problem. I want this one. Buy it." Gu Zhuting hesitated and said, "Do you really want to buy it?" Yang Fan said, "Of course. Otherwise, you'll lose face as a man." While the two of them were whispering, the noble women had already started talking at once. "Oh my God, what kind of material is this? There's a hint of red in the purple, and there are hundreds of birds in the light. It's really amazing. Purple? How can it be purple? It's obviously emerald green. It's not all emerald green. There's also a hint of red. It's obviously gold and silver," the shopkeeper said proudly. "To tell you the truth, the first difficulty of this dress is that it needs to be made from the feathers of hundreds of birds, which is as difficult as reaching the sky. It takes several years of work. Another difficulty is that it needs to be made from the feathers of hundreds of birds. Another difficulty is that it needs to be made from for the clothes of hundreds of birds. Thirdly, it was not only the feathers of 100 birds that were used to make clothes, but the feathers of various colors had to be pieced together to form a picture of 100 birds. The smallest bird picture was only the size of a fingernail, but it had eyebrows, eyes, facial features, and feathers. Everyone says that dragon robes are difficult to make. A dragon robe requires thousands of embroidery craftsmen, metalworkers, painters, and more. It takes 2 years to make. The amount of effort needed to make this dress is no less than that of the dragon robes." He gently shook his skirt, and a rainbow-colored light flickered. Someone cried out in surprise, "It's changed, it's changed. It's emerald green. It's golden again. It's emerald green. Oh, it's golden," the shopkeeper said. "Everyone, the color of the dress is different from where you stand." Everyone gasped in admiration when they heard it. Li Gueter stared blankly. Such a dress had such an effect just by appearing in public. What kind of effect would it have if she wore it and appeared under the sun? If she was traveling with the royal family or attending a banquet, as long as she wore this dress, Li Guer's heart was thumping with excitement. Her white jade-like cheeks were blushing. She blurted out, "I want this dress." The shopkeeper said, "Everyone, please don't rush. This dress is too expensive. It's not easy to sell it. It's easy to lower the cost. But why did our shop spend so much money to buy it back? Our Long Mao Old shop is ranked first among all the clothes and hats shops in Dong City. Our old owner is Chen Guogong. Chen Guogong violated the law, and was sent to prison. His family dealt with his property and sold this old shop. Because of this, our shop's business has been affected. Now we can't be the first in Dong City. Our new owner spent a lot of money to buy this dress back. It's not for money, but for fame. There won't be a second dress in this world without 5 to 6 years of hard work. So, for at least 5 years, this dress will be the only one in the world. We spent so much money to buy this dress. In the end, we want it to be one of a kind. We want it to be the treasure of our shop. As long as this dress is here, no one will dare to say that their shop is better than our old shop. So if we want to sell this dress, we naturally have to sell it at a unique price. Only then can we build up the reputation of our Long Mao old shop. Everyone, if you like this dress, please feel free to bid. The starting price is 1 million yuan. The highest bidder wins. When she said this, the noble ladies couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Gu Zhuting didn't know the value, her guess was reliable. The noble ladies also estimated that such a dress should be between 500,000 to 600,000. The wealthiest among them could only sigh when they thought that a dress would cost 500,000 to 600,000. But they didn't expect the shopkeeper to double the price and ask for 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan. Princess Anil couldn't help but be shocked. Although she was used to being extravagant, she had never spent so much money before. Du Wentian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He moved his feet lightly and quietly moved back. He was secretly glad that he had already said so. Otherwise, it would be too expensive to use the price of a big house to buy a dress to curry favor with a princess. The current situation in the court was unclear. Their Du family only wanted to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with both the Wu and Li families. They didn't want to step onto the pirate ship of either side. If he were to pay this 1 million yuan, the Du family would be branded as the Wu family and wouldn't be able to escape. Princess Anil was a little uneasy. Her family had only returned to the court not long ago. Their foundation couldn't be said to be strong. When she got married, she had a large dowry and received a lot of congratulatory gifts. However, it was really painful to spend so much money on a dress. Moreover, many of the gifts could not be turned into cash. How could she, a dignified princess, barter with goods? Moreover, the other party might not agree. However, she really couldn't let go of this dress. Everyone loved to be beautiful, and she especially loved to be beautiful and wanted to be in the limelight. When she thought of wearing this dress and showing off in front of the royal family, Princess Anil was so excited that her entire body trembled. She wanted to obtain this dress at all costs. Not only were there Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting, there were also a few Chang and noble ladies. Princess Anil couldn't lower herself to bargain and could only bite the bullet and say, 1 million yuan, I want it. 1 million yuan, how much land and food can you buy? Using it to buy a dress, you're really crazy. Gu Zhuting wanted to retreat and quietly looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan calmly nodded at her, his eyes full of encouragement. Courage returned to Gu Zhuting. She raised her voice and said, Shopkeeper, I want this dress. 1,010,000 yuan. Princess Anil was unable to restrain her anger and said, I already want this dress. Yang Fan smiled and said, the shopkeeper said it clearly. I don't want this dress to be sold for sure. I just want the reputation. Didn't the other party not agree to sell it to you? My woman also likes this dress. As the saying goes, the highest bidder wins. If you offer a higher price than me, it will be yours. Princess Anil was provoked by him and said loudly, 1,010,000. Yang Fan said to Gu Zhuting in a low voice, 100,000, 100,000. Gu Zhuting glanced at him with a pleading look in her eyes. She didn't want to spend so much money from Yang Fan. In her opinion, no matter how beautiful the dress was, it wasn't worth such a high price even if it could attract everyone's attention. Even though her man was supporting her, she didn't want to spend so much of her man's money for a vanity. His money didn't grow on trees. Yang Fan smiled and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Good girl! Is your man's face not worth a dress?" Gu Zhuting gritted her teeth and said loudly, 1,200,000. Princess Anil immediately said, 1,300,000. Yang Fan gently placed his hand on Gu Zhuting's waist. Not only did his palm transmit warmth to Gu Zhuting's body, it also gave her great courage. 1,400,000. The price of the dress was gradually raised to 2 million amidst the incessant bidding. Everyone in the shop was dumbfounded. The shopkeeper also didn't expect the price to be raised to such a high level. He suppressed his excitement and quietly instructed his assistants. Immediately, 2 assistants quietly ran out. Not long later, the 2 assistants' announcement attracted countless people, and Long Mao's old shop was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Shopkeeper Xian's heart was quite black. He was deliberately provoking them. It seemed like both sides were people of status. As long as they didn't lose face, the price could be even higher. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. The price was indeed raised again. The shopkeeper was so excited that his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly trembling. This old shop had just changed owners, and it was said that the owner was still in Luoyang. However, from the few instructions that the owner had sent over, this owner was an extremely powerful person. Such a powerful and shrewd owner liked to firmly control everything in his hands. Therefore, after this old shop changed owners, other people probably wouldn't be affected, but as the shopkeeper, he would most likely be taken down. Now that he had made such a great contribution to the new owner, he was afraid that his position wouldn't be as stable as Mount Tai. 1,500,000. 1,600,000. Princess Anil called out the price, and her heart was bleeding. This price was too high, and it had far exceeded what she could afford. She didn't have any scruples towards her man. Wu Chongshuan pampered her like a goddess, and she always kept her word in front of Wu Chongshuan. The problem was that Princess Anil's residence couldn't take out such a huge sum of money. She had only been receiving her salary for a few years, and her father was a crown prince who was concealing his strength. She didn't have any other way to earn money, and she could only ask the Wu clan for money. What would her in-laws think if she used such a huge sum of money just to buy a dress? She couldn't be bothered about what her in-laws would think. She only knew that even if her in-laws had to sell everything, they would have to accept this debt. She was the Wu clan's daughter-in-law, and if she lost face, she would lose face for the Wu clan. The Wu clan couldn't be shameless. As for the enmity that arose because of this, did she care about those 2 old farts? Princess Anil steeled her heart and continued to call out the price with an ashen face. 1,700,000. She didn't believe that a dignified princess like her couldn't win against Yang Fan, or that slut. She swore to get this unparalleled 100-bird dress. Chapter 1017. Gu Zhuting's heart was in a difficult position. Princess Enlu was riding a tiger and couldn't back down, but she wasn't. She didn't care about that little bit of vanity. Compared to letting her man carry a heavy burden, she would rather let herself be laughed at. She knew that Yang Fan was rich, but Yang Fan might not be able to afford it. Although Jaisai Hall was rich, it wasn't Yang Fan's money. Yang Fan might have a lot of shops, but he might not have that much money. Moreover, so what if he had that much money? If she spent so much of Yang Fan's money before marrying him, what would Ani think of her? Not only would she offend Xiaoman, but Anu would also hate her. When she married into the Yang family, how would she live if auntie and second mother didn't like her? Gu Zhuding looked at Yang Fan pitifully. Yang Fan touched his cheek. Face, Gu Zhuding made up her mind and shouted, 3 million. When this price was shouted, the entire East City was boiling. The news quickly spread from the old shop to all directions. Someone bought a dress for 2 million. Countless people flocked to the shop. When they arrived, the price of the dress was rising. It had already reached 3 million. The people in the shop were in an uproar. The workers' faces were all red. After today, which clothing shop in the world dared to say that it was more famous than Long Mao Old Shop? When Li Guo said 3,100,000, her voice and expression were numb. She didn't expect this result. If she knew it earlier, she wouldn't have stepped into this shop. She wasn't worried about the anger of her in-laws, nor was she worried about her husband's embarrassment. She was worried that if the other party raised the price again, the Wu family wouldn't be able to come up with so much cash. At that time, this dress wouldn't bring her glory, but humiliation of overestimating herself. 3,500,000. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted a price that made everyone hold their breath. He cupped his hands at Princess and Lu with a smile and said, "My dear wife, my wife likes this dress very much. Please give it to me." Princess and Lu finally had a way out. She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, and left. When she walked out of the Long Mao restaurant, she was still as proud as a peacock. But in the end, she was still a loser. Even though the spectators were shocked by her beauty, their gazes were still filled with mockery. Princess and Lu was so angry that her heart was trembling. Yang Fan, I'll remember you." Du Wentian quickly followed behind her. Looking at Princess and Li stiff back, Du Wentian subconsciously touched his nose. His nose was still hurting from the slightest touch, but his heart was blooming with joy. He felt that this revenge was more and more likely to be avenged. Li Guer had lost face in Long Mao's old restaurant, so she didn't have the mood to continue shopping. After leaving the East Market, she angrily returned to her residence. Yang Fan bought the 100 Birds dress and asked the shopkeeper to put it back in the camphor box. He also asked Rinwei to carry it, and the group left Long Mao's old restaurant. As soon as they left, the waiters in the store, who had been patient for a long time, immediately cheered. Shopkeeper Xian calmly said to the waiters who were cheering excitedly, All right, look at how you guys are making a fuss. Hurry up and greet the customers." After shouting at the waiters, Xian turned and walked to the back hall. As soon as he opened the curtain and entered the back hall, he immediately clenched his fist and fiercely swung it into the air. With a soundless "Hey!" he jumped more than a foot high despite his age. The second shopkeeper was shopkeeper Xian's nephew. He was originally in the back hall taking inventory, but when he heard the news, he ran out. As soon as shopkeeper Xian returned to the back hall, he immediately followed him and happened to see this scene. The second shopkeeper said, excitedly, "Uncle, this business is going to be big. Ha ha ha. The reputation of our Long Mao restaurant has spread far and wide in Chong, and in the whole of Chong, and no one can compare to us in glory." Shopkeeper Xian was beaming with joy, but he still pretended to be reserved and said, Quickly send a waiter to report to the owner." The second shopkeeper was stunned and said, "Uncle, isn't our owner still in Luoyang?" Shopkeeper Xian glanced at him and said, "Do you believe it? This store was bought by the Dugu family. I reckon that the owner is the Dugu family. However, because this store was originally the property of Minister Chen, the Dugu family didn't want people to think that they were taking advantage of the situation. On the day of the transfer, I was watching from the side. I saw it clearly. It was written on the contract that our owner's surname is Xie. Her name is Xiemuwen. It's obviously a woman's name. Tell me, who would let a woman be the head of the household? Our owner might be the madam of one of the branches of the Dugu family. Listen to me and report the good news to the Dugu family. All right, I'll get someone to... No, I'll go myself. The second shopkeeper changed into a new set of clothes and rushed out the door. In this short time, the news had already spread, and many people were rushing to Long Mao's old store. There were also many shopkeepers and waiters from other stores standing in front of their doors, gazing at Long Mao's old store from afar with envy. The second shopkeeper walked on the street. Although no one in the crowd rushing to Long Mao's old store knew that he was the second shopkeeper, his chest was still very high. After Princess Anil angrily returned to her estate, the noble ladies who had accompanied her for a stroll dispersed. As witnesses of today's fight for the riches, they could not wait to share what they had seen and heard with others, especially when the noble princess was the one who suffered a loss. This satisfied a certain entertainment mentality that was not known to outsiders. They embellished the news and spread it. Chang Ningho, Huang Jianyu, was the first to hear the news. Lu Ziqian had accepted the lesson of being humiliated by Princess Anil yesterday and had arranged for a rather large residence for the Prince of Xiang's fifth son. The residence was right next to Marquis Huang's estate, so the banquet was held at the Huang residence. Wu Chongxuan was drinking with someone when the Marquis of Chang, Ningho, suddenly laughed and said, "Wu, royal prince, did you know that Her Highness Princess and Lu is going to buy a magnificent 100 birds dress from the Long Mao shop in the Eastern Market today? This matter has caused a sensation in Chang'an." Wu Chongxuan was already 60 to 70% drunk. Hearing this, he shook his head and said with a smile, "And Lu loves gorgeous clothes the most. The Fu has already purchased no less than 100 pieces of gorgeous clothes, but she still enjoys it. There is really no helping it." Marquis Huang laughed. "That's right, 3 million to buy a dress. Such extravagance is truly astonishing." Wu Chongxuan's vision darkened, and he sobered up from his drunkenness. He stammered, How much?" Marquis Huang slowly extended 3 fingers. 3 million. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Wu Chongxuan was both shocked and angry. He slammed his wine cup down and shouted, 3 million? How is that possible? Even if that dress is made of gold, how can it be worth 3 million? This is clearly an unscrupulous merchant harming people. Anil has always been naive, so she must have been tricked. No, I have to go back. Marquis Huang laughed. Slow down. Royal Prince Wu, I only said that Her Highness wants to buy that dress for 3 million, not that she has already bought it. What are you so anxious about? This dress really isn't made of gold. Who can wear a dress made of gold? Ha! It is said that this dress was made from the feathers of 100 birds and the labor of 1,000 people. It took them 2 years to weave it. There is only one of this kind in the world, so it is priceless. However, Her Highness did not manage to buy it because someone paid an even higher price, 3,500,000, and bought it. The entire hall was in an uproar. A dress cost 3,500,000. Even if the people present were either tycoons or wealthy people, they couldn't help but be shocked. What surprised them even more was that there were people who were willing to spend millions to buy a dress, and they were competing with the princess. Wu Chongxuan was about to faint, but when he heard that the dress had been bought by someone else, he came back to life. He put on an act and said, "So this dress is so rare. Then the rarer something is, the greater its value. Since it is a rare item, it is worth 3 million. This Anil, if you like it, then buy it. It's only a few million. What's so great about it? Everyone had seen his expression change, just now. Now that they saw him trying to look impressive, they all secretly laughed. However, they did not say anything. Li Longji put down his wine cup and asked with great interest, Marquis Huang, who was the one who offered a higher price than this prince's cousin? Marquis Huang smiled. That person is the loyal general Yang Fan. Everyone in the hall began to discuss after hearing this. Someone said, so it's him. This loyal general is really rich. This fellow is quite bold. He actually dares to compete with Her Highness. When Wu Chongxuan heard that it was Yang Fan, he could not help but feel grateful. If it wasn't for Yang Fan bidding 3,500,000, and Lu would definitely have bought the dress. How would he have ended up then? At that time, even if his parents agreed, he would still have to sell some of his land and properties to gather the money. If news of this got out, the Wu clan would become a joke. Something's not right. Why would Yang Fan spend so much money to buy a dress? Could it be that he saw that my wife liked this dress, so he threw $1 million to give it to Enlu to win her favor? Wu Chongxuan suddenly became suspicious. He had always treated Princess Enlu as a living treasure, and was always worried that she would make him wear a green hat. The princesses of the Li clan were usually restless, and Enlu was astonishingly beautiful. It was no wonder that Wu Chongxuan was so vigilant. However, he didn't know that he couldn't keep an eye on her. Princess Enlu, who was like a treasure to him, had never tightened the sash on her slender waist. It was just that Yang Fan didn't care when she threw herself into his arms. At this moment, Marquis Huang said, I heard that General Yang had brought a beauty along with him. This dress was to be given to that beauty. I didn't expect a general like General Yang to be so protective of the fairer sex. Li Dan's eldest son, Li Qingqi, laughed and said, Ha! General Yang owns dozens of shops in the 3 cities of Luoyang and is extremely wealthy. Naturally, he is extravagant. It's just that throwing 3 million is really quite extravagant. As they spoke, Li Qingqi and his third brother, Li Longji, secretly exchanged glances. They didn't think that Yang Fan was only doing this to show off his wealth or to throw $1 million just to win a beauty's smile. Although Enlu was a daughter of the Li clan, she was now the daughter-in-law of Liang Wangu Sansi. What exactly was Yang Fan trying to express? Li Dan's 5 sons weren't simple. Among them, Li Qingqi and Li Longji were the most intelligent. In their eyes, Yang Fan was clearly trying to send a message to the world, but what exactly was he trying to express? In that instant, countless thoughts ran through their minds. Chapter 1018. If Yang Fan wanted to go to Longqing Square, he just had to pass through the Eastern Market. The East Market covered an area the size of 2 workshops. Usually there weren't many people, but because of the news that someone from Long Mao's old shop bought a dress for 3,500,000 yuan, it attracted many bored people and became unusually crowded. Yang Fan and the others headed north and found that the streets were crowded. By the time they realized something was wrong and wanted to turn back, they were already halfway there. So they simply continued forward. Along the way, Yang Fan couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the people talking about what happened at Long Mao's old shop. After finally getting out of the Eastern Market, Yang Fan and the others mounted their horses and sped up. Gu Zhuting looked at the box in Runway's hand and sighed with emotion. Back in the Chui family in Qinghe, she had seen large amounts of money coming in and going out, but that was other people's money. She didn't feel anything. It was just a number. This time was different. 5 million was the Yang family's money. The Yang family was her family, but it was used to buy a dress. Gu Zhuting couldn't bear to look back. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and smiled. You don't have to think too much about it. I made the decision to buy it. Gu Zhuting bit her lip and grunted. Yang Fan smiled again. Do you think that Xiaoman will be unhappy with you after spending so much money? Gu Zhuting's face immediately turned red when he saw through her thoughts. Yang Fan laughed. Don't worry. Xiaoman likes to make money, but she's not a miser. Besides, Yang Fan suddenly pulled the reins of his horse and signaled to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was half a horse's length behind him. Seeing his signal, she hurried to his side. With a strange smile on his face, Yang Fan asked, I told you to hurry up and buy the shops in Chong and Dong and Xi'an City. Who did you ask for help? Gu Zhuting said nervously, I don't know much about business, but I know the principle of cheating. If I buy shops as a foreigner, I'm afraid I'll be cheated. Moreover, I don't know what kind of business is the most popular in Chong, and therefore I have entrusted this matter to the Dugu family. After Dugu Wentao's death, the Dugu family sent another person to be the Chao Ko at the Ba River. I entrusted this matter to him. The Dugu family has a reputation in this area. No one would dare to deceive them. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yang Fan had a strange smile in his eyes as he said to Gu Zhuting, You really don't want to worry about me. In the end, you didn't even ask about which shops they bought. Why did you send all of them to me? Gu Zhuting hung her head down and said in a low voice, It's good that Lang understands this matter. Besides, these shops will be handed over to First Lady to manage. I don't want to ask too much. Yang Fan held back his laughter and said, So, you don't even know that Longmao restaurant is our family's business. I knew that the Dugu family wouldn't dare to bully Lang. So I didn't. What? Halfway through her sentence, Gu Zhuting suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. Yang Fan said with a smile, This Longmao restaurant is our family's business. Ha, I didn't ask about it. It just so happened that your sister had nothing to do after I got the book. So I asked her to take care of it. I only glanced at it a few times, but I remembered the names of several shops. Longmao Restaurant was one of them. Of course, we wouldn't let the fertile water fall into an outsider's field. Who knew that we would bump into Princess Enel today? She couldn't wait to help us sell our own shop. It would be difficult for our Longmao restaurant to not be popular now. Gu Zhuting was pleasantly surprised. She asked, Lang, is that Longmao restaurant really our family's? She suddenly realized that she had misspoken. Her pretty face turned red. Lang had led her into the ditch. She wasn't married yet. How could she have the nerve to say that it was our family's? Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, That's right. You don't have to worry about it now, right? Gu Zhuting nodded shyly and happily. She urged her horse to continue. She felt relaxed. She didn't have that heavy feeling anymore. They entered the Longqing Square. Gu Zhuting suddenly let out a soft cry when she saw the Longqing Pond in her sight. Yang Fan looked at her in astonishment. Gu Zhuting gently raised her eyebrows and said in annoyance, Lang, we should have sold that dress to the princess. That's 5 million. Yang Fan looked at her in astonishment. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. He almost fell off his horse. Gu Zhuting was bewildered by his laughter. She didn't know what was wrong with her words. Yang Fan laughed and shrugged his shoulders. He said to Gu Zhuting, You don't worry about getting along with Xiaoman in the future. You two will get along very well. Gu Zhuting bit her lower lip and blushed. She probably understood Lang's teasing. He was probably saying that she and the eldest lady were both greedy for money. Gu Zhuting felt wronged. She was not greedy for money. She was just making plans for Lang. How could a woman not help her man calculate carefully? Yang Fan said as he walked, She's been cheated enough today. I'm counting. The boy beside her spent about 300,000 yuan. She spent 200,000 yuan herself. That's a total of 500,000 yuan. She made a fool of herself and helped us make a name for ourselves. Haha, that's about it. If she's forced to pay 3 million yuan for this dress, she may not be able to do so. At that time, Wu Chongshuan will be angry and will do everything he can to deal with Long Mao's old store. It's good to quit while you're ahead. Once a lawsuit is filed, the store's business will be affected, not to mention who will win or lose. Besides, it's not good for me to confront the Wu family directly. If he knows that this store is mine, he will have more reason to renege on his debt. When Yang Fan heard the noise in Xingjiao Temple and walked out, Du Wentian had been beaten to the ground and was rolling around with his head in his hands. If it were Zhang Changzong, Shanghai 1, or even Xu Xiaomiao and Lan Yiqing, they would have recognized him. But Yang Fan didn't expect that the man with plaster on the bridge of his nose was the lecher who was beaten up in Xingjiao Temple. So he only called him that boy. Gu Zhuting didn't say anything after hearing Yang Fan's words. But she still felt a little regretful. 3,500,000 yuan. As for whether this deal would cause King Liang to sell his house and land, or cause Princess Anil to fall out with her daughter-in-law, she didn't care. Assassin Gu had never been a kind person. She would only turn into a little white rabbit in front of Yang Fan. When she was out of Yang Fan's sight, the little white rabbit would turn into a tiger. Shanghai Wanner sat in front of her dressing table. She picked up a dark green hair ornament and gently inserted it into her jet black hair bun. She looked at it in the mirror and smiled sweetly. Knew that Yang Fan would bring Gu Zhuting to see her today, so she dressed up seriously. She didn't dress as casually as she usually did. If it weren't for her big belly, no one would know that she was pregnant just by looking at her beautiful face in the mirror. After thinking about it carefully, couldn't help but laugh. She had seen all kinds of grand occasions and important people. Why did Miss Gu care so much about her visit today? At the end of the day, the person she cared about was Yang Fan. She would naturally keep anything related to him in mind. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The door opened, and Xu Xiaomiao's voice came from outside the room. Sister Shanghai stared at the dignified and charming face in the mirror and adjusted the position of the hair ornament. Xu Xiaomiao walked in with a smile. She was about to speak when she saw her appearance and couldn't help saying, "Ah, sister, you are dressed up so beautifully today, just like a beautiful bride." Shanghai Wanner glared at her and said, "You have a sweet mouth. What's the matter?" Xu Xiaomiao smiled and said, "Miss Lan just sent a message. Something happened in Chang and today, and it's related to General Yang. Sister, do you want to hear it?" Shanghai Wanner glanced at her, picked up the makeup, and gently touched her moist lips. She said lightly, "You still won't say it. Are you asking for a beating?" Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting returned to the mansion and asked gently, "Are you tired?" Gu Zhuting shook her head. Yang Fan said, "Okay, I'll take you to see one, first." Gu Zhuting hurriedly said, "Don't. Lang, can you wait a moment?" Gu Zhuting said embarrassedly, "I should dress up." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this good? Is very easygoing. Don't worry." Gu Zhuting lowered her head and rolled up her sleeves. She said in a low voice, "But I should dress up. It's also a sign of respect for Sister Yang Fan laughed. He liked to see Gu Zhuting act like a little girl in front of him. It was just like how he used Nianyo to control Xiaoman. As long as they had different opinions or made Xiaoman angry, he only needed to use Nianyo magic. Once he said the two words, he would definitely be successful. Gu Zhuting obviously noticed it too. She knew that this was the easiest way to make him feel pity for her, so she was a little happy to act like a little girl. He slapped Gu Zhuting's plump buttocks and said with a smile, "Go, I'll give you an hour." Gu Zhuting knew that he saw through her little thoughts, so she ran away with a blushing face. Yang Fan said an hour, but in fact, he was preparing for 2 hours. When women dressed up, it was always endless. It was like this when he went out with Xiaoman or Nu Yang Fan had long been used to their procrastination when dressing up. So when he said an hour, he estimated that he would only see Gu Zhuting after 2 hours. If he said an hour, he was afraid that it would be 4 hours later. But Gu Zhuting really came out in an hour. In an hour, she had actually taken a bath, changed her clothes, tied up her hair, put on light makeup, and lightly touched her lips. In fact, others could not see that she had dressed up, but with Yang Fan's familiarity with her, he could naturally see the subtle changes. Gu Zhuting was good at disguising, which was 100 times better than dressing up. She could disguise a young girl in her 20s into an old woman in her 80s, and an old woman in her 60s into a young girl in her 20s. She could even turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. But when you looked at her face to face, you could not find the slightest flaw. Now, she only needed to do a little makeup, and her appearance had greatly changed. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that there was no change, but she looked at least 10 years younger, with a touch of childishness. Acting young in front of one, or perhaps it was her natural psychological reaction. Very beautiful. Let's go see her. Yang Fan praised her with a smile, held her hand, and walked out of the house. Gu Zhuting didn't know how many times she had climbed over the wall. In the past, she climbed over the wall to kill people, and the people she killed were usually not weak, but she had never been afraid. This time, she climbed over the wall to see someone. This person's hand was weak, but her heart was beating especially fast. Chapter 1019. Seeing Gu Zhuting walk in, Warner immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. Without waiting for Yang Fan to introduce her, she said warmly, "Sister Zhuting is here." Her smile was warm and gentle, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was the first time the two women had met, but her smile was like that of a very familiar friend. It made people feel incomparably intimate, but there was not the slightest hint of pretentiousness. In an instant, the distance between them was shortened. Compared to Warner's relaxed expression, Gu Zhuting's expression was clearly a bit uneasy, but her uneasiness was just right. At first glance, people could tell that it was because she had met the world-famous talented lady of Shangguan. She was a bit nervous because of the respect and admiration from the bottom of her heart. This kind of uneasiness naturally would not make Wana look down on her. Instead, she would have a good impression of her. Yang Fan looked at them with a smile. For this meeting, the two women had clearly put in a lot of thought. Warner had been by Wu Zetian's side since she was 14. She helped her sort out memorials, accompanied her to deal with state affairs, and watched her meet with officials. After many years of being influenced by what she had seen and heard, she naturally had a kind of wisdom and shrewdness in the court. And Gu Zhuting, who had assassinated a high-ranking official who had a lot of troops in his hands at the age of 13, also had a kind of Jianghu people's alertness and cunning. These skills allowed her to walk freely in the treacherous and unpredictable Jianghu, where danger lurked everywhere. It was naturally easy for her to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in front of Warner. One was a palace minister whose knowledge and strategy in the court was not the least bit inferior to the current important officials who lived in the 8 residences and built the government offices. The other was a heroine in the heart of Jianghu, who was not the least bit inferior to the heroes of Jianghu in the 3 mountains and 5 peaks and the 5 lakes and 4 seas. The wisdom in the court and the courage in Jianghu were clearly more than enough to be used in the private residence and the boudoir. The two women revealed a smile. This time, it was a smile that came from the heart. Gu Zhuting sweetly called out, "Sister Warner." Yang Fan ignored them. It seemed that there was no need for his introduction. He walked over boldly and lay down on the Luohan couch. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at them with a smile. Warner was wearing a palace dress with subtle patterns. The folds of her dress were like the moonlight flowing gently on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long. Her black jade-like hair was simply coiled into a flying fairy bun. She only had a green jade buyao in her hair. The buyao had a pearl on it, which made her look even more graceful and beautiful. Gu Zhuting wore a green robe with narrow sleeves. Her jet-black hair was tied up in a bun and wrapped in a green scarf. She looked smart and experienced. 2 locks of hair were neatly draped over her shoulders. Her hair was wet and glossy, shining like a mirror. Her forehead was lightly combed with a few locks of bangs. She looked elegant and charming, delicate and charming. As the two women examined, evaluated, analyzed, probed, contacted, and gradually began to get closer, Yang Fan rested his chin on his hand and smiled like an old thief. He could see that Shanghai Warner, who was as gentle as a spring, was a veteran of Jianghu. Gu Zhuting, who was as beautiful as fresh snow, was also not a virgin. In terms of style, who could compare with Princess Taiping, who had the peony. In terms of temperament, even Princess Annal, who was the most beautiful in the world, had to admit defeat in front of Warner. Gu Zhuting was originally a pretty daughter of a humble family. If she forced herself to be graceful, she would be like a servant following her master. She was like herself. This was who she was. Her way of showing herself was undoubtedly the most correct. The two of them put in so much effort. Did they want to suppress each other? Obviously not. Warner disdained it, and Zhuting did not dare. In the end, they did not want to appear inferior in front of her man. The two women's intentions were to please Yang Fan. How could Yang Fan not laugh proudly? Shanghai Warner and Gu Zhuting were both intelligent and cunning women. Of course, they understood why Yang Fan laughed so viciously. This bad guy had clearly seen through their intentions. So after a round of pleasantries, Warner took Gu Zhuting's hand and warmly walked to the couch. She quickly rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting also took the opportunity to wrinkle her nose at him. Yang Fan saw the two of them approaching. He moved a little closer to the couch. Shanghai Warner sat next to his thigh. She smiled and praised Gu Zhuting. Sister Zhuting is really not bad. Elegant and charming, gentle and generous. Erlang, how can all the good fortune in the world belong to you? As she said this, she stretched out her hand and patted Yang Fan's thigh. With this pat, her index finger and thumb quickly pinched his thigh. Who asked this fellow to laugh so obnoxiously? Gu Zhuting lowered her head and shyly said, "When I see Sister's expression, I feel that I am not worthy of Sister's praise. If Sister continues to praise me, I will be too ashamed to show my face." Warner could praise her, but she could not praise Warner. This was her duty. But it was okay to compliment her a little. It was not strange to be too polite. Yang Fan coughed and said, "We are family. You two don't need to be so polite. Listening to this kind of tune, my teeth are sore." "Well, actually, if you two have such thoughts, why don't you use them on me? If you can make me comfortable, that is better than anything else." With one sentence from Yang Fan, he tore off their masks. The two beauties were extremely embarrassed. They bit their lips and blushed. They secretly glanced at each other. When their eyes met, they suddenly laughed. The unfamiliarity was like a thin layer of ice. In the spring breeze, it turned into spring rain wetting their watery eyes. When Li Guerre returned to the mansion, she angrily rushed to her bedroom. Very soon, the bedroom was filled with wind and rain. This mansion belonged to the Du family. Naturally, Li Guerre did not live in the guest room. The guest room belonged to the owner, Du Wentian, and Lu and Wu Chongxuan lived in the main room. Therefore, the furnishings in the room were extremely luxurious. A table, a cup, and a plate were all high-quality utensils. Under Li Guerre's anger, all of them were destroyed. Li Guerre did not regard this as an outsider. She really treated this place as her home. She smashed everything to vent her anger. She did not care that these things belonged to others. A large floor lamp made of 18 porcelain. It was as simple as a tree. There were all kinds of animals on it. Each of them had a candlestick. She swung the spring stool and smashed it into pieces. A red sandalwood screen with famous craftsmen fighting and the paintings of famous masters was splashed with ink by the 4 treasures of the study that she brushed aside. An antique shelf with all kinds of antiques was forcibly pushed down by her, and a 6-foot-tall bronze mirror embedded in the wall was originally shining with a clear light. It was an extremely precious object, but it was also smashed by the flower pot that she threw out, leaving a big dent in it. When the maids heard the smashing sounds in the bedroom, they all kept quiet out of fear. No matter if it was the palace maids that accompanied Li Guerre in marriage or the maids sent by the Wu family, who did not know this princess and Lu was unruly and arrogant. When they heard her lose her temper, no one dared to go in and provoke her. After a long time, the smashing sounds in the room stopped. The maids were anxious, but still did not dare to go in. At this time, Du Wentian came to the outside of Princess and Li's room. When he saw the strange expressions of the palace maids outside, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is Her Highness angry?" One of the palace maids put a finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. She whispered, "Her Highness is extremely unhappy. She is angry." Du Wentian knew that if he showed weakness today, Princess and Lu would definitely be unhappy. When he heard that she was angry, his heart tightened. He wanted to leave first, but was afraid that if he did not apologize in time, he would make this beauty even more unhappy. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I want to see the princess." The palace maid hurriedly shook her head and whispered, "The princess is angry. Who dares to ask for an audience for you?" This was Du Wentian's house after all. It was not like the princess residence. Du Wentian did not need to be so reserved. He thought for a while and plucked up his courage and said loudly, "Du Wentian wants to see the princess." After a while, there was no reply. Du Wentian was a little embarrassed. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard a faint voice coming from the room. "Come in." Du Wentian hurriedly entered the room. Once he entered, he saw a large hall. The hall was not messy. This was Du Wentian's house, and he was very familiar with the situation inside. Once he saw that the princess was not here, he plucked up his courage and went around the screen. He saw that the inside looked like it was hit by a tornado. Many valuable objects were smashed to pieces. His heart ached, but when he saw Princess and Lu sitting by the bed, Du Wentian's heart skipped a beat and his throat immediately became dry. It was almost June, and the weather was hot. Princess and Lu had smashed everything, and her body was warm. She took off her outer garment and sat by the bed to sulk. When Du Wentian came in, Princess and Lu, who was so angry that she fainted, had forgotten that she was not wearing her outer garment, a beauty of unparalleled beauty, wearing only her inner garment. Even though the inner garment would not expose too much skin, and Li's undergarment was extremely thin and transparent. How could it hide her enchanting figure? Although she was still in a state of resentment, Her beautiful face was still seductive. Her faintly discernible skin was astonishingly white and tender, exuding a faint halo, causing one's heart to sway and soul to be captivated. Du Wentian was infatuated for a moment before he came to his senses. He hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. "Wentian greets your highness." Du Wentian did not dare to look up. His greedy eyes only stared at that pair of snow-white skin and beautiful jade feet. He pretended to be respectful and said, "Your Highness, I did not expect such a situation to occur on my journey today. I did not bring enough money with me, causing your Highness to be humiliated. It is my fault. Today, I have specially come to ask for forgiveness from your Highness." Princess and Lu glanced at him. Even though Du Wentian hid it very quickly, Princess and Lu could still see that familiar look in his eyes. She had seen too many men like this. That kind of greedy desire, that kind of infatuated look, made her feel much better. Looking at the mess in the room, and Lu remembered that this house was borrowed. Her family's princess residence in Chang'an had not been built yet. Du Wentian had already spent a lot of money on her today's journey. It was almost 400,000 taels. Even if she was a noble princess and Prince Liang's daughter-in-law, she would not have brought so much money with her. She was spending other people's money, using other people's money, and even smashing other people's things. How could she lose her temper? Thus, Li Guerre waved her hand and said magnanimously, "Forget it. This matter cannot be blamed on you. Sit." "Thank you, your Highness." Du Wentian hurriedly agreed. He picked up a brocade stool that had fallen to the ground and sat down on it. Li Guerre let out a long sigh of relief. She pulled a pillow over and reclined on the couch. As she reclined, her snow-white, jade-like chest was immediately revealed. Du Wentian watched as her jade-like breasts, which were as thin as cicadas' wings, lightly jiggled. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes sank into the white, tender cleavage, and he could no longer pull them away. He was originally a lecherous ghost, with such a beauty in front of him, if not for the fact that he still had a sliver of clarity in his mind and knew that this was the princess. He would be done for if he offended her in the slightest. He would have already pounced on her. Li Guerre angrily said, "This young fan has made a fool of me. I will definitely not let him off." Only now did Du Wentian remember the reason for his visit. He hurriedly said, "Princess is right. I really do not understand. Yang Fan is merely a loyal general, a lower third-rank official. How could he have the guts to offend your Highness in front of so many people? Now that the Li clan was not in power, if Princess and Lu hadn't married into the Wu clan, there would be even more people who didn't respect her as a princess. How could she say such words?" Thus, she angrily said, "This person is very close to Zhang Changzong and thinks that he has a high status. Naturally, he doesn't even respect me." Du Wentian thought, Zhang Changzong is now the most popular person in the imperial court. Not to mention Princess and Lug, even King Liang does not dare to offend him. Yang Fan has curried favor with him. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, the emperor is already old. How long can he be arrogant for? This Yang Fan is just a short-sighted person. Du Wentian felt a little disdain in his heart. He hurriedly said, "I see. No wonder a few days ago I saw him traveling with Zhang Changzong at Xingjiao Temple. Oh, that's right, at that time. There was also a beautiful woman with a scholarly aura beside them. The three of them were talking and laughing, and it was very harmonious." And Lu lazily said, "Is that so? Then it must be Shangguan Daiji." Du Wentian smiled and said, "I do not know Shangguan Daiji. I do not know if it is her." That day, Yang Fan changed his name to Yang Qiao. "That woman is Zheng Weiner." And Lu said, "Zheng Weiner? Shangwan Daiji's mother's surname is Zheng. Her name is Zheng Weiner. Isn't she using her mother's surname? Strange. They were just traveling. Why did they have to be so sneaky and change their names? Du Wentian shook his head and pretended to be confused. Could it be Shangwan Daiji? That Zheng Weiner is a pregnant woman. What? When Princess and Lu heard this, she immediately sat up. Her eyes lit up. You are saying that Zheng Weiner is pregnant? Yes. Come closer and tell me in detail. Du Wentian hurriedly agreed and moved the brocade stool to sit in front of her. As he got closer, a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Princess and Li's thin and transparent large-sleeved gown was completely unable to conceal her snow-white, exquisite, and curvaceous body at all. Instead, it made her even more alluring. Du Wentian could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If Zhang Changzong is traveling, which woman is qualified to sit on the same level as him? It can only be Shanghai Wanner. Moreover, that woman is called Zheng Weiner. But if she is Shanghai Wanner, how can she be a pregnant woman? Why would they hide their identities when traveling? Princess and Lu immediately saw something was wrong. Li Guirer had already noticed that Du Wentian's eyes were a little dazed, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she deliberately leaned forward and put her pair of trembling breasts in front of his eyelids. She couldn't wait and said, "Quick, tell me what you saw that day in detail." Chapter 10:20. Gu Zhuting and Shangwan Wan's first meeting as Yang Fan's woman did not last very long. In fact, the two of them got along very well. However, the two of them had grown up in different environments and received different educations. One was good at literature, while the other was good at martial arts, so they did not have much in common. Of course, Shangwan Wan immediately became Gu Zhuting's disciple when she found out that Gu Zhuting had an exquisite disguise technique. Everyone loved beauty, and all kinds of women had the same pursuit of beauty. Therefore, Xiao Man, Anu, Wan and Gu Zhuting immediately had a common topic and gathered together to learn from each other every day. But this was a story for another time. If the two had not reached that point and sat for too long without a topic, the two would feel embarrassed. Therefore, Gu Zhuting quickly presented a gift and obediently said goodbye to Wanner. Wanner did not reciprocate with a gift. Gu Zhuting did not think there was anything wrong with it. Being able to get Wanner's approval was already the best gift for her. She felt much more at ease. Yang Fan did not leave immediately. After Gu Zhuting said goodbye, Shanghai Wanna looked back at Yang Fan, who was still lying lazily on the couch. She smiled and said, "Miss Gu is not bad. I like her. You are really lucky. Xiao Man, Anu, and Zhuting are all beautiful. More importantly, their temperaments are also good. The backyard is peaceful and peaceful. You are a blessed person." Haha, it seems that Shangwan Daiji has developed a habit of judging the poetry of the world in the court. You have begun to help your husband identify beautiful wives and concubines at home. Yang Fan smiled and moved closer to her. He held her shoulders and asked her to lie down with him. The two of them faced each other. Yang Fan kissed her plump and tempting lips. He said half jokingly and half seriously, "Shangwan Daiji has a pair of discerning eyes. I am relieved. Women always have to take care of their husbands and children. Beauty is only a temporary temptation. Temperament is the most important thing. I often travel from place to place. If it weren't for my woman being gentle and virtuous, I wouldn't be able to feel at ease traveling around." Shangwan Wanna rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Stop trying to coax me. I only said that I like her. What does it have to do with you? Helping you identify it? Humph. If I say I'm not good, you won't want it? You really have your own ideas." Which of your women did I choose for you? Yang Fan smiled mischievously and said, Previously it was not convenient for you to leave the palace. Look, this time I brought him here for you. Even now, Lady Gu is still a virgin. Isn't there anything special about our family? Even the little baby in your tummy ran over on his own, causing you, as his mother, to suffer for him. As Yang Fan spoke, he kissed the plum blossom makeup between her eyebrows and gently stroked her belly. Don't talk about him like that. Wana rebuked him and glared at him. She then buried her face in his chest and quietly said, Lang Jun, I have something I want to discuss with you. I have a child, and now I have the tacit consent of the saints. I can safely give birth to him, but how to settle this child after he is born is a problem. At this point, Wana felt wronged in her heart, and her eyes were filled with tears. She buried her head in Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan couldn't see her tears, but he could hear her sad voice. He couldn't help but hold her tightly and quietly said, I have wronged you. Wana gently shook her head in his arms and quietly said, I don't feel wronged. Wana's family has been ruined since I was a child, and I was made a palace servant. I thought I would be alone in the palace for the rest of my life. Now that I have you, Lang Jun, it is God's love for me. Now that we have our own child, I have nothing else to ask for in this life. Yang Fan was speechless for a moment. He hugged her tightly. After a long time, he said in a low voice, I have thought about this matter carefully. It's just that I haven't come up with the most appropriate solution. Do you have a plan? Wana gently nodded and said, We cannot let the saints suspect you. I plan to give the child to my mother to raise after I give birth. At that time, I will say that my mother was adopted from the Shangguan clan. Lang Jun, do you think this is okay? When Wana asked, she was secretly nervous. Although the child was born by the mother, the child always belonged to the father. The father's bloodline was the deciding factor. The mother had no right to decide the child's ownership. It had been like this for thousands of years. Even if Wana was doing this because of her special situation, she still had some selfish reasons for making this arrangement. She was afraid that Yang Fan would not agree. She wanted to settle the child with the adoption method. That way, she could rightfully become the child's mother. She could openly look after the child. But this way, the child would be crowned with the surname Shangguan. Even if the child could be recognized in the future, at least it would be Shangguan for now. As the father, would Yang Fan be willing? Moreover, it would be convenient for her to visit the child as a mother, but it would be very inconvenient for Yang Fan to visit the child as a father. Maybe he could only fly on roofs and run on walls like a cat burglar to take a look at the child at night. When the child was a little older, it would be even more inappropriate for him to show his face in order to prevent the child from revealing this secret. So, Wana was very nervous. After hearing Wana's words, Yang Fan seriously thought about it. In reality, Yang Fan did not think as much as Wana worried. Wana had suffered a lot for him. Even if her method was mixed with some selfish reasons, it was still a mother's instinct. Also, after the child was born, the Empress would definitely pay attention. It was not very realistic for him to bring the child back to his home to take care of. In reality, Yang Fan had thought of using the method of stealing the beam and replacing the pillar to bring his own flesh and blood home. But if he did that, he would first have to get a child to pretend to be his. This meant that there would definitely be a mother who would lose her child. Even if he could buy it with a lot of money, wouldn't he have to first make his own child bear a debt when he was born? Moreover, if that happened, it would not be convenient for Wana to see her own flesh and blood. Instead, she would have to often go to the child who was not her flesh and blood to give her maternal love. This was very cruel to a mother. Yang Fan thought about it and nodded. I can't think of a better way. Your idea is very good. Let's do it this way. But in this way, the child has to be surnamed Shangguan. Yang Fan gently said, that doesn't matter. Even if the child cannot be crowned with my surname, what flows in his body is still my blood. Shanghai Wana listened with surprise and joy. She did not think that Yang Fan would agree so easily. She was born in a wealthy family. Although she entered the palace at a young age, her mother, Madame Zhang, did not give up on her education. She knew from a young age that the family was more important than the individual and the family. In order to protect the family members should not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. This idea had been deeply embedded in her bones. All the interests that the family members protected, in the end, were for the inheritance of the family. And the most basic requirement for inheritance of a family was blood. Therefore, a wealthy family would never consider the thoughts or feelings of a woman and hand over the child who should be crowned with their own surname to an outsider to raise. But Yang Fan agreed. Wana was inexplicably grateful. Langjun, she hugged Yang Fan, and was so moved that tears flowed down her cheeks. She knew that with Yang Fan's ability, after the child was born, it was completely possible for him to secretly swap the child, or simply cause the child to die prematurely, and then bring their own flesh and blood back to the Yang family. He did this completely for her sake. Wana said gratefully, to have such a good husband like Lang Jun is the greatest fortune of my life. Yang Fan laughed shamelessly and said, of course, if your husband doesn't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Look, I even spent a few million yuan to buy you a dress today. Don't doubt me. The 100 birds feather dress that Zhu Ting gave you just now is really worth a few million yuan. Warner couldn't help but laugh and said, is it 3,500,000? Yang Fan asked curiously. Huh? How did you know? Warner snorted and said, the Dugu family sent a letter. I was the one who asked shopkeeper Xian to buy that dress. Yang Fan was stunned. There's such a thing? Wana rolled her eyes at him and said, you're really a forgetful person. You bought so many shops in one go, but you're the shopkeeper who doesn't have to do anything. You also said that Xiaoman is still in Luoyang, so you want me to take care of it first? The original owner of this long Mao shop was Chen Guogong. After Chen Guogong was imprisoned, the shop's business was affected. By the time we took over the shop, the first place in the clothing and hat shop in Dong City had already been taken by someone else. It's not convenient for me to go out, so I only made some simple arrangements for each shop. I couldn't come up with a good idea at the moment, so I let them spend 400,000 to buy this unparalleled dress. With this treasure of the shop, their reputation and status would be improved. Who knew that it would be bought by you, the owner? Yang Fan was stunned for a while and said with a smile, it's a mistake. Ha! No matter who bought it. This dress was sold for a sky-high price of 3,500,000. With this reputation, no one can shake our Long Mao shop's position in the pugilistic world. However, even if it's my own, didn't I still buy it for you? Who do you think I'm so good to? As if. Warner lightly spat at him and said, angrily, you and Enlu are fighting for wealth, and now everyone knows about it. How can I still wear this dress? Once I wear it, who doesn't know that it's a gift from you? You're a man, so why did you spend millions to buy clothes for me? Tell me, why didn't I give Miss Gu a greeting gift just now? First, I really didn't have anything suitable to give her. Second, I thought about it at the time. I don't have the fortune to enjoy this feather dress that's worth millions. You should take it back and wait for the day she marries and make it into her wedding dress. Yang Fan beamed and said, that's a good idea. Warner is really thoughtful. Warner said suspiciously, really? You didn't think about this long ago, did you? First, you generously gave it to me and made me happy. Then you took it back and gave it to your bride to wear. Yang Fan hurriedly shook his head. Look at you. When have I ever schemed against my own woman? Giving you a greeting gift was something Zhu Ting thought of on the spur of the moment. I've always been a careless person. I didn't even think of this kind of thing. How could I have thought of such a despicable method? Warner curled her lips and said, You, aren't despicable. But to say you're careless? Humph, who would believe that? Yang Fan moved closer to her ear and mysteriously said, Your husband is really careless. However, there is one thing that is extremely rough. Miss Warner, you must have a deep feeling about it. At this point, Yang Fan arched his body forward. Warner immediately felt something hard on her thigh. It was pressed against the thin dress, and there was a shocking heat. This fellow had eaten too much tonic, and his body was a bit too strong. As he spoke, he became aroused. Warner's pretty face blushed. She turned around and said angrily, Go find your Miss Gu. Yang Fan took the opportunity to push against her plump buttocks and whispered in her ear, I want you now. Warner's heart felt a little numb from his push, but she didn't dare to be presumptuous. She turned around and pushed him, saying, All right, you're so clingy. Go back quickly. My body is getting heavier. What if I hurt the child? Yang Fan didn't dare to take the risk. He was just teasing her on purpose. Hearing her words, he still wanted to act obedient. He purposely sighed and lay flat on his body. His head was like a big tent, and his face was full of desire. Warner couldn't help but want to laugh. She said to Yang Fan, Xiaoman and Nu will only come to Chang, and in a few months. I think you and Miss Gu are already ready. There's no need to inform them. Just take Miss Gu as your room tonight. Tonight? Yang Fan thought of the thousand-faced female assassin who could be flirtatious, charming, immature, pure, and unpredictable. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. The flagpole under his crotch was immediately raised higher. That day, I went to Xingjiao Temple to offer incense. I saw a group of people in Xingjiao Temple. It was really extravagant. When I was offering incense, I saw that Yang Fan called himself Yang Qiao. He also said that the pregnant woman was his wife, and her name was Zhang Wan They all donated a lot of money. Zhang Changzong's name on the merit book was Zhang Lu. The reason why Du Wentian knew so much about their names was that he was unwilling to give up. After the incident, he went to check their names again. With his identity, he could naturally check the merit book of Xingjiao Temple. Because of this, he was even more certain that the three people were Zhang Changzong, Warner, and Yang Fan. Li Gueker patiently listened to him. She sat cross-legged on the couch, her body slightly leaning forward, one hand on her leg and the other supporting her chin. Her movements were like an innocent and beautiful little girl, but her body had already matured. Looking through the middle collar that was as thin as a cicada's wing, her skin was snow white and smooth, and the twin peaks on her chest were plump and round, exuding a kind of seductive brilliance that made men salivate. When she sat up straight, he couldn't see anything other than a seductive cleavage. However, he could still vaguely see the outline of her breasts through her clothes. She wasn't wearing a bra, so her twin peaks were pressed against the thin clothes. There were two protruding spots on the clothes, faintly revealing a touch of flesh red. Du Wentian felt his throat go dry as he looked at her. Princess Anna listened to him patiently. She excitedly jumped down from the couch and walked back and forth on the ground with her bare feet. It must be her. It must be Warner. Zhang Changzong wouldn't treat anyone else so courteously. No wonder Imperial Grandmother couldn't be apart from her, but sent her away this time. She's pregnant. That's strange. Who could that bastard be? Princess Anil didn't suspect Yang Fan. First, Yang Fan didn't have many opportunities to enter the palace, and the possibility of him having an affair in the palace was almost zero. Second, she had heard rumors that Wanner had close relationships with the scholars of the capital. She didn't expect that this talented woman would have an affair with a martial man like Yang Fan. Instead, she thought of those scholars. It was likely that Wanner's lover was among them. Du Wentian lightly lowered his head, and his infatuated gaze followed Li Guer's pair of snow-white, jade-like, delicate, and graceful feet. The soles of her feet were fair and tender, and they were so thin that they didn't expose her bones. Her bright red nail polish, her silkworm-like toes, her delicate and round ankles, and every inch of her skin and every curve had a kind of magic that made one infatuated. Princess Annel only had a gossipy mentality at first, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was unfair. She got pregnant before marriage, and Imperial Grandmother treated her with disdain. Because of this, she had to keep a low profile when she gave birth to a little prince for the Liang mansion. Otherwise, she could have used this opportunity to make a big deal and collect a generous gift. As a result, Wanner fooled around and got pregnant with a bastard. Imperial Grandmother took care of her and tried to cover it up for her. She sent her to Chang and to take care of the baby in the name of repairing the palace in Chang. And why? Jealousy made Li Guer instinctively want to make a fuss about this. Then she thought of Yang Fan. Yang Fan once said in Xingjiao Temple that Shangguan Daiji was his wife. A cold smile slowly appeared on Li Guer's beautiful face. Imperial Grandmother cares about her reputation the most. It's fine if this matter hasn't been spread out, but once the whole city knows about it, it can't be cleaned up. No matter how favored Wanner is, Imperial Grandmother will have to kill her. As for Yang Fan, since you dare to treat me like this, I'll make it real. We'll lose our reputations and be beheaded together. The more Princess Annel thought about it, the more excited she became. She suddenly turned around and said, "Mr. Du." When Princess and Lu stood up, she paced back and forth in the room. Rays of light shone through her body, and her cicada-like undergarments couldn't hide her at all. Instead, it made her graceful figure even more enchanting. Du Wentian looked at her naked body, and his body had already unconsciously reacted. Her graceful curves, plump and slender thighs, slender waist, plump and round buttocks, and pointy breasts, Du Wentian was completely captivated by her. His lower body stiffened. Fortunately, the robe was wide and easy to cover. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of everyone. But when Princess Annel suddenly turned around, she still noticed something from his flushed face and heavy breathing. When Du Wentian was called, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Princess, what are your orders?" Princess Annel's coquettish eyes glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. She suddenly bit her lower lip and swayed her hips as she walked towards him. In just a few short steps, she swayed gracefully. She walked until she was in front of Du Wentian, and the tip of her sharp chest lightly touched Du Wentian's body. She then said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, what were you looking at just now?" Du Wentian said in a hoarse voice, Princess." Princess Annel's smile became even sweeter. Her chest puffed out again, and her warm and soft little hand lightly grabbed Du Wentian's trembling and hot palm. She said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, do you think I'm beautiful?" Beautiful, beautiful as a fairy. When Du Wentian's hand was grabbed by her, he was so excited that he shivered as if he had malaria. Suddenly, his mind exploded with a boom, because Princess Li's hand, which was grabbing onto him, suddenly rested on her soft waist, and even lightly moved upwards, moving towards her soft and warm chest that was as soft as a pigeon's breast. Du Wentian's throat made a gurgling sound. It was unknown whether he was crying or laughing. He suddenly opened his arms and suddenly hugged Princess Anil. Princess Anil stood there with a smile that wasn't a smile. She only turned her head to avoid his kiss, but her body didn't move at all. Du Wentian carelessly licked and kissed her smooth, jade-like face like a little puppy. His hands also began to move up and down. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring. It had to be released. The current Du Wentian. Even if Wu Chongxuan caught him red-handed and took his life, he didn't care. Right now, he only wanted to possess this peerless beauty. Even if he died, he would still be a romantic ghost. But suddenly, he let out another strange moan. His entire body stopped in place. Princess Anil's slender and boneless little hand was holding on to his erect penis. An extreme pleasure almost made him collapse. He wanted to enjoy this kind of blissful feeling for a while longer, so he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the slightest stimulation would cause him to lose control. Princess Anil lightly bit her thin lips and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. She said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, you're very brave." Du Wentian was like a wild beast in heat. He panted heavily and said, As long as I can kiss your highness, even if I have to immediately die, I am willing." Princess Anil giggled. Du Wentian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He covered his lower body with both hands and curled up on the ground like a prawn. Princess Anil elegantly combed her hair and squatted down gracefully. She still had a seductive look on her face as she gently caressed Du Wentian's face, which was contorted in pain. "Even if you want to die a horrible death, you can't drag me down with you. What kind of place is this? There are so many people outside, yet you don't care. You stinky men, all of you are the same." Princess Anil slowly stood up and tidied up her clothes. Her face regained its prideful, noble, and inviolable demeanor. However, her jade-like feet were gently lifted up and lightly stepped on Du Wentian's face. "Young Master Du, you're a man of striking appearance and elegance. This princess actually likes you very much. It's just a pity that, at this time and place, it's really not suitable for anything to happen. Just now, Princess Anil suddenly and fiercely pinched his balls. It was so painful that Du Wentian couldn't breathe. The fire of lust in his chest was replaced by extreme pain. However, when those beautiful feet temptingly stepped on his face, and he heard Princess Anil's words, Du Wentian immediately fell into a state of excitement again. He stared longingly at Princess Anil, like a lowly dog waiting for its owner to throw a bone to it. Princess Anil swayed her beautiful buttocks and leisurely walked to the bed. She said indifferently, "You can leave first. Don't tell anyone else about the Shangguan waiting system. Wait until I find out what's going on." Yes. Du Wentian greedily stared at that full moon-like buttocks. He wanted nothing more than to transform into an angry arrow and fiercely stab into that full moon. However, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. His goddess had already given him hope. He could wait for a suitable time and a suitable place. He retreated and crawled to the side of the screen. He reluctantly stared at the beautiful naked body that made him infatuated. Only then did he stand up. When he walked to the door, Du Wentian touched the cheek that Princess Anil's beautiful feet had just stepped on. He then sniffed the palm that had just touched Princess Anil's soft breasts. He was intoxicated. Not long after Du Wentian excitedly left, Li Guer, who had put on a coat, appeared at the door. With a frosty expression, she said to the group of servants standing solemnly in front of the door, "The few of you clean up the room. You, tell the servants to prepare a carriage. I want to go to Longqing Lane immediately and pay a visit to the Shangguan waiting system." Chapter 10, 21. Warner tried her best to coax the annoying man away. Yang Fan's harassment made Wana blush, and her body felt a little strange. She quickly lay back on the bed and calmed her heart. She needed a good rest. The child would be born in half a month. Even though Warner's body had always been strong, she became more sleepy than before. Maybe it was because of the pain in her waist from carrying a big belly, or maybe it was because of the hot weather in early summer. In short, she had to take 2 naps every day to get rid of her fatigue. Today, she had spent too much time waiting for Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting. After that, she chatted with Yang Fan for so long. At this time, she was really tired and fell asleep after a while. But Warner did not sleep for long. Every time, she would just take a nap and wake up in about an hour. When Wana was about to take a nap, she would inform Xiao Miao beforehand. Xiao Miao would then inform the palace maids in the back of the residence to stand guard around the bedroom with bamboo poles to chase away the birds so that they would not make any noise and disturb her rest. But today, Warner had only slept for a while when she heard a sharp and unpleasant cry. Wana was woken up by the cry. She raised her head from the pillow and listened. She heard the voice of the sapling outside the window. Where did this wild cat come from? Kill it. It dares to run away. Another palace maid said, it climbed the wall. Forget it, just chase it away. This is the cat that the owner of this house raised. It seems to be raised by the chef. After they moved out, this cat stayed. Xiao Qing, don't you often feed it? It's this cat, right? The palace maid named Xiao Qing said, angrily, isn't it? I feed it every day. This stupid cat, it turned its back on me and even wanted to scratch me. It's biting the hand that feeds it. The sapling giggled. Didn't you hear its cries? This stupid cat is male. It's in heat. Male cats in heat love to scratch people. Stay away from it in the future. Be careful that it doesn't scratch your face. Xiao Qing spat at her in embarrassment. What are you saying? A cat can molest me? Xiao Miao smiled and said, it's not that I'm molesting you, but this beast likes to attack people when it's in heat. When it's angry, it won't even recognize its own master. Don't expect it to remember your kindness just because you fed it something. Another palace maid giggled and said, I think it just thinks you're pretty and thinks you're a female cat. It wants to be a pair with you. Little Qing, I think you should just give in to it. You little wench, talk nonsense. See if I don't tear your mouth off. Xiao Miao quickly said, all right, you two stop fooling around. Done. Don't wake Warner. Shangguan Wan heard it clearly in the room and couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't help but laugh. She lay back on the pillow and suddenly thought of Yang Fan. Yang Fan had already told her about his painful experience of taking supplements every day. It was reasonable to say that a young and strong man like him, who had not been close to a woman for nearly a year, was already considered to have been a loner for a long time. It was hard for him to endure it, not to mention that he had eaten so many tonics. One couldn't help but chuckle when she thought that her Langjun was also as aggressive as a male cat in heat these days. In this era, it was normal for men to go to the brothel. It was not only a place for men to have fun, but it was also a place for them to make friends and meet each other. Therefore, even if a man went there openly, his wives and concubines were impeccable. However, the famous Pingkong Lane was not far from Longqing Lane. Langjun was clean and had never been to such a place. Warner's heart was filled with happiness when she thought of how he agreed to her arrangements for the child. Actually, if she really wanted to bring the child back to the Yang family, there would definitely be a way. Yang Fan agreed to her plan. In the end, he was thinking from her point of view and took care of her feelings. She was so lucky to have such a gentle and considerate husband. Wana was no longer sleepy. She lay on the pillow and quietly thought about how good Langjun was. It was like a sweet stream of water slowly flowed into her heart, filling her heart with warmth and happiness in the courtyard. After Shu Xiaomiao, Shao Qing, and a few other palace maids had chased away the male cat in heat, they were afraid that it would return. A few of them held bamboo poles and guarded the front and back of the courtyard, on high alert. At this time, Lan Yiqing quickly walked into the courtyard. Aside from Wan Er's 8 personal maids, only Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying were allowed to enter without being notified. Shu Xiaomiao saw Lan Yiqing and quickly greeted, "Sister Yiqing." Lan Yiqing said, "Xiao Miao, Princess Annel has arrived and wants to see Sister Wanner." Shu Xiaomiao said in surprise, "Princess Annel? She isn't familiar with Sister Wanner and usually doesn't interact much. What is she doing here?" Lan Yiqing said, "Who knows what she wants? Maybe she wants to curry favor with Sister Wanner." Shu Xiaomiao said, "Sister Wanner is in such a state. How can she go see her?" Lan Yiqing said, "But she is a princess. How can we decide for Sister Wanner? Let's report and let Sister Wanner decide." Shu Xiaomiao said, "Sister Wanner is taking a nap. Tell her to wait." Li Guo'er was a princess, but Shanghai Wanner was the #1 person in front of the emperor. The relatives of the emperor were never the closest people to the emperor. Even the relatives of the emperor had to curry favor with the officials close to the emperor. Now that the empress had made the Prince of Luling crown prince, and it didn't seem like he was just a puppet for show this time. The status of the Li royal family had increased, but other than Princess Taiping, who was deeply favored by the empress, Shanghai Wanner still didn't need to care about the other royal families. Shu Xiaomiao's words were a bit arrogant, but if she really did it, it wasn't a big deal. Shanghai Wanner had already faintly heard the conversation between the two from inside the room. She called out, "Yiqing, come in." Lan Yiqing hurriedly opened the door and entered the room. Shanghai Wanner had already sat up and asked, "You said Lu is here and wants to see me?" Lan Yiqing hurriedly repeated, "What princess?" and Lu wanted to see Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner couldn't help but frown slightly. She felt it was strange why Princess and Lu wanted to see her. The two of them rarely interacted in the past. Even when Wanner often left the palace, the people she interacted with were scribes. Although there were some princesses' wives, because of their age and seniority, the people Wanner interacted with were completely different from the people Princess and Lu interacted with. Why did Princess and Lu suddenly come to see her? Based on Shanghai Wanner's understanding of Enlil, and Lu wasn't the kind of woman who pursued everything. It was impossible for her to come to visit, just because she didn't lack etiquette. If it was to strengthen the relationship with her, then it was even more impossible for Princess and Lu to decide. It could only be the intention of the Li family or the Wu family. But which family could Princess and Lu represent? The Wu family or the Li family? No matter which family, if they wanted to strengthen the relationship with Shanghai Wanner, with Princess and Li's overly sensitive and unclear identity, she was clearly not the most suitable envoy candidate. Then why did she come? Lan Yiqing saw her frown and didn't speak for a long time. She couldn't help but ask, "Does Wanna Jie really want to see her?" Wanna shook her head and said, "How can I see her in my current state? Of course, I can't see her. But..." Wanner thought for a while and said, "You go. Just say that I have a minor illness and won't see any guests. I am grateful that Princess and Lu came to visit. I will personally visit her another day. Ask her to go back first." No matter what Princess and Li's purpose was, since she was already in front of the manor, she should at least see her. Otherwise, it would be impolite and unreasonable. But with Wanner's current state, she definitely couldn't see her. Even if she had some suspicions, Wanner didn't believe that she would guess that she was pregnant. As for impoliteness, with her current status, she really didn't care. Lan Yiqing agreed and quietly retreated. Wanner raised her head slightly and thought for a long time. She was still full of confusion. She instinctively felt that there must be more to Princess and Li's inexplicable visit today, but she still couldn't figure out Princess and Li's possible purpose. Ever since she came to Chang'an, there was only one time when she wanted to make a move. She asked Yang Fan to accompany her to Fan Chuan. At that time, Princess and Lu hadn't arrived in Chang'an yet. Also, when she visited Fan Chuan, she purposely concealed her name. How could her identity have been exposed? Juana would never have thought that the lecher she had punished that day would actually be acquainted with Princess and Lu and see through her identity. In Chang'an, there shouldn't be anyone who would recognize her. Juana lay down lightly. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. She couldn't guess Princess and Li's purpose in coming, but this didn't affect her vigilance. After thinking for a long time, Juana called out, "Xiao Miao, come in." After Princess and Lu heard the big secret of Juana's pregnancy from Du Wentian, she immediately rushed to Longqing Lane. She also knew that since she had never interacted with Shanghai Juana, her sudden visit would be rather abrupt. But she also knew that with her status as a princess of the Li clan and a daughter-in-law of the Wu clan, unless Shanghai Juana truly had some shameful reason, she would never be slammed at the door. Shangguan Juana was extremely powerful in the palace, but she never revealed her edge. She maintained a close yet distant relationship with the Wu clan, the Li clan, the Second Zhang clan, and even the Prince of Xiang's various factions. Since she had come to visit, it was best for Shangguan Juana to invite her in and entertain her for a moment. This was the most appropriate way of handling matters. Thus, the proud and arrogant princess and Lu wanted nothing more than to be slammed at the door. If Juana refused to see her, she would lose face. This was the result she wanted to see the most. This would prove that Juana truly had something to hide, and only then would she be able to continue with her plan. She got her wish. Du Wentian had begged to be beaten at Xingjiao Temple, and he had gotten his wish. Princess and Lu had run to Longqing Lane to ask to be slapped, and she had gotten her wish. Lan Yiqing came out of the rear residence and went straight to the gates of the estate. He cupped his hands to Princess and Lu, who was waiting in the carriage, and reported, "My lord has caught a minor illness and is not feeling well. It is not suitable for me to see any guests today. My lord has said that I have troubled your highness to visit, and that I will visit your highness another day." Princess and Lu couldn't help but be overjoyed at this. Given her usual temper, being treated so coldly would have made her angry and resentful, but at this moment she was only filled with joy. Anlu faintly smiled. "Anlu has come at a bad time. Since this is the case, I will take my leave. Please tell Shangguan, my lord, that once my lord has recovered, I will visit again." Princess and Lu waved her hand, and the maid standing in the carriage let down the bamboo curtain. The coachman cracked his whip and drove 2 strong green oxen to pull the green oil carriage, and slowly left the estate. Princess and Lu excitedly blew her fist in the carriage. When she heard Du Wentian speak of this matter, she was already 70% convinced. Now that Shanghai Juana had rudely refused to see her, she was 90% sure. But Princess and Lu only felt that she had made a brilliant move. With just a little probing, she had grasped Juana's background. She didn't know that Juana had always been cautious and alert, and that her sudden visit was also illogical. Just as she was leaving Longqing Lane, Juana had already sent Xu Xiaomiao to inform Yang Fan. Princess and Lu excitedly returned to the Du residence. Wu Chongxuan had already returned from the banquet, and when he saw her, he said, "My lady went to visit Shangguan, my lord. With my lady's status, why would you condescend to visit him?" Princess and Lu rolled her eyes at him and snappily said, "What status do I have? Do you think Shangguan Juana can enter her eyes?" Uft. Wu Chongshuan saw that she was unhappy and quickly smiled. Ah, your husband heard that my lady fancied 100-bird feather dress in the East Market today, but it was bought by someone else? My lady, since you like it, then buy it back. It's just a few million, our Wu family. Princess and Lu put on a brave face and said, what about our Wu family? Just a few million? You have the nerve to say that. Can you afford it? And you are the crown prince of Liangwang. But what do you have compared to your brothers? How much did that old fart of yours allow you to use? Just a few million? You eat the ashes of the grass and let out light farts. There were many palace maids and eunuchs waiting by his side. Wu Chongshuan was lectured by his wife in public, and his face alternated between red and white, but he didn't dare to say anything. Princess and Lu angrily sat down on the couch and ordered, someone invite Master Du here. Wu Chongshuan treated Princess and Lu as a fairy from heaven, and he hated it when she came in contact with men. When he heard that she wanted to see Du Wentian, he immediately said unhappily, why does my lady want to see him? If there's anything, can't you just send someone to give the order? Who asked you to talk so much? Princess and Lu grabbed the pillow and leaned on it and put her legs on the couch. Wu Chongshuan quickly came forward and helped her take off her boots and began to massage her feet with ease. Shangguan Wanner. Princess and Lu leaned on the pillow and closed her eyes to think. She secretly sneered. On what basis can she be more honorable than me? Her surname is Shangguan, and my surname is Li, thinking of the high and mighty Shangguan Wana losing her reputation and being beheaded, and Li's heart immediately surged with a strange pleasure. But when she thought of Yang Fan again, and Lu had a feeling of gnashing her teeth. All along, Yang Fan's blunt words had made her angry and hateful. Today, he embarrassed her in Chang'anese City, which made her hate Yang Fan even more. Among all the men she had met, Yang Fan was really the most special one. She did not understand, with her natural beauty, why Yang Fan could not be infatuated with her like other men. But wasn't the reason why Yang Fan left such a deep impression in her heart because of his uniqueness? She did not care about those who prostrated themselves under her, but she could never forget those who she could not get. Damn that Yang Fan! Princess and Lu secretly cursed and suddenly thought of the ecstatic scene between her and Yang Fan on Fangzhou's Huangzhou Ridge. Not only was he fit and handsome, but he was also really powerful. She had only experienced this feeling of ecstasy under Yang Fan's body. Wu Chongshuan gently kneaded her delicate and beautiful snow-white feet in his arms. Thinking back to the blissful feelings she had when she had intercourse with Yang Fan, her heart suddenly became a little moist. And Lu twisted her thighs, and her cheeks flushed. Her starry eyes were like silk, and she thought half-closed, should I give him another chance? Chapter 10:22. When Du Wentian heard that Princess and Lu wanted to see him, he felt rather perturbed. He already knew that the Fuma Wu Chongshuan had returned to the Fu and that he would not have the chance to get intimate with her. Also, he felt somewhat fearful in front of Wu Chongshuan. However, he did not dare to disobey Princess and Li's summons. Du Wentian braced himself and hurried to Princess and Li's residence. Princess and Lu was still carelessly lying on the couch, allowing Wu Chongshuan to massage her feet. She did not care about the arrival of a guest, and a male at that. Du Wentian walked into the hall and quickly glanced at Wu Chongshuan before lowering his head. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with a dignified Fuma, who also had the status of a Junwang, massaging his wife's feet in front of a guest. Instead, he felt a bit of envy. If possible, he also wanted to hold that pair of beautiful and cute feet in his arms. Du Wentian quickly walked forward and bowed, saying, Du Wentian greets Junwang Princess. Princess and Lu acted as if she had never done anything ambiguous with him before. Her expression was extremely calm. She lazily said, "Young Master Du, go and find out if there is any reason for one to celebrate recently. For example, her birthday or her mother Zheng's birthday. As long as it can be used to make a big deal out of it, it's fine." Du Wentian was dazed when he heard this. He did not know what Li's intentions were. Did she want to find a reason to celebrate Wan Du Wentian was not an ordinary person, especially when it came to matters that involved swindling and harming people. After thinking for a bit, he understood Princess and Li's intentions. Du Wentian cheerfully replied, "This one understands. This one will do it now." In front of Wu Chongxuan, Du Wentian did not dare to look at Princess and Lu for too long. He was afraid that Wu Chongxuan would notice something, so he followed the rules. After saying this, he bowed and retreated. Once Du Wentian left, Wu Chongxuan immediately asked curiously, "Wife, why are you asking about Shangguan Daiji's birthday? Do we need to curry favor with her?" "You don't know shit." Li Guo glared at him in annoyance. She closed her eyes and said, "Use more force." Wu Chongxuan was furious. Du Wentian obviously knew something, but as her husband, he was kept in the dark. Wu Chongxuan was depressed and exerted a little more force. Li Guo cried out in pain and raised her leg to kick his face. Wu Chongxuan also cried out in pain. His nose was sore and painful, and tears came out. Wu Chongxuan covered his nose and said angrily, "Wife, what are you doing?" "What happened to me?" Li Guo sat up and said angrily, "You're really useless. You can't do anything well. Get lost. I'm sick of seeing you." Wu Chongxuan was furious, but under Li Guo's pressure, he did not dare to retort. He stood up angrily and was about to leave when Li Guo suddenly called him back. Her eyes moved slightly and said, "Let me ask you, where should we build our house? Have you decided?" Wu Chongxuan covered his nose and said, "Not yet. We just arrived yesterday, and today we went to welcome the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons, so we haven't had time. Tomorrow I'll go pick a suitable place." At this point, he was afraid that Li Guo would scold him for not doing his job, so he quickly asked, "What does wife think of Fan Chuan?" Wei Du and the other great clans of Guanlong all chose their houses there. Li Guo lay back down and beckoned to the 2 palace maids, telling one to massage her shoulders and the other to massage her feet. Her beautiful eyes were half closed as she said, "There's no need to choose. Today I'm going to see Shangguan Daiji. I see that Longqing Pool has beautiful scenery and is not far from the 3 great inner cities. It's a good place to build a house. I've already chosen the place. Tomorrow, find some craftsmen and bring them back." After receiving Wan'er's closed-door treatment, Li Guo left the island in the center of Longqing Pool and happened to see the Yang clan's mansion being built by the lake. Li Guo saw that Longqing Square had beautiful scenery and that a mansion was built right next to the lake. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the boundless blue waves. She immediately decided to build a mansion by the lake. She had casually asked and found out that the mansion being built was Yang Fan's. This made her even more excited. She planned to buy the land next to Yang Fan's and become a pair of good neighbors with Yang Fan. Wu Chongxuan had no idea that his beloved wife, who he viewed as a treasure, was actually scheming to give him a fresh and tender green hat. This mansion was not the Liang Palace, but rather the couple's mansion, so he naturally had to listen to Li's instructions as to where to build it. He immediately agreed without hesitation. After the welcoming banquet, the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were escorted by Marquis Chang Ninghu back to the large mansion where they had been temporarily settled. After Chang Ninghu took his leave, the 5 brothers sat down in the reception hall. When Li Qingqi saw that the second brother, Li Qingyi, was dead drunk, he hurriedly had someone bring him a pot of sour plum soup. Perhaps it was because they had finally left Wu Zetian's side that they felt relieved, or perhaps it was because the Chang and officials still treated them with the respect that members of the imperial family should have. The 5 brothers were in a very good mood, so they drank a little too much today. The 4th brother, Li Longye, waved the maids away and personally poured a bowl of sour plum soup for the drunken 2nd brother. He then poured a bowl for himself and sat cross-legged on the bed. Grinning, he said, "We brothers are really happy today. Look at the 5th brother. He usually doesn't touch a drop of wine, but he's drunk today." The eldest brother, Li Qingqi, smiled and said nothing. He knew why his brothers were so happy today. It was not because this welcoming banquet was more delicious and luxurious than the food and wine in Luoyang, but because they felt a long-lost respect from the Chang and officials. After all, Chang, and was the capital of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Li Ji, 3 generations of sovereigns, had used it to command the world, but Wu Zetian's supremacy had happened after she arrived in Luoyang. Thus, the Li family's prestige in Chang, and far surpassed that of Luoyang. The Chang and officials truly did feel respect for the Li imperial family from the bottom of their hearts. The 5th brother, Li Longfan, said, "The mansion we're living in was lent to us. Living here is not a long-term solution. Didn't imperial grandmother say that she would allow us to choose a place to build the 5th prince's mansion in Chang? And shouldn't we settle this first? Otherwise, when imperial grandmother moves to Chang, and we won't have our own mansion yet." Li Longji nodded and said, "That's right. Tomorrow, let's ask Chang Mingho for help and show us around. He's lived in Chang and for a long time and is familiar with the area. He should know where to build a mansion. In short, let's try to choose a place close to the 3 great inner cities." Li Chengqi took a sip of sour plum juice and said, "At today's banquet, I happen to hear that Duke Qi's brother-in-law is building a mansion. After choosing a place, let's ask Duke Qi for help." Li Longfan said worriedly, "Will the mansion built by his brother-in-law be okay? We 5 brothers don't have a mansion in Luoyang, nor do we have one in Chang, and this is our first mansion, so we can't be careless." Li Qingqi said, "Don't worry. He won't be careless when building a mansion for us 5 brothers." Li Longji smiled, faintly. He understood what his elder brother meant. Friendship couldn't be established by paying a formal visit. If he did that, it would be easy for him to make a fool of himself. By asking Duke Qi's brother-in-law to build a mansion, regardless of whether they helped Duke Qi's business or if Duke Qi asked for less wages and more wood, the 5 brothers would owe him a favor. Unknowingly, this friendship would be established. The drunken Li Qingyi shouted, "All right, this is my first time in Chang, and I want to take a look around. While we're choosing a place, let Chang Ningho show us around. Let me say this first. No matter where this mansion is built, we 5 brothers' mansions must be next to each other. We can't be separated." Li Longfan smiled and said, "That's true. If we're separated, even if you agree, I won't agree." Most of the sons and daughters of the imperial family were indifferent to kinship, but because the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had been under house arrest in the Eastern Palace since childhood, they had a deep brotherly bond with each other. It was like this in times of crisis. And it was also like this after they became rich. Even the throne of the emperor could not compare to the deep brotherly bond. In the imperial family for thousands of years, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang were a rare exception. Li Chengqi carried the plum juice and walked out of the reception hall. When he reached Li Longji's side, he secretly gave him a look. Li Longji understood and followed him out. The scenery in the garden was extremely elegant. There were pavilions, trees, flowers, and grass. There was a bay of gurgling water that formed a winding stream. Li Qingqi leaned against the railing and gazed at the reflections in the water, the swimming fish, and the falling flowers. In a low voice, he said, "Sanling, do you remember what Chang Ningho said today about Yang Fan and Lu competing for wealth and women?" It wasn't that Li Qingqi wanted to hide it from his other brothers, but his second brother, Qingyi, had a boorish temperament and was chivalrous and righteous. When it came to charging and breaking through enemy lines, it was useless to ask him for help. His fourth and fifth brothers were too young and not very shrewd, so it was easy for them to leak secrets. Li Longji also leaned against the railing and slowly said, "What does big brother mean?" Li Qingqi took a sip of the reddish-purple plum juice and leisurely said, "Do you think Yang Fan's actions are out of personal feelings, or does he have other motives?" Li Longji took the bowl from his big brother's hands and took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Big brother, do you think a person who could topple Lai Junqian, destroy the censorate, repeatedly oppose Wu Yizong, and walk between the Wu clan, the second Zhang clan, and our Li clan unscathed? In the end, he's even valued by the imperial grandmother. Do you think he's someone who likes to fight for personal feelings?" Li Qingqi took the bowl from Li Longji and took a sip of the sweet and sour plum juice. He didn't say anything for a long time. Li Longji said, "Big brother, you also think that Yang Fan has other motives?" Li Qingqi said in a low voice, "It's just a feeling, but I can't be sure. Yang Fan is on good terms with Aunt Taiping and King Liang. Now, he's on good terms with the second Zhang clan. This person leaves some leeway in all aspects, and he's too slick in handling matters. I don't feel too reassured." Li Longji said, "Being slick in handling matters in the officialdom can be considered a way to protect oneself, but that's only under normal circumstances. Ever since the imperial grandmother decided to move the capital, the situation has become clearer with each passing day. The political changes in the future are no different from changing the sky. Under these circumstances, if you still want to maintain a close relationship with all sides that are absolutely irreconcilable, you'll only be abandoned by all sides in the end. Big brother, things are different now. Looking at Yang Fan's actions in the past, he's an extremely intelligent person. Would a smart person do something like this out of personal feelings? It's time for him to make his position clear. That's why I feel that this is very likely a signal he's sending out." Li Qingqi turned to Li Longji and said with bright eyes, "You're saying that we should fight for him?" Li Longji smiled. "Why not give it a try?" Chapter 10:23. Yang Fan stealthily returned to his residence. In truth, it was not easy to hide his tracks in broad daylight. Although he was careful, he was still discovered by Run Wei and the others who were guarding the perimeter of the residence. However, the sect master often sneaked into Shangguan Weiji's residence, and Run Wei and the others were already used to it. Seeing the sect master, they could only laugh it off. Yang Fan returned to the inner chamber with the camphor box in his hands. Gu Zhuting came forward to greet him. As soon as she saw him come back with the priceless 100-bird feather skirt, she couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Yang Fan placed the box on the table and smiled at Gu Zhuting. "This dress is a gift from one to you. She said that it will be your wedding dress when you get married." 3,500,000 gold coins was enough to suffocate a person. Gu Zhuting did not dare to wear such an expensive dress. Seeing her decline, Yang Fan laughed. "All right, Wanner doesn't want it, and you don't want it. Can we return it? Quickly put the dress away." Gu Zhuting said, "Alang, if Wanner Jiejie is not willing to accept this dress, then wait until First Lady arrives in Chang, and give it to her. I have already received an Arabian horse from Alang. If I accept this dress as well, then I know that Alang cherishes it and cares for it, but I am truly flattered." Yang Fan understood and couldn't help but laugh. Don't think so much. Are you afraid that Xiao Man will misunderstand that I am biased? Don't worry. Xiao Man has a very gentle personality and is not a narrow-minded woman. Once you enter my house, you are one family. There is no need to be suspicious of each other. As for Nu, you don't need to worry about her. You are master and disciple. Gu Zhuting thought. First Lady is naturally gentle and considerate in front of you, but she may not be so in front of others. Otherwise, how can she be the commandant of the Plum Blossom Guard and control so many skilled subordinates? Speaking of generosity, even if Lang were to squander all your family's assets, First Madam would not say a single word to you. But that's only for you. You haven't seen First Madam's shrewd look when she's checking the accounts and managing the finances. Speaking of Nu, I have only taught her how to disguise herself and hide. Is this kind of master-disciple relationship reliable? First Lang Jun of the Chui family once had a pair of beautiful sisters. Although they are much closer than other concubines, they still haggle in order to gain Long Jun's favor. In fact, Yang Fan didn't think too much about it. If there was something good, he would think of her. It wasn't because she was born in a poor family. The only reason he did this was because she was the only woman by his side now. If there was something good, he would naturally think of her. He didn't even consider who would come first. In his heart, he treated everyone equally. But Gu Zhuting grew up in a rich family and was used to the open and secret fights in big houses. Naturally, she was very cautious in this aspect. Seeing that she was determined not to accept it, Yang Fan said, "This dress costs 5 million. I can't give one to everyone. Besides, this kind of dress can't be made even after several years. You can't buy it even if you have money. If you give it to Xiao Man, it will probably be sold in a shop by that little miser. You don't have to feel bad about it. Just treat this dress as our Yang family's heirloom. In the future, whoever needs to serve on the pillow can wear it. This is called everyone getting a share, reign and do equally. What do you think?" Gu Zhuting's face was flushed by his teasing. She shyly lowered her head and said like a mosquito, "Everything is up to Lang." Yang Fan gently placed both of his hands on her shoulders, and Gu Zhuting's delicate body immediately shivered. Yang Fan looked at her slightly lowered head and her shy and timid appearance, then said in a low voice, "Then, tonight, you should wear it for me to see first." Gu Zhuting's heart thumped. As soon as she looked up, she saw Yang Fan's fiery eyes. She immediately understood what he meant. Tonight, will I become Lang's woman?" Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting's heart immediately beat like a drum. Yang Fan's two big hands pressed on her shoulders, and the heat from his palms seeped into her heart. She was like a person made of snow that was suddenly moved to the side of the fire, and her entire body melted. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and her body was so weak that she could not stand. She suddenly leaned against Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting leaned her soft and fragrant body on Yang Fan's body, panting nervously. Lang, she did not understand why she was so weak. As long as she thought of sharing a bed with Lang, her bones and tendons softened, her heart beat like a drum, and she felt suffocated. Yang Fan also did not understand. When he won, Xiao Man and Nu had sex for the first time, they were all virgins. It was inevitable for girls to be nervous and afraid for the first time, but they did not behave like Gu Zhuting. Among these girls, Gu Zhuting was the most skilled in martial arts, and she had been a killer since childhood, so her mind was far stronger than ordinary people. He really did not understand why she was so scared. Yang Fan felt as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She was limp and powerless. Her body was trembling nervously, but her hands around his neck were especially strong. It seemed that if she wasn't hanging on his body, she would have collapsed under him. Yang Fan's masculine desire was stimulated by Gu Zhuting's delicate body. He could not wait for the night. Gu Zhuting was so nervous that her voice trembled when she called him. It was a little like a sheep's voice. Yang Fan wanted to skin her into a little white sheep that could bleat. Yang Fan was a master of action. He grabbed Gu Zhuting's legs, carried her horizontally, and walked into the inner room. When he gently put her on the bed, his breath on her face was scorching hot. Gu Zhuting realized what was going to happen. She was shy and afraid, so she nervously closed her eyes. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a pomegranate, which made people feel pity and love for her. With such a lovely appearance, he really did not know how ecstatic it would be to enjoy her. Yang Fan reached out and touched the beauty's tight and slender waist. Just as his fingers picked up her belt, the uninvited guest came. This is too evil. When Yang Fan walked out of the bedroom, he thought to himself, this was not the first time something like this had happened. Every time he wanted to eat Gu Zhuting, something like this would always happen. Once was a coincidence, twice was a coincidence, 3 times, and 4 times were all like this. Yang Fan, who never believed in superstitions, was a little scared. Annoyed, Yang Fan walked into the hall and listened to Rin Wei's report. He could not help but frown and said, "You said, Princess, and Lu has come to the island?" "Yes." Yang Fan was puzzled and thought to himself, what did she come for? Could it be that she wants to pester me endlessly? But he could only think about this in private. In front of the officials, the 2 of them still had to be polite. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "You go. When she arrives, open the door wide. I'll go change my clothes and come back." Yang Fan thought Princess and Lu had come for him. Because Princess and Lu and Shanghai Wanner had never had any contact, he never would have thought that Princess and Li's target today was Wanner. When he finished changing and came out of the bedroom, he saw Ren Wei still standing in the hall. He said, "Has the princess arrived?" Ren Wei said awkwardly, "It was a mistake. Princess and Lu came to the island, and the one to visit is Shangguan Wei." Hearing this, Yang Fan was stunned. And Lu went to visit Wanner. What did she want? Yang Fan knew Wanner had a big belly, and it was impossible for her to see her. He was curious about Enli's purpose. After a while, news came that Wanner did not see Enlu. The princess had already left the island. Yang Fan slowly paced in the hall with his hands behind his back. Just as he was trying to figure out Enli's purpose, Lan Yiqing came under Wanner's orders. Yang Fan listened to Lan Yiqing explain Wanner's worries. Although he did not think that Princess and Lu would know about Wanner's pregnancy, it was always better to be cautious. He immediately ordered Rin Wei, "Send someone to keep an eye on Lu. If she does anything strange, report to me immediately." Princess and Lu thought she had succeeded. After leaving Longqing Lane, she immediately sent Du Wentian to investigate Wanner. She did not know that the experts of the Succession Hall were already quietly watching her. The next morning, Li Qingqi went to visit Chang Mingho's estate. He asked Chang Mingho, Huang Jinyu, to accompany the 5 brothers in choosing a suitable place to build the 5th Marquis' estate. Chang Mingho readily agreed. When Gaozong and Empress Wu moved east, the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had not yet been born. Therefore, Chang, and only had Li Dan's estate, but the 5 of them did not have their own. After arriving in Luoyang, the 5 of them had been placed under house arrest with their father in the East Palace when they were still young. Therefore, they still did not have their own mansions. Now, the Empress planned to move the capital to Chang, and because the 5 Li Qingqi brothers had all grown up and received the title of Junwang, they should have their own mansions. Therefore, before they left, the Empress decreed that they were allowed to choose a place to build their mansions in Chang, and the Ministry of Works in Chang, and would provide funds to supervise the construction. Chang Ningho led the 5 Li Chingchi brothers to Fanchuan. There were only 2 best places to build mansions for the nobility in Chang, and one of them was Fanchuan. It was adjacent to the Chuchi and had beautiful scenery. It was suitable for the nobility to build mansions there. The Wei and Du families, the most prestigious of the Guanlong families, had their mansions built in Fanchuan. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were relatives of the royal family and held the title of prince. However, titles and official positions were 2 different things. Jun Wang had no right to participate in political affairs and did not need to attend court every day. They did not need to consider how far they lived from the palace. Therefore, Fanchuan in the south of the city was their best choice. As soon as Li Qingyi arrived at the south of the city, he took a fancy to the beautiful scenery. The 4th brother, Li Longye, and the 5th brother, Li Chengfan, were also very satisfied. However, the eldest brother, Li Qingqi, and the 3rd brother, Li Longji, looked left and right but did not express their opinion. Among the 5 brothers, these 2 were the most intelligent and were usually the backbone of the 5. If they did not express their opinion, the matter would naturally not be settled. Seeing this, Chang Ningho led them into Chang, and Chang'an's East Market and Peaceful Square was the center. The surrounding squares were all occupied by the nobility. This place was very close to the 3 great inner cities. Wenchang, and was still the capital of the Tang dynasty, the important officials of the court often chose to live in this area. It was convenient for them to enter court and meet the emperor. The situation was similar to how the important officials of Luoyang often built mansions near the Luoyang Palace. There were very few people, like Di Renjia, who lived far away from the palace and had to cross the whole of Luoyang to go to court. As a result, over time, the area around the East Market became a gathering place for the nobility. When Chang Ningho saw that the 5th son of the Prince of Xiang was not interested in Fanchuan and was instead interested in the area around the East Market, he couldn't help but think the sage has already appointed the Prince of Luling as the crown prince. The Prince of Xiang's bloodline has no chance of obtaining the throne, but it seems that the 5th son of the Prince of Xiang is not willing to be left out. Although the area around the East Market was a place where the nobility lived, most of them already had landowners. Although there were places where they could build mansions, the land was rather scattered. If they built mansions here, the 5 brothers would have to separate. The 5 brothers were adamant about this. Chang Ningho thought about it and decided that the only place that could satisfy the need of 5 mansions adjacent to each other was Longqing Square. As a result, he led them to the Longqing Pond. The Longqing Pond was a vast expanse of clear water. The weeping willows by the lakeside made it seem like a fairyland. As soon as the 5th son of the Prince of Xiang arrived, he fell in love with the beautiful scenery. The 5 brothers and Chang Ningho rode their horses around the lake and discovered that construction had already begun on a large scale in one area. Although the scenery around Longqing Pond was very beautiful, the location of this mansion was clearly the most picturesque. The 5th son of the Prince of Xiang had also taken a liking to this place. However, this location with the best view of the lake had already been occupied by the mansion that was currently under construction, so he couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. The 5 brothers looked around for a while. Li Qingqi and Li Longji pointed to the left side of the mansion and said in unison, "This place is excellent." As soon as the 2 brothers said this, they were immediately startled, and then they broke into laughter. Li Longji said, "Big brother, the scenery here is beautiful, and the land is vast. It's enough to build 5 connected mansions." Li Qingqi nodded. "I also like this place. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. This square is called Longqing Square, and this lake is called Longqing Pond. third Lang, Yu, fourth Lang, and fifth Lang all have the character Long in their names. Isn't it heavens, Will, that we chose to build our mansion here? Li Qingye's eyes lit up. That's right. Longqing Square, Longqing Pond, and third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother all have the character Long in their names. Together, we make 5, which is exactly the number of us 5 brothers. Ha! Us building a mansion here is truly in accordance with heaven's will. When Li Longye and Li Longfan heard this, they also felt that this was an incredible coincidence. They immediately nodded their heads, no longer having any objections to this location. Chang Ningho smiled. The 5 princes truly have a good eye. This marquis also feels that the scenery here is excellent and suitable for building a mansion. Since this is the case, this marquis will immediately send someone to the Ministry of Works and have them send someone over. Li Qingqi said, "There's no rush. It's fine as long as we've chosen the location. Let's go back and let them know. It's almost noon, and we've troubled Chang Ningho to follow us around for most of the day. Let's find a place to eat first." Chang Ningho smiled. "Your Highness, you may not know this, but ever since the Emperor moved the capital, the nobles of Luoyang have sent people to Chang and to choose a place to build a mansion. If we don't quickly decide on a place, I'm afraid that someone else will beat us to it." Li Longji said, "If that's the case, then it's better to inform the Ministry of Works and have them mark out the place first to prevent any complications." Li Longfen said excitedly, "I'll go choose a place right now. First, I'll carve out my mansion. You're all older brothers, so don't fight with me over it." Li Longfan raised his horsewhip and rushed out in high spirits. At this time, a line of carriages slowly approached from afar. Princess Annel and Wu Chongshuan sat in the carriage, while Du Wentian rode beside them. Annel had also come to choose a location today. Chapter 10:24. When Wu Chongshuan and Princess Annel's carriage arrived, Li Qingqi and Li Longji also saw it. They turned their horses around and looked at the group of people in surprise. The black ox carriage didn't have official banners, so they couldn't confirm the other party's identity. However, they were clearly coming for this place, so there was no need to doubt it. Chang Ningho smiled at Li Qingqi. "Your Highness, it seems that they are also coming for this land. I said that we should act early. Ha! This location is excellent. If we wait any longer, it will be taken away by others." Li Longji smiled. Chang Ningho is right. Looking at the entire Longqing Pond, besides the large residence that is being built, this is the best spot. As they spoke, there was a sudden sound of horse hoofs. Li Longfan excitedly spurred his horse back. When he got close, he suddenly reined in his horse and loudly said, "I've already chosen. I want the place behind that slope. Third brother, fourth brother, is it okay if I squeeze in between you guys? Someone else is also interested in this place." At this time, the group of people had already arrived in front of them. When the carriages stopped, Du Wentian leaned over and reported in a low voice, "Royal Prince, Princess, it seems that someone is also interested in this place and is ahead of us. What are you afraid of? Even if he wants it, he has to give it to me." Princess Annel glared at Wu Chongshuan and said angrily, "Still not going?" Wu Chongshuan quickly lifted the curtain and stood on the shaft of the carriage. In front of Princess and Wu Chongshuan was a filial son, but in front of outsiders, he was an out-and-out domineering second-generation ancestor. Wu Chongshuan curled his lips and said arrogantly, "Wherever my wife has her eyes on, no matter who he is, he will let." At this point, Wu Chongshuan suddenly froze. He saw Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the others also saw him. Li Qingqi was slightly startled and said in surprise, "It's Royal Prince Gaoyang." Li Longji smiled and didn't say anything, but the light in his eyes slightly shrank. Chang Mingho, Huang Jianyu, spurred his horse to the side and glanced at them with interest. Choosing a location to open the mansion was a small matter, but now that two families had their eyes on the same place, and these two families were from the Wu and Li families, this matter was not so simple. The deciding factor of who this piece of land belonged to would be the power of the Wu and Li families. In the end, it would also be the face of the Wu and Li families. Li Chengqi galloped forward to welcome Wu Chongxuan. He cupped his fists and said with a bright smile, "Prince Gaoyang, we meet again." Wu Chongxuan hesitantly cupped his fists and said, "So it is Prince Shouchuan. Why are you here?" When Li Qingqi's father, Li Dan, ascended to the throne, Li Qingqi was made the crown prince. Later, Li Dan was pulled down from the throne by his mother, Wu Zetian, and became the crown prince. Li Qingqi was also demoted from the crown prince to the imperial grandson. Now that his father's crown prince status was taken away by his imperial grandmother, he was demoted from the imperial grandson to the Prince of Shouchuan. Li Qingqi said with a smile, "Us brothers still don't have a mansion. This time, when we came to Chang, an imperial grandmother specially told us to choose a place to open a mansion in Chang, and as a matter of fact, we strolled here and just picked a place. We are sending people to the Ministry of Works to ask them to send people to mark out the location. Why did Prince Gaoyang come here?" Li Qingqi didn't want to have a conflict with Wu Chongxuan, so he first stated they had already taken a fancy to this piece of land and hoped that Wu Chongxuan would back down. Wu Chongxuan laughed and said, "What a coincidence, what a coincidence. My wife and I also took a fancy to the beautiful scenery of Longqing Pool. Today, we came here to choose a place to build a mansion. Princess Annal naturally chose this place. Yesterday, she had taken a fancy to this place. After learning that the mansion being built next to it belonged to Yang Fan, she was even more determined to choose this place." Wu Chongxuan's words were a little vague, not because he was afraid of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. When had the Wu clan ever put the Li clan in their eyes? Wu Chongxuan's words were vague because Li Qingqi and his brothers were Li Guo's cousins. Wu Chongxuan believed that Li Guo would definitely give way to his cousins, so there was no need for him to be the bad guy and make Annal unhappy. Princess Annal was just about to bend over and leave the carriage when she heard that the person talking to her husband was actually her eldest cousin. She sat back down. She had originally thought that it would be most appropriate for her husband to come forward and negotiate. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would actually show signs of backing down? Princess Annal couldn't take it anymore and kicked Wu Chongxuan's, but how could Wu Chongxuan have expected that Princess Annal would suddenly kick him? With a cry, he fell off the carriage. Li Qingqi, Li Longji, Chang Mingho, and the others were all stunned. The driver was also startled, but he reacted the fastest and immediately jumped off the carriage to help Wu Chongxuan up. Wu Chongxuan crawled up from the ground and forced a smile. Rubbing his scraped knee, he tried to cover it up. "I couldn't stand steadily for a moment. I've made a fool of myself." Li Qingye, Li Longji, and the others were lagging behind and really hadn't seen what had happened. They only saw Wu Chongxuan inexplicably jump off the carriage and fall flat on his face. The brothers couldn't help but want to laugh, but they were afraid that laughing would embarrass Wu Chongxuan, so they hurriedly restrained themselves. Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the Marquis of Changmingho were standing in front of the carriage. They clearly saw that a graceful leg had broken through the curtain and forcefully kicked Wu Chongxuan off his horse. However, they were able to keep their composure and did not reveal any strange expressions on their faces. The curtain of the sedan was lifted, and Li Guo walked out with a sullen face. Because they saw Wu Chongxuan rolling on the ground, Li Qingqi and the others had already dismounted their horses. As soon as they saw Li Gua, coming out from the sedan chair, Li Qingqi greeted her with a smile. "Anlu, you are here too. Ah, what's eldest cousin doing here? Third brother is here too." Anlu looked at them in surprise, as if she hadn't known they were here until now. She first greeted Li Qingqi and Li Longji warmly, then saw Li Longfan and the others standing behind them. She hurriedly greeted them, one by one, with great etiquette. If she hadn't walked out of the sedan with a sullen face, and now she was pretending to be amiable and surprised, it was very realistic and natural. It really wasn't easy for others to see that she was deliberately putting on an act. But if she was deliberately putting on an act and didn't want Li Qingqi and the others to see that she was unhappy, then she shouldn't have walked out of the carriage with a sullen face, since she already had a sullen face, and now she was pretending to be affectionate. It proved that she wasn't trying to hide her unhappiness, but was downright contemptuous and teasing. Li Qingqi's expression was slightly unnatural. He forced a laugh and said, "Seventh sister, long time no see." Li Gua stepped down leisurely, smiling like a flower. She said, "Yesterday I heard that you brothers had arrived in Chang, and Guo is a woman, so I didn't go to the 10 Miles Pavilion to join in the fun. I originally wanted to first choose the location of the mansion today, then go to visit you. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Li Longji smiled and said, "It is indeed a coincidence. This is a great fate. Seventh sister, we just chose a place here. It's this area. Why don't seventh sister choose a location next to us to build your mansion? Our two families will be neighbors, and we can often visit each other in the future." Li Longji looked at Li Guo's pretentious act and felt extremely disgusted in his heart. His words had drawn a clear line between him and Li Guo. Our two families. The 5 Li brothers were one family, but who was Li Guo a family with? A married girl was like spilled water. Li Longji's words implied that he already didn't recognize Li Guo as a daughter of the Li family. But Li Longji's words were very polite, and he couldn't find any fault with them on the surface. Furthermore, he even invited Wu Chongxuan and Li Guo to be his neighbors. He was emphasizing, "We've already chosen this place." Li Guo was an extremely cunning and astute woman. Although she didn't have great wisdom, she was still clever. Her ability to argue was not worse than anyone else. She had already heard Li Longji's implied meaning. She secretly sneered in her heart, but pretended to be surprised and said, "Sen Lang also chose Longqing Lane? That's very good. We can indeed be neighbors." Li Guoker giggled as she clung onto Wu Chongxuan's arm. She said sweetly, "Lang Jun, it's such a coincidence that San Lang and the others have also taken a liking to this place. Why don't we just give this place to them? Let's move over there and build a house next to theirs, okay?" "No," Wu Chongxuan roared. He wasn't suddenly enlightened and suddenly understood Li Guo's intentions. It was because when Li Guo intimately held his arm, her slender fingers in his sleeves had already pinched a tender piece of flesh in the crook of his arm. If he said anything wrong, she would pinch him black and blue. No matter how stupid Wu Chongxuan was, he should have understood what she meant. How could he not immediately express his opinion? Li Guo stamped her feet and said coquettishly, "Lang Jun, why are you so stingy? We're all relatives. Why do you have to be so serious? Outsiders will laugh at you." Wu Chongxuan said, "This isn't me being stingy. If it was just one mansion, then it's fine. But Qingdi and his brothers have 5 people. If they build such a big mansion, who knows where our mansion will be squeezed to?" Although Li Longji was smart and alert, he was still young. his temperament and temper were far from being cultivated to the point of perfection. When he heard Wu Chongshuan's dignified words, he was angry and couldn't help but say, "This is no problem. Let my big brother build a mansion here. Prince Gaoyang and seventh sister can build a mansion next to my big brother. As for me, I can get close to Prince Gaoyang." Wu Chongshuan laughed and said, "I've heard that the 5 brothers in the Prince of Xiang's mansion have deep feelings for each other. If I, Wu Chongshuan, interfered, wouldn't I be the bad guy? This kind of thing, I absolutely don't dare to agree." At this moment, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Works, Xiao Zhichen, led a few officials and hurried to the side of Long Qingpo. He bowed and said, "This one is the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Works, Xiao Zhichen. Which prince wants to build a mansion here?" The youngest son of the Prince of Xiang, Li Longfan, couldn't help but loudly say, "Me, the Prince of Bailing, Li Longfan, want to build a mansion here. Also my big brother, the Prince of Shouchuan, second brother, the Prince of Hengyang, third brother, the Prince of Linzi, and fourth brother, the Prince of Pengcheng." Xiao Zhichen was dizzy from the series of princes. Before he could react, Wu Chongshuan spoke. Wu Chongshuan had a smile on his face, but his eyes had an unquestionable cold light. He stared at Li Longfan and said word by word, "I'm sorry, but this place is mine." Wu Chongshuan glanced at Xiao Zhichen and said indifferently, "Counselor Xiao, immediately mark the land and take out the sketch as soon as possible." Xiao Zhichen asked in a daze, "May I know who it is?" Wu Chongshuan put his hands behind his back and proudly said, "Wu Chongshuan." He didn't even bother to say his own title. After saying this, he swaggered off. Wu Chongshuan. 3 words were enough. 5 princes could also be compared to the word Wu. He didn't believe that the people of the Ministry of Works would dare to give that piece of land to the Li family. Eldest cousin brother, second cousin brother, third cousin brother. Chongshuan has always been this stubborn. Who knows what's wrong with him today? Please don't take it to heart. Guaer will go persuade him again." Li Guaer said with an apologetic expression, but her eyes flashed with pride and mockery. She nodded at the ashen-faced Li Qingqi and turned to chase after Wu Chongshuan. Xiao Zhichen was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent a lowly official to listen to orders. Why did he have to rush over to flatter the prince the moment he heard he was summoned? No matter who this land was given to, he would still offend the other party. Everyone said that the princes of the Li family were like a phoenix that had lost its wings, and were not even comparable to a chicken. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Li family lost their power, he was only a 6th-ranked minister of the Ministry of Works. In front of the princes of the Li family who had lost their power, he couldn't even be considered a small-house sparrow. Why did he have to do this? Li Qingyi was so angry that his face was red as if he had been smeared with chicken blood. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He roared in anger, "Wu Chongshuan, you bastard, you're too savage." Li Qingyi was about to chase after Wu Chongshuan, but he was grabbed by Li Qingqi. Li Qingyi turned his head and said angrily, "Big brother." Li Qingqi shook his head. The muscles on his ashen-faced face twitched a few times. He said in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble. Let's go." As the eldest brother, Li Qingqi still had some prestige among the brothers. Although Li Longfan and Li Longya were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, they still had to listen to their eldest brother's orders. Chang Ningho sighed inwardly. A desolate feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. His Huang family's title of nobility had been bestowed by the Li family. Seeing the Li family being bullied like this, how could he not feel a little sad for the loss of his own kind? Li Longji was 16 years old, and was at the prime of his youth. How could he tolerate this kind of humiliation? But he was very clear that no matter what, now was not the time for them to start a conflict with the Wu family. Their identities were too sensitive. Yang Fan could chase after Wu Yizong like a stray dog, but they couldn't fight with the Wu family for a piece of land. It was all because they were surnamed Li. Full of humiliation, he followed behind his eldest brother Li Qingqi and second brother Li Qingyi. After walking for a long distance, he suddenly stopped and called out loudly, "Eldest brother! Second brother!" Li Qingqi was afraid that his impulsive second brother would get into a conflict with Wu Chongxuan, so he held his hand tightly and didn't let go. He and his second brother were walking hand in hand when they suddenly heard Li Longji's call. Li Qingqi stopped and turned his head to ask, "Samling, what's wrong?" At this time, they had already walked past the Yang family's mansion that was still under construction. Li Longji pointed at the empty space next to the mansion and said to Li Qingqi, "Big brother, how about we build our mansion here?" Li Qingyi shouted angrily, "Third brother, what's wrong with you? Haven't you been humiliated enough?" Li Longji smiled and said, "Second brother, what's wrong with building it here?" He slowly turned his head and gazed at Wu Chongxuan and Li Guo, who were in the distance gesticulating at Xiao Yuanlang. He said word by word, "I want to see it stand up and see it fall." Cheng Ningho suddenly looked at him. Li Longji, who still had a childish look on his face, was standing there steadily. His spirit was threatening, like an unsheathed sword. Chapter 10:25. When the sun was high up in the sky, the brilliant sunlight shone on the earth. Outside the window, there was a blossoming tree. On the branches, there were a few birds. They were either pecking at each other or pecking at their feathers. Sometimes they would stretch out their necks and sing a few times. Gu Zhuting was lazily lying on the bed, still sleeping very sweetly. Her black hair was like a waterfall, spreading out like silk under her body, setting off her snow-white shoulders. Her flushed face was shrouded in fluffy hair, and there was a sweet smile on her lips. Yang Fan had already woken up. He was lying on his side beside her, smiling as he watched her sleeping sweetly. After a night of passion, Gu Zhuting finally became his woman. Looking at his woman's sweet and satisfied expression, for a man, how could it not be a great satisfaction and happiness? It was no wonder that Gu Zhuting had not woken up yet. The two of them had tossed and turned for most of the night. For a woman who had just had her first puberty, her mental and physical strength had already been exhausted. In the end, she was lying there without even the strength to move her little finger. Although Yang Fan had been abstinent for a long time, he still knew how to cherish his woman. Last night was Gu Zhuting's first night. Yang Fan did not let his temper do as he pleased. The two of them tossed and turned for so long. A large part of the reason was because of Gu Zhuting's special physique. It was unknown whether it was because she had practiced jiu-jitsu since childhood or because she was too nervous for her first time. But once they had intercourse, Yang Fan felt as if he had fallen into a swamp of steaming hot spring water. When he entered, there were layers upon layers of obstacles, and when he exited, there were threads of astonishing suction. It was difficult to enter, but it was also difficult to exit. Yang Fan was in a dilemma. Moreover, with every inch he went in, it became a bit hotter. In the depths, there was even a boiling feeling. If he was a virgin, he was afraid that once he fell, he would have thrown away his helmet and armor. Now, although he would not surrender as soon as they fought, he still needed to use all the strength in his waist to advance and retreat freely. For Yang Fan, although it consumed a lot of strength, it was even more enjoyable. For Gu Zhuting, who had tasted the feeling of making love for the first time, it was naturally abnormally difficult. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He had long felt that Gu Zhuting was a woman of inner charm, but he didn't expect that it was not only her temperament that was inner charm, but also her body. As Yang Fan chuckled, Gu Zhuting, who was sleeping soundly, gradually blushed. Yang Fan saw this, and he couldn't help but wonder, is she pretending to be asleep? Her breathing, her sleeping posture, it seemed as if she really hadn't woken up. There were no flaws to speak of, but her complexion. Yang Fan's eyes turned, and his large hand landed on that soft and extremely bouncy chest. After playing with it for a while, he felt that Gu Zhuting's body temperature had uncontrollably risen. Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. Is she really pretending to be asleep because she's embarrassed to see me? Yang Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He moved closer to her ear and whispered, Ting, were you comfortable last night? Gu Zhuting still looked as if she hadn't woken up, but her jade face became more and more rosy. Seeing this, Yang Fan had already determined that she was pretending to be asleep. He grinned and put his hand into Gu Zhuting's thigh. The skin on the inside of her thigh was as smooth and delicate as freshly made tofu. Gu Zhuting's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when he touched her. She opened her eyes and met Yang Fan's eyes. When she saw the mischievous smile on his face, she couldn't help but lower her head shyly. She squeezed Yang Fan's mischievous big hand with her legs and begged in a low voice, Lang, please spare my life. Yang Fan whispered with a smile, Spare my life? Your husband didn't want to kill you. Gu Zhuting's face became even redder, and the temperature of her face was so hot that it seemed to be able to fry an egg. She lowered her eyes and softly replied, Although Lang doesn't want to kill me, I'm going to be tormented to death by Lang. This sentence was like a call to charge. Yang Fan's little brother jumped up again. In fact, Yang Fan really didn't enjoy himself to the fullest last night. Because Gu Zhuting was a virgin, Yang Fan only wanted to do it with her once. But because of her special physique, their lovemaking lasted for a long time. After that, it took a long time to clean their bodies. It was easy to sweat in early summer, when Yang Fan asked her to kneel on the bed and raise her snow-white buttocks. Her buttocks were already sweaty, like a pair of slippery jade balls. Gu Zhuting was very clean. How could she accompany her Lang Jun to sleep like this? After the sex ended, Gu Zhuting had to force herself to get up and take a bath even though her bones and tendons were weak. After she cleaned herself and lay down on the bed, traces of blood stained the bed again. Her physique was indeed special. When they had sex just now, there were only a few strands of blood. Unexpectedly, her blood had only increased now. The two of them had to change the bed sheets again. After the bed sheets were changed, Gu Zhuting still had to force herself to clean herself again. After so many times, it would be strange if she didn't get tired and fall apart. After hearing her words, Yang Fan remembered her intoxicating charm last night. He couldn't help but get closer to her delicate body. He persistently asked, Then tell me, do you like the feeling of being tormented to death by Lang Jun? Do you feel comfortable? Gu Zhuting blushed and didn't answer, but buried her head in his chest. Yang Fan didn't want to give up. He straightened his body. Gu Zhuting suddenly felt a hard sensation on her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but jump in shock. She quickly replied, I like it. It feels comfortable. After saying this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She quickly buried her face in Yang Fan's chest and didn't dare to show it again. Yang Fan was teased by her, and his fingers, which had been tightly clamped by her plump and strong thighs, couldn't help but gently move on the tender part between her thighs. Gu Zhuting's delicate body trembled. Her slender fingers clasped his arm. Her breathing quickened as she said, Lang, Yang Fan said in a low voice. Lang Jun didn't have enough fun last night. Is Ting willing to make love to Lang Jun again? Yang Fan thought that she was a woman for the first time. It was inevitable that it would be hard for her. If she didn't want to, he would bear with it for a while and let her recover. But Gu Zhuting recalled the taste of last night. Although she loved and feared Yang Fan, she couldn't resist at all. Hearing him say this, she buried her head in his chest and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but become excited. He couldn't help saying, "You were too shy last night. Your husband didn't look at your body carefully. Be good and turn around. Let Lang Jun take a good look at your pretty face." Gu Zhuting didn't dare to be disobedient when Yang Fan said, "Be good." She blushed and turned around. She curled up her body and didn't dare to move. Yang Fan lifted the thin quilt, and only then did he see her alluring body in its entirety. Her back was as smooth as jade. Below her slender waist was an exaggeratedly round buttocks. Yang Fan recalled last night when he made her turn over and crawl on her stomach. Her round and tight, but paired with her extremely slender waist, was like a honey peach hanging from a branch on the bed. That kind of breathtakingly beautiful visual sensation brought him a kind of astonishing joy. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Gu Zhuting's body trembled. Yang Fan had thick calluses on his palms because of his long practice with swords. When the calluses touched her smooth buttocks, she felt as if there were many ants crawling on them. She passively accepted Lang Jun's love. Her tensed body couldn't help but soften, and a sour feeling slowly rose in her lower abdomen. The itchy feeling quickly climbed from her buttocks to her front. She couldn't help but feel itchy in her chest. She couldn't help but clench her thighs. Yang Fan gently pulled her shoulders, and she obediently lay down. She hugged her chest and closed her eyes tightly. Her neat eyelashes fluttered. "Ah Lang, please put down the curtain." In fact, a thin curtain couldn't hide anything under the bright and soft light. Maybe it was because a more enclosed space could give her a psychological sense of security. Yang Fan didn't refuse her. He gently raised his hand and took off the golden hook. The thin gauze curtain with golden embroidery slowly fell down, sealing the bed into a small space. The embroidered bed swayed slightly. Behind the curtain, a strong male body swayed back and forth. A pair of snow-white long legs hooked around his waist. The squeaky music sounded again. Her movements were still very jerky, but her body, which had been used to jujitsu since childhood, could obviously adapt to any movement. Following the direction of the man on top of her, her strong waist and round buttocks began to move up and down. The scene was just like a knight with excellent horsemanship who was riding an unruly wild horse. Then the two of them changed positions again. The male knight became the female knight. Her slender waist that was almost broken was like a willow swaying in the wind. The two round balls on her chest that were as smooth as snow jade rose and fell along with it. The delicate moans were sweet and seductive, with 30% pain and 70% pleasure. The rhythm of the gauze curtain slowly calmed down. The delicate moans also turned into soft gasps. The man and woman in the curtain were tightly snuggled together like birds on a branch. Gu Zhuting's soft breasts rose and fell. The strength that she had accumulated for a whole night was now gone, but her heart was extremely sweet. She had tasted love for the first time. In fact, the pleasure from the body had not been developed to the extreme, but the psychological satisfaction was the strongest at this time. She liked the feeling of being completely occupied by her man. She liked the feeling of him entering her body and mind deeply. She liked the feeling of him reaching the extreme. She was willing to sacrifice everything for this man. Yang Fan's lips kissed from her sweaty forehead to the tip of her nose, then to her pink lips, and then to her round shoulder, all the way to the pink scar on her arm caused by the crossbow arrow. Suddenly, he laughed in a low voice. Gu Zhuting's mind was extremely sensitive. She only knew that there was something wrong with her behavior. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "Ah Lang, why are you laughing?" Yang Fan gently stroked her soft waist and slowly slid down to her round buttocks. He savored the beautiful touch and said with a chuckle, "You don't know how worried I was last night. I was always worried that at the critical moment, someone would suddenly run in and shout at me, 'General, there's a visitor. Sovereign, something bad has happened. Erlang, I've been waiting for you for a long time.'" Gu Zhuting opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Obviously, she did not understand what he was talking about. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Have you forgotten the last few times?" Yang Fan told her how he tried to make love with Gu Zhuting several times, but was repeatedly interrupted. Gu Zhuting could not help but burst into laughter. But when she laughed, she felt very embarrassed and quickly hid back in his arms. Yang Fan patted her perky buttocks and said in relief, "Thank God, this time you and I are finally a real husband and wife, and we are safe and no one will cause any trouble." After this, Gu Zhuting naturally had to take a bath. She took a bath so many times in one night that Gu Zhuting was a little embarrassed to give the order. Yang Fan was thick-skinned, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. For a man, this was something worth showing off. Didn't this show that he, General Yang, was full of energy and vigor? Yang Fan ordered the servants to prepare hot water. He did not let the weak and frail Gu Zhuting help him take a bath. He simply washed himself, then put on a light robe and tied his hair into a bun. Feeling refreshed, he strolled out of the rear residence. Gu Zhuting's bath was going to take a long time, and she would need to rest after she was done. Strange, men are the ones who work the hardest. So why are women the most exhausted? Yang Fan pondered as he walked. Finally, he came to a conclusion that made him proud. It should only be like this in my house. It's because my body is too strong. Yang Fan was shamelessly proud of himself when he suddenly saw Guda, Guer, and Gu Sen sitting under the grape trellis. Before Yang Fan had officially married Gu Zhuting, he had already slept with her sister. When he suddenly saw his 3 brothers-in-law, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He turned and wanted to hide in the bamboo forest at the side, but the 3 Gu brothers had already seen him. Guda stood up and said, "Ah Lang, someone is building a residence to the left of our residence." Yang Fan laughed it off. He could only walk over and ask, "Is that so? Who has such good foresight and has taken a liking to that place?" Guer replied, "This subordinate just asked around. I heard it was Prince Gaoyang. Originally, the 5 Prince of Shochuan and his brothers had taken a liking to that place. They had already asked the Ministry of Works to enclose the land, but in the end, it was snatched away by Prince Gaoyang." Yang Fan immediately furrowed his brows. "Prince Gaoyang? I can't sleep well with a bad neighbor. Neither Wu Chongshuan nor Li Guo were good people. Why did this husband and wife, who specialized in stirring up trouble, choose that place? Fortunately, it was only Prince Gaoyang's family. If the Prince of Shochuan and his brothers were also building a residence there, then the world would truly be thrown into chaos." Just as Yang Fan was secretly rejoicing, Gu Sen said, "Ah Lang, the land to the right of our residence has also been bought by someone else." Puzzled, Yang Fan asked, "Why are there so many people eyeing that place? And who is this right wife of ours?" Guda replied, "Isn't it the 5 Prince of Shochuan and his brothers? The place they were eyeing was snatched away by Prince Gaoyang, so they chose the right side of our residence." Yang Fan's eyes widened as he listened. "What I've been afraid of has come true. What are the Wu and Li clans planning to do? With my Yang clan sandwiched between them, won't we never have a day of peace?" At this moment, Run Wei leisurely walked out of the bamboo forest with a few imperial bodyguards in tow. In front of others, He acted cool, but behind the scenes, he didn't see Yang Fan. He beamed with joy as he told his subordinates, "Today, when I went to the West City, I heard a joke. It was said that there was a family whose left neighbor was a coppersmith shop, while the right neighbor was a blacksmith shop. The two shops were constantly banging away, and the noise was very annoying. Today, when the family in the middle heard that the two shops were going to move out, they were very happy. They immediately invited their neighbors to their house and hosted a banquet. In the end, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, they asked the two shop owners. And guess what? The coppersmith said, 'I want to move to the blacksmith shop.' The blacksmith said, 'I want to move to the coppersmith shop.'" Ha ha ha. Chapter 10:26. Neighbors on the left and right, Lord Yang, who unfortunately lived in the middle, could no longer sit still. He immediately brought Gu Zhuting with him to the mansion that was currently under construction. Yang Fan did not ride a horse, but rode an ox cart. He finally understood that even someone as valiant as the great assassin Gu was still a weakling on the bed who could not bear to be killed, given her delicate and powerless appearance. How could he let her ride a horse? When he brought her out of the estate, Yang Fan had been worried that the 3 Gu brothers would notice something was off, but he had still braced himself and brought Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was currently his personal guard, and although he had repeatedly emphasized that he had recovered from his injuries, his subordinates did not think so. If he did not bring Gu Zhuting with him on this journey, it would only arouse the suspicion of others. But it seemed that the 3 Gu brothers were quite careless. They had not even noticed the strange change in the girl's body. This allowed Yang Fan to inwardly sigh in relief, laughing at his own lack of confidence. The land around Yang Fan's new estate had already been delineated by the Ministry of Works, and a few low-ranking officials were currently conducting detailed measurements. By the time Yang Fan arrived, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang were already gone. The land they had set their eyes on had been forcefully taken away by Wu Chongxuan. No matter how good their mentality was, they still felt humiliated and found it embarrassing to remain here. However, to the left of Yang Fan's estate, Wu Chongxuan and his wife were still standing there. Wu Chongxuan had never dared to say too much about the affairs of the clan, leaving everything to Princess Annal. The area that Princess Annal had initially delineated was the size of 3 princely estates, far exceeding the standard of a princess's estate. Xiao Zhichen was helpless, so he could only beat around the bush and give her a warning mentioning the emperor to Princess Annal. Their estate had been granted by the emperor, and the cost of construction had to be reported to the emperor. If the estate was too large, it would definitely be discovered by the empress. Although Princess Enlu did not understand why the empress was treating her coldly by the day, she knew that she was no longer favored by her grandmother, so she exercised some restraint and shrunk the size of the manor by half. When Yang Fan arrived, Princess Annal was gesticulating to Xiao Zhichen about the issues that needed attention during the construction of the mansion. When she saw Yang Fan arrive, Princess Annal instructed the puppet-like Wu Chong, "You tell him. Remember, this garden must be the same as the one in Luoyang." One of the reasons Yang Fan had come was because of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. When the Prince of Xiang's 5th son had arrived in the capital, he had not gone to welcome him. Now that the Prince of Xiang had run over to be his neighbor, he found it difficult to avoid meeting him. The other reason was because of Li Guer. Li Guer had always been domineering, and in the Eastern market, he had once again refused to give Li Guer face, resulting in a feud between the two. He was worried that this princess would become arrogant and not only drive away the Prince of Xiang's 5th son, but also encroach on his estate. Fortunately, although Li Guer was domineering, she was primarily relying on the power of her husband's family. If she only relied on her father, who was the crown prince, she would not even have the confidence to face off against some of the more powerful ministers, much less Yang Fan. For this reason, although she was willful, she did not dare to forcefully seize a private residence. Yang Fan already knew that the place to the right of his estate was the place chosen by the Prince of Xiang's fifth son, but when he arrived, he did not see Li Qingqi and his brothers. Yang Fan frowned, hesitating over whether he should go see Wu Chongsun or pretend not to know that he was in that group of people when he saw Li Guer walking toward him. Yang Fan patted Gu Zhuting's knee and got off the carriage alone. At this moment, Yang Fan had a relatively deep understanding of Li Guer. Not only was this woman licentious and shameless, she did not even have the basic cultivation and elegance of a member of the royal family. He was afraid that Li Guer would insult Gu Zhuting again, so he did not want them to come into contact. Wu Chongsun saw that his beloved wife had abandoned him to go see Yang Fan alone, and was very displeased. He regarded Li Guer as unparalleled in the world and treated her like a treasure. He thought that all the men in the world, like him, treated Li Guer like a living treasure. It seemed that if Li Guer beckoned with her finger, he would crawl under her skirt like a dog. However, because in the eastern market of Chang'an, Yang Fan had publicly refused to give Li Guer a face, although Wu Chongsun was displeased, he did not think too much about it. Li Guer walked closer and gradually slowed down her pace. She put her hands behind her back and walked gracefully like a cat, swaying along the way. Yang Fan saw this and had to admit that in terms of appearance, Lu was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Li Guer wore a charming smile that could turn all living things upside down and said, "General Yang, we will be neighbors from now on." Yang Fan's face darkened and said, "That's really unfortunate." Li Guer's face changed, and she said angrily, "Did I ask you to avoid me like a snake or a scorpion? Why did you humiliate me again and again?" Yang Fan said, "People will humiliate themselves, and their descendants will humiliate them. Your Highness, why don't you reflect on why I have been disrespectful to the princess?" Li Guer glanced coldly at Gu Zhuting in the carriage and sneered. "Just because of her? That bitch." Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be here today and your father would be long dead. She is the savior of your family." Li Guer raised her curvy chin and sneered disdainfully. "All the land under the sky belongs to the king, and all the people who live on the land are the king's subjects. My father has been designated as the emperor's heir, and you, as the courtiers, should sacrifice your own lives to save him. I am the emperor's daughter, and you saving me is also a sign of loyalty. Do you want me to owe her a favor?" Yang Fan looked at her deeply and said with a face full of hatred, "How did you become like this?" Li Guer said sweetly, "How did I become like this? I don't find any difference from before. Oh, if there is anything, it is that I am more beautiful than before. Clothes make the man, and saddle make the horse. Even if you're born beautiful, you still need gorgeous clothes and jewelry to make you more beautiful." Yang Fan was not angry because of her words. He asked lightly, "Have you seen the moat outside Chang's city?" Li Guer did not know why he suddenly changed the topic. After a moment of surprise, she said, "Yes, why?" Yang Fan said, "Do you think the moat is beautiful?" Li Guer frowned and said, "When I entered the city, I saw that the moat had dried up and the bank was full of mud. It was dirty. What was there to see?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "It was autumn last year when I rushed over from Luoyang. It was a refreshing autumn day, and the river was clear and blue. When the wind blew, it sparkled. There were also white clouds reflected on the water surface. It was very beautiful. Unfortunately, in order to widen the river and clean up the mud, the Chang's local government has cut off the river. I did not expect that when the layer of clear water was uncovered, it was so dirty underneath." Li Guerre's pretty face slowly changed color, but Yang Fan was still saying, when the silt is removed, the bottom is even more filthy. The stench makes it hard for people to breathe. Just like you, Your Highness, when you were in Fangzhou, even if you were pretending, at least you still had a bit of fake cuteness. But now, you have identity and status, you are more and more unscrupulous, and your true nature is undoubtedly exposed. I really don't understand why God gave a person such a beautiful appearance, but gave her such a dirty heart, vulgar, shallow, perverse, selfish, lascivious, shameless. Li Guo'er said angrily, Yang Fan, that's enough. Yang Fan sneered and continued, I don't know what you will become when your father becomes the emperor and you can be more unscrupulous. Some people say that you are the most beautiful princess since the founding of the Tang dynasty. But if you don't repent, one day you will also become the ugliest princess since the founding of the Tang dynasty. Stop, Li Guo'er scolded. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, but he did not turn back. He only said coldly, Dare I ask what is the matter, Your Highness? Li Guo'er's sharp nails pierced the palm of her hand, and she controlled the anger in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, As long as I want, no man will be unwilling to crawl under my feet. Yang Fan, you are no exception. You will kneel under my feet like a dog, wagging your tail to me, begging me to forgive you, begging me. Yang Fan slowly turned around with a mocking sneer on his face. He said mockingly, Like I said, if the clear water is removed, what is revealed is the filthy silt. Only by digging up the filthy silt can one smell the nauseating stench. Some things always need to be uncovered layer by layer. Just like Your Highness, I should now add another virtue to you. Arrogance. Yang Fan laughed and left. Li Guo'er looked at his back and gritted her teeth. Her pretty face had 2 fierce scars, and her eyes were burning as if they were going to spit out a flame and burn him to ashes. She had never been called such a cheap person before, even when she was doing something very cheap. But when she became a princess again, there was someone who called her so unbearably. Wu Chongxuan had been staring at her from afar, as if his beautiful wife was being taken advantage of. When Li Guo'er angrily walked towards him, he turned around and pretended to warn Xiao Yuan why. Li Guo'er walked to his side with a calm face and said, You still haven't finished? Wu Chongxuan smiled and said, Not yet, soon, soon. Li Guo'er vented all the anger she suffered from Yang Fan on him and angrily said, Really a useless piece of trash. I gave you such a simple task, and you can't even do it properly. Wu Chongxuan hurriedly said, Wife, where are you going? Li Guo'er turned around and angrily shouted, I'm going back to the Fu. What? You useless thing. Do you only know how to follow behind a woman? You better obediently stay here. Every blade of grass and tree of this courtyard has to be arranged like the manor in Luoyang. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible. Wu Chongxuan did not dare to chase after her. When he saw Li Guo'er angrily board the carriage and leave, he unhappily turned around. Xiao Zhichen, the vice minister of the Ministry of Works, quickly put away the smile on his face and pretended to be respectful as he raised his brush and said, Royal Prince, please continue. Wu Chongxuan vented all the anger he suffered from Li Guo'er on Xiao Yuanwei. His spittle flew as he said, You piece of trash, you still can't understand such a simple matter. Quickly send a letter to the Ministry of Works in Luoyang and tell them to go to my residence and draw a map of the back garden. Bring it over and build the same. If there is any mistake, this prince will hold you responsible. Wu Chongxuan finished speaking and left in a huff. He did not dare to return to the Fu immediately, afraid that he would be scolded by Li Guo'er again. He could only walk around and relax. Li Guo'er sat in the carriage and was about to leave Longqing Lane when she suddenly poked her head out of the carriage. She stared at the small island in the middle of the lake and a malicious smile slowly appeared in the corner of her eyes. She had changed her mind. She wanted Yang Fan to die. She must kill Yang Fan immediately